Reinhold.
Hello, everybody. This is Rob from Maverick Trading and Maverick Currencies. In case you don't know about us, we are a prop trading firm. We've got two divisions, Maverick Trading that does equities and options, and Maverick Currencies that does crypto and Forex.
And speaking of, Rob, crypto is moving again, finally, which is great. Hopefully it just keeps moving all the time. If you could speak to that a bit more, because there's almost no crypto prop firms out there. This is a really great, unique thing to not only take like one of the top prop firms in the world that also has a crypto division. I was so happy to hear that, and I wish more people knew about it. Talk about it a bit.
Well, we're very happy about it as well. We've been trading through Interactive Brokers for well over a decade, almost 15 years now. When Interactive Brokers gave us the opportunity to trade crypto, we said, that's awesome. We want to get this out to all of our traders to where this can now be an asset class. I love cryptocurrency trading because to me, it is the purest form of trading out there. And what I mean by that is it truly runs off supply and demand. There's no illusion of like a house. Oh, this house is worth this or this. Everyone understands that the current value is simply the perceived value of traders at the moment. It is pure and I love it. We want to have all of our traders have this as an avenue to where when other products aren't working well, like when Forex isn't really trending, cryptocurrency is most likely going to be trending to where they can always have a good tradable product.
Very nice. We talked for a couple episodes now on losing streaks, short and long. But winning streaks are very real too. And we don't just sit here and lose all day. We also win a lot. And sometimes we win in bunches. That is its absolute own psychological challenge. Now, I definitely have some thoughts on this, but Rob, I'm looking at our outline and I seem to bring a lot to the table here as well. How about you kind of start us off and tell us everything you can on this, and then I'll jump in a bit later, if that's all right.
Yeah, that's perfect. Baseball is the best analogy I can give to trading. I am not a huge baseball fan, but what I do love is stats. And for anyone who loves stats, baseball is amazing. Of all the stats that you could take a look at in baseball, I'm going to try to just tie some of these into trading. One of the very first ones, and the basic one we have, is called batting average. Batting average is the percentage of times that the batter actually gets a hit to where they reach that at least first base and maybe even further. It's just simply the percentage. The gold standard in baseball is hitting what's called 300. Now, when someone hits 300, it's 0.300. So they're basically saying 30% of the time. In baseball, if you have a career batting average above 30% or 300.300, you typically make it into the Hall of Fame. That is kind of the gold standard, hitting 300. If you were to take a professional baseball player and chart their hitting, you're going to find losing streaks, just like what we've talked about in prior episodes. You're going to find one time where they struck out 7 times in a row. Now, during that period of time, during that period of statistics, their batting average might have been 100.100. And then maybe sometimes during July, they got on this hot streak and they were batting 500 or 50%, 0.5000. All of a sudden, at that point, that hitter is on top of the world and they're thinking things like, I'm going to bat 500 for the rest of my life. Guess what? No one's ever done it before, ever in the history of baseball. And the thought that they're going to keep hitting 500 is completely a lie to themselves.
It's absurd.
So this is what happens in the world of trading. We have these streaks. Everyone, when they get into trader, thinks it's going to be slow and steady. No, it's fits and spurts. You make a ton of money, you give it back. You make good money, you give some back. That is how trading works, and that is how baseball works. So you have to understand that, yes, you are going to have losing streaks. Guaranteed. And we've done several episodes on that. We also need to talk about the winning streaks. You're going to have a ton of these as well, and they can set you up for failure just as much as losing streaks can. One of the things you brought up, Patrick, in our Dealing with Slumps video was that your traders are all going to have backtesting results. And we told them, go back into your backtesting results and see the losing streaks. You have a full record. Do you think it's valuable for them to go back and take a look at their winning streaks?
It's kind of like if anybody's ever been to a roulette table. You see a vertical sign, a light up sign, connected to every roulette table that tells you what the last numbers were hit are and what color they are as well. You see this in baccarat too, but it's the most distinguishable in roulette. And it's because they want you to look at that. And they want you to see the streak of numbers. So it makes you either think that there's got to be another, black coming, or that the winning streak is over and it's all and reds are finally due, for example. So anybody who's seen this sign knows what I'm talking about. There's no reason to put that up other than to deceive you into thinking that either black is hot right now or red is hot right now. Or a lot of times on the craps table, if somebody is hitting, a bunch of rolls in a row, somebody will yell it. We have a hot roller, hot shooter. That will get everybody excited, like, oh, this guy must really be on a roll, because they believe in these fallacies. It's all done on purpose. And it's done because they want you to make this very mistake that you're talking about right here.
All of those games of chance are pure odds. What happened on the last roulette roll has no bearing on the next roulette roll. But if they can get you to think, you're going to make a bad decision and a bad choice. We really want everyone to prepare for losing streaks and prepare for winning streaks. Go back into your back testing and take a look at your best periods. And I want you to look at that best period, and I want you to think, boy, how do you think I would have felt at that moment? And then I want you to take a look at the period directly after that. My guess, just like in baseball, if a batter is hitting 500 and they are on top of the world and think they're the greatest thing ever, I guarantee you that somewhere in the next month or two, there's going to be a losing streak where they're batting 100. That's the nature of trading. So go back, look at your back testing, and see what happens after those win streaks. Just prepare yourself for what is likely to happen.
And I can attest to this a little bit too. I play fantasy baseball. Anytime some absolute nobody that nobody's ever heard of before and has no hype behind him gets on a hot streak, somebody always picks that guy up. And almost soon after that happens, he gets absolutely no return from that player because the streak's over. It's like anything else. It's the same thing with trends. Usually by the time you discover there's a trend, it's probably coming to an end. Same thing with anything else, with baseball players and with actual traders too.
So we want you to be ready for these streaks. They happen, and they are going to mess with you. We did 2 entire episodes on losing streaks. So let's talk about all the potential pitfalls that are going to happen to you on winning streaks. I have a lot of experience with this. This is my Achilles heel, has always been my Achilles heel. Whenever I have a hot streak, let me tell you what I used to do. I used to start planning out my family's future, planning out my next vacation that I'm going to go on. I start planning out how I'm just going to live off the interest for the rest of my life. I get into this area where I'm not even concerned about trading because I'm off in the clouds. And so what do? I get more aggressive because I've been doing so well. I trade more frequently and I trade larger size. That is my Achilles heel. I have sadly repeated this cycle more times than I like to admit. It finally took me having to really be aware of what I was doing before I had a chance to make any changes whatsoever. Did you struggle with this, Patrick?
For sure. Yeah, especially early on. Like I told you before, not only did I think I was so smart that I could easily beat a market like this, but I thought I had found these little ways. Remember how we talked about in the episode before when I found that pound CAD on the 30-minute chart? It sounds so absurd now, but I honestly thought, I was like, you know what? I don't think a lot of people are even looking over here. I mean, the pound CAD on the 30-minute, who even trades that? So I really did think I might have found some little obscure way to really beat the market consistently all the time. And for a while, I was actually doing that. So I'm thinking, man, okay, I'm really leaving a lot of money on the table, which is famous last words by a factor of 10. Never think you're leaving money on the table, and you need to ratchet up your risk for some reason. It's absurd, it's not real, but you will think it if you haven't already thought it. So yeah, it happened to me more early on. I think, and you and I have talked about this before, Rob, as you get more experienced, when you start getting these winning streaks, you almost get this sinking feeling in your stomach because you know it's about to end any moment now. That's just experience talking. Usually you're on cloud 9 early on in your career when you have these winning streaks. And this is really what we're kind of talking about today, not only recognizing them, but, we'll talk about little later on about what you can do about them too.
And one of the mistakes that I would usually make when you talked about leaving money on the table, I would go back to all my previous trades and say, if I would have done twice the position size, this is how much I could have made. And I set myself up for so much failure by going back and seeing what I would have made if I would have been more aggressive, which then is used to justify me becoming more aggressive at the worst moment I possibly could. Don't go back and rerun the numbers of what you could have made on a trade, or I got out here, but look how far it ran. I could have made this much money. All that is doing is setting yourself up for failure.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that too, because that's a really easy way to deviate from your system. You're like, well, maybe my money management system isn't what it really should be, or maybe my exit indicator is really, maybe it's too tight and it's getting me out too early. All because of one really big run that you missed out on. That's not a real thing. You're going to miss out on really big runs if you are a disciplined trader. That's just part of the game. You're going to hit some of them too, but you're also going to miss some. Like, you can't second guess yourself at this time. You just have to stay in the pocket and trade that system and see it through all the way to the end. But believe me, you're going to feel this way many times.
This is a great example of recency bias. We talked about recency bias in episode 11. This is recency bias rearing its head because you would never make those changes unless something had just recently happened to you to force you to make those changes. And that's why you're making the change. So recency bias is going to pop up all the time on this.
Yeah, and especially in winning streaks too, because like all of a sudden you went from a novice trader to like super duper pro, badass, top 0.1% trader in what? The matter of a month? The matter of a week? Do you really think that happened? I guarantee you it's impossible. Especially if you're in your first few years, you're not going to be any good. Even if your results are good, you as an actual trader, as somebody who can build a system and follow a system, is still going to be miles away from where you're going to be years from now. As Rob says, you don't know shit. As VP says, you're not any good. You're still way too early in your career. Just stay consistent. Stop thinking that you're leaving money on the table. And on the other side, stop thinking that your career is over because you went through a losing streak. None of these things are true.
So true. But yet we find ourselves trapped in these cycles. At least I did as a young trader. I kept doing the same things over and over again, and I couldn't seem to change it. I really had to do a deep dive and think about, oh my gosh, how can I change this? I keep falling into this cycle. How can I change it? You said, Patrick, the first thing that happens when you get to the point where you don't want to repeat these cycles is you become paranoid. I remember my paranoia. Do you remember yours?
It's just a moment of, oh no. It's a shame because I should be happy because I have this winning streak and my account is going up and I feel really good and I feel like this great trader now, but it doesn't feel that way anymore because I know it's going to end. And typically when it ends, I'm going to go through a period of, my own consolidation in my account where it's going to go down a bit. I just don't want the ride to end, but I know it's going to. So if that makes any sense, like you're on this super fun roller coaster and you're more than halfway through, you want to have fun and yell and scream and whoop it up, but you also know it's about to end and that sucks. And for some reason, that feeling overrides the euphoria that would normally be there of this winning streak. But I think that's a good thing because it prevents me from doing exactly what we're talking about in this episode. Trading too frequently or upping my position size for no good reason, things like that.
So that paranoia is so healthy. And I always like to think about this whole thing as like, let's say you go to a party. You go to a party, you're one of the first couple people there, and it's always a little awkward. Then all of a sudden, a couple more people start to come, and it starts to get a little bit better. The music gets turned on, everything gets pretty good. And next thing you know, this party is cranking. Tons of people are there. You're having a great time. You're having some drinks. And at some point, you think to yourself, man, this party can't get any better. This is the greatest party ever. And once you have that thought, you should leave. Because if you don't leave, you know what's going to happen. Patrick, have you been to a party like that before?
Yeah, many of them actually in my day.
And what happened after?
I drink my face off and I make a fool of myself, or I get sick, or or the cops show up, or a fight breaks out or something, right? As soon as it peaks, it's all downhill from there, either on my end or the party's end or whatever it was. Yeah, but you're right, it never fails.
Yeah, and if you don't leave at that time, you're going to puke or someone will puke on you. You will have puke on you by the end of the night, and you might actually end up in jail. So at those moments, we have to come to the realization of where we are in the cycle, where we are in the party, and understand, hey, we need to leave this party because the decisions we're going to make after that aren't likely to be good decisions. So we just need to remove ourselves from the party. So let's talk about a few ways to remove yourself from the party. This is one of the methods that I've used, and I use this all the time. I put myself in trading halts all the time. It used to be for bad things when I was a younger trader. Now it's for good things. When I have a big streak, I put myself on a trading halt. I say, hey, you know what? Take the rest of the week off. Just take the rest of the week off or the rest of the month off. You don't need to do any more. You've had a great month. Why do I do that? Because in the past, I tried to push it harder. And by the end of the month or the end of the week, I had less money than I had at that moment. I had this sense of paranoia. I realized, oh, these are the tops of my cycles. What can I do to make it to where the next time I place a trade, this is out of my system? I'm no longer on this high. I'm no longer feeling all the things I'm feeling. I put myself in a trading halt and I just chill out. I just sit back and chill out. And all of a sudden, all of those animal spirits come down, all of that emotions, all that dopamine, it comes down. And then when I come back to the market, I'm in a much better place mentally. What do you think about that method, Patrick?
Yeah, I like that. I like it quite a bit, and that's something I did. I never really thought of too much myself. The route I have taken, and I like both these options, but what I do is, I'm so black and white logic based. Is remember how we're talking before on the losing streak episodes about how you just need to go to your system and look at the back testing. Your back testing experienced those losing streaks, but it didn't give up. It just kept going. It didn't take breaks. It just kept trading because it doesn't know any better. And the end result ended up positive. By the same token, you also had winning streaks, sometimes really good ones, in that series of back testing. The system didn't do anything crazy. The system didn't think it was, quote, on a roll, which is absurd. The system didn't up its position sizing for no reason. It just kept doing it. And the end result was obviously good enough for you to trade with. So again, why do you need to do anything different? That's always kind of been how my brain processes things like that.
And that is exactly the right answer. And it was the same thing we talked about in the slumps episode. We said if you're in a slump and you aren't the problem, you aren't effing it up, keep swinging. Same thing in this one. Make sure that you're not the problem. And for me, I put myself on a trading halt to make sure that I am not the problem because I've been the problem in the past and I haven't been able to handle it well. So I put myself in the trading halt to make sure that I'm not the problem next time I step back behind this system. Keep swinging is the correct answer, but we're all human. We all have our little things. We all have our little cycles. This is just a quick way to break that cycle. Take the week off, take the month off, to where all of a sudden when you come back, you've taken out all the garbage, all the baggage, all the dopamine's gone, and now you're going to be in a much better place for proper trading.
I agree. So to wrap everything up, as Rob says, you don't know shit. As VP says, if you've been trading for less than 5 years, you're not a great trader yet. So just understand those two things. It's not something we want to tell ourselves, but it doesn't mean it's not the truth. Stay in the pocket, understand that just like losing streaks, these winning streaks happen all the same. And you just got to, as Rob said, keep swinging, stay in the pocket, trade that system, and it's all going to work itself out in the end.
And make sure that you aren't the problem. You spent so much time developing your system. Don't be the reason why it fails. Don't be the reason.
Yeah, but before anything starts, you have to make sure you're not the reason. Yeah, for sure. Always something to remember, too. Because a different version of you comes out during these winning streaks than those losing streaks. So you have to make sure you're not the problem on the losing end or the winning end, both. Very important. Without further ado, thank you all for joining us. Like and subscribe, please. Hit the bell, and we shall see you next week.
Goodbye, everybody.
This is the Trading Psychology Podcast. This is VP, creator of No Nonsense Forex and author of the book No Nonsense Forex Trading Psychology. And with me, as always, is Rob Reinhold.
Hey everybody, this is Rob Reinhold with Maverick Currencies. I absolutely love the trading psychology part of this business, and I tell people all the time, I have not read an actual book on trading for at least a decade. All I read now is psychology and behavioral finance. I'm so excited to share all of this stuff with you.
Speaking of books, you have a very interesting promo for us this week. Tell us about this.
As I said, I love to share this with people, and we're going to be talking about a book called Peak. The book is by Anders Ericsson and Robert Poole, and there's two titles. It's either Peak, Secrets from the New Science of Expertise, or Peak, How to Master Almost Anything. This is a very scientific breakdown of how to get really good at something. And I want to share this with you, so we're going to take 5 comments from this video on YouTube. And I'm going to choose those 5 comments, and I'm going to get in touch with you, and I'm going to send you this book personally. So that means go on to the YouTube channel, make some comments, make them funny. Look, you can just self-promote yourself if you want, but I'm going to pick 5 people after the first week and a half that the video is out, and I'm going to reach out to you, and I want to send you this book. For the rest of you, I highly recommend you go and get this book. It is amazing.
And just for clarity, no matter where they are in the world, you will still send them this book?
Absolutely. Mail gets everywhere.
And on the self-promotion angle, remember, if you're cool, you can self-promote. If you're a shill, I will delete you. If you're a fan of Rob-heavy episodes, you are going to love this one. This is something that just kind of came out of the ether, and I will probably have some things to add here and there, but this is mostly Rob's baby. But I like what I see so far on the outline, so I'm really curious to see where this goes. Rob, why don't you just go? And anytime you have a question for me or want me to jump in, just let me know, and I'll be happy to do that.
This episode is titled Trade Like an Athlete. I grew up in athletics. I loved it. I had a lot of great experiences, and I found that a lot of the things I learned in athletics translated over to my career as a trader. What about you, Patrick?
Yeah, I wasn't a great athlete, but I did a lot of different things. It prepares you early on for, how to deal with a lot of things we've been talking about in the past, a string of success, a string of failures, feeling like you're not good enough, feeling like you're better than you already are. That it was a little more of an easier transition for me. Even though I still made all the classic mistakes, I feel like I got over them quicker because of my own personal background in athletics.
Do you think that athletes can make great traders?
I think they're actually built to be better traders, and I can certainly talk about that as we go along.
There are so many things that you learn as an athlete. Number one, hard work. It's hard work. You got to train. You got to practice. You got to train. And nothing comes without some blood, sweat, and tears. I see that as the number one thing that an athlete brings to the table. What do you think is their best attribute?
Yeah, I mean, it's a unique thing that a lot of people don't get to go through. And admittedly, I never really went through it on a high level either. I almost kind of wish I did. But yeah, there's so many psychological aspects to a really great athlete that translate into everything. But I'm serious, I think they are so built and so ready for the trading game. I just don't know if most of them even realize it.
One of the things that has surprised me is that how many ex-athletes we have had walk into the doors at Maverick. We have ex-NFL players, we have ex-decathletes, we have so many high-level athletes. It really surprised me until I started to learn more about this concept. So I'm going to introduce this book, Peak, and we're going to be talking about some of the aspects of this book. And this book really focuses in on training. Now, as a trader, your training is basically everything you do up to the point where you do live money. Think about how most people get into this business. I was like the poster child for the idiot who gets into this business. I probably read a few books, 1 or 2 books. This is back in the late 90s. And I thought to myself, I was the smartest person in the world. And I jumped in, and it was tough. Practice is everything you do before you put live money on the table. If someone said, I'm going to only practice a little bit before I do a triathlon, they probably aren't going to make it out of the swimming portion because they just weren't prepared. In your training, where you are building your system, I want to talk about what the book says is the best way to do that. It first starts out with the fallacy of what's called naive practice. What this means is that people think that the amount of time they spend on an activity will equal expertise in that activity. And that is actually false. And they've done lots of studies to show that if you aren't training the right way, you will get no better, and actually you will get worse at certain skills. I want to make this point because I know a lot of us spend a lot of time on trading, but it might not be the right time. Patrick, do you see people wasting a lot of time chasing a lot of different things and really have nothing to show for it after a while?
I mean, probably 99.999% of the time. I mean, look at all those how-to videos and look at all those books on trading that people read, but it never mentions the parts about money management or trading psychology, which just irritated me to no end. And that's why I devoted myself to spending so much time on it on my own channel, because I know it doesn't get clicks, it doesn't sell products or anything like that, but you can't ignore it. People just sit there and chase their tail the entire times. So yeah, I see it for every 100 times. For every one time I don't see it, I do see it 100 times after.
And that's exactly what the book Peak says. This naive practice isn't going to do you any good. You have to do what's called purposeful practice. And what they say, it must be planned, measured, and reviewed. So just think about two scenarios. Let's say that we have trader A that reads trading books. They go to the library, they read a little bit of this, a little bit of that. They learn some technical analysis, some fundamental analysis. And then I have another trader that sits on a trading simulator for 40 hours that week, only working on their exact entry point. Now, they both spent 40 hours a week. Which one of those traders is going to be better at the end of that week? What do you think, Patrick?
I'm sure trader number two, because he's not going to bumble and fumble over his entry points, or he's not going to second guess himself. He already kind of hardwired himself over that time to know exactly what to do.
The difference was purposeful practice. They were working on one specific aspect of trading. They weren't working on all aspects. They were working on one specific aspect. And that's what the book Peak says, is that purposeful practice beats naive practice every single time. And they say the way to become great at anything is to break what you're trying to do down into very small components and focus and practice on those very small components until you're an absolute expert at that. One of the best examples of this is in the NFL documentary on HBO called Hard Knocks. They followed J.J. Watt around his training. For those of you that don't know, J.J. Watt is a defensive end. He is one of the best in the league. He actually just retired this year. And they followed him around, and his training program was insane. He works 1 hour a day, 1 full hour a day, on the first step out of his stance. Now think about this. He's been doing this for 15 years. Every day, 1 hour spent on the first step out of his stance. Can you imagine how good you'd be if you focused like that? He may not have been born the most genetically gifted, fastest person out of the stance. He probably wasn't. But because of that focus practice, because that's what he worked on for 1 hour every single day, he now has one of the fastest first steps out of the stance of anyone out there. He also has another one where he has a wall made up of these lights. He had it built. And when the light comes on, he has to hit it with his hand. And then it turns off and another one comes on. And he does it as fast as he possibly can. He does this for another hour a day. Now, this is focused practice. This isn't him running out and playing football. This is him taking one thing that he needs to be really good in and focusing on that practice. So think about this in your life. Focus practice. What are you doing when you are learning about your trading? What are you doing that is focused, planned, measured, and reviewed? If you're not doing that, my guess is you are more on the naive practice and that you aren't really progressing as a trader. And Patrick, your example of the UFC fighters is exactly perfect. What they did is they went over to a new camp to where they were doing new things, to where they had new coaches showing them new methods, and they were all focused. They were focused to learning new things. The book peak shows that quality and intensity is way more important than time spent on anything.
I've heard this from a lot of people too. People that have come to my channel from, learning other systems, and they said, you know what, I've never been taught how to test a system before. I've never been taught to see, what makes a good tool and what makes a bad tool. I've never been taught how to journal and why, and what parts are more important than others. And it's crazy because to me it seems like the only way to do things. But I also remember being younger too, and just kind of, flying without a compass. And so I get it. And so honestly, Rob, I was working super hard trying to learn other systems when I was younger. But it just didn't make any sense for what I was doing or for what I was trying to accomplish until I actually put it together myself. And I'm not recommending that anybody out there does it because trust me, that takes a really, really long time. But if you found something that you think really works, pay really close attention to all of those pieces and don't skip over them. Because like Rob's saying, that's the difference between your naive practice and your focused practice right there is, let's say you have 10 things you need to do on your checklist. Do you do all 10 or do you feel like you can skip over a few? I still do everything on my list all the time to the point to where I'm so sick and tired of it. But I know if I deviate, if I leave one out, it's going to be ugly. So, it's one of those things. You just don't have a choice.
There's only one path to becoming a trader, and that's to do all the steps. You can't jump over steps. Every single step has to be perfected. And that's where this purposeful practice comes in. I want you to think about what you're doing in your life. Think about how you're doing it. Is it focused? Is it intense? Is it quality? If it's not, then change it. If you're not good at entry points, well, guess what? Why don't you spend the next 3 weeks on a trading simulator only working on your entry points and do it 1,000 times? That's a great thing now with technology. You can test things so fast. Do it 1,000 times and get really, really good at it. And then go to the next area of your trading and say, okay, I need to work on money management. And then you work on that. Just focus on that and measure it and plan it out. What you'll find is you're going to get a lot better than if you just read some books. So again, be focused. The next meaningful kind of practice in the book Peak, they call it deliberate practice. Now I'm going to call it mental practice. And that's really what it is, where it's mental. So you've got the physical aspect of it, to where you're breaking things down into small things and getting really good at it. The mental practice is so important. Let me give you one study in the book that I just thought was phenomenal. They took two groups of people that have never played chess before. They separated them in half. One group of people played one game of chess every single day for a year. Another group played no games of chess. They never played a game of chess, but what they did is they studied past chess games and they studied past chess moves. And at the end of the year, they measured the performance levels of these chess players. Group A had the equivalent of 1 year experience of chess. They played 1 year of chess and they were about as good as a person who had played 1 year of chess. The people that had never played a game of chess, when they tested them, they were on par with a chess player who'd been playing for 8 to 10 years. That's how important the mental aspect of this game is. This Trading Psychology podcast is exactly that. And as Patrick said earlier, everyone wants to spend 99% of their time on charts, on Fibonacci, on this and this and this. Focus on this. This is really, really important. It is going to really help you up your game to a whole nother level because this is part of the process. If you don't master this, you will not be successful at trading.
And this is never something I'd gone over myself because for one, I just didn't think of it, but I totally understand the utility of it. If it's not muscle memory, make it muscle memory and actually, learn by doing that way. Some people might say, oh, that's absurd. I know how to enter a trade. I know how to exit a trade. Yeah, but you still deviate from the system. Maybe a really good way to counteract that is to just train your fingers and your brain and your psyche to do things the right way on a simulator, for example. So when it comes game time, it just becomes second nature and you no longer have these issues.
And speaking of game time, everything we talked about was practice, getting you better for the game. But in the world of athletics, you've got to perform. There is going to be a period of time where it's no longer practice. You have all your equipment on, you're in the game, there's other competitors that don't want you to win, and they're going to try to win, and you have to be ready for it. All that training goes into it. All the training over the years comes to this one point where you're in the game. In the world of trading, in the game is when you've got your money on the line. Let's talk about how to get in the game the right way, like a good athlete is going to do it. First off, you got to have a healthy body. We talked about this in episode 1 or 2, where we covered things like hunger and sleep. Are you in the right frame of mind to be trading? Is your body going to be strong for you and not try to undermine you?
I'm not a big goals person because let's say you're like, I want to hit 20% this year, and then you don't. Let's say you hit 18. That's still amazing. You're going to feel like you came up short, and you feel like, oh, I need to try harder next year. Well, no, you just need to follow your system better if you want to get better. But like when you set goals, there's a lot that goes into that. Maybe my goal is 20%, but in 2018 or 2019, that was freaking impossible with the markets. So it's like I'm a systems over goals guy for those reasons. I've never actually said this out loud for what it's worth, and I don't have to. But I just wanted to see what you thought about that.
We talked about this concept of realistic goals, and we said to reframe what your definition of success was. Remember that success was always the money. We said, no, reframe that, because the money, you can't plan that out. That is just a result. So you need to start talking about goals in manners of, I want to follow my system perfectly for the whole month. That is a much healthier way to go into that game. Let's say that an athlete goes into a game where, okay, they're up against the best team out there, and they're one of the worst teams out there. And for that athlete to go into that game saying, I bet we beat them by 50 points, is ridiculous. That athlete should go out there saying, hey, you know what? I'm going to do my job the best as I can. And all of a sudden, at the end of the game, if they've done that, they're going to feel very positive about themselves. They're going to work harder that next week, prepare even better for the next game, and get better. But the player who said, oh, we got killed, I didn't see it coming, they're going to be dejected for those first couple days.
And that kind of leads me into something that I've always thought of in terms of why athletes are built for something like trading. And that is the ability to have a short memory. Because just like in sports, you're going to fail so many times in trading, and most people just aren't ready for that. I mean, the amount of losses I've taken could fill up a house, but in sports, the things that I was particularly good at, I would say, was probably baseball, tennis, and I boxed for a year. And in all of those, I struck out a lot. It affects you for a couple minutes, but then you're over it. In tennis, you make a million mistakes when you play tennis, but you can still win and you can still perform really well. And in boxing, you should never get hit with a flush shot, but you do, and it hurts, and you have to make a decision really quick. How am I going to recover from this? How am I going to get back on track? And so I think those are wonderful lessons going forward. They always say in football, a cornerback has to have a really short memory because they'll get burnt sometimes. They'll get beat deep in front of millions of people watching. How do you recover from that? You have to have a really, really short memory. And that kind of ties into what we were talking about a few episodes ago with losing streaks. You can't let those things affect you, or else you're just going to completely fall apart. That's the one great thing about sports. It's an absolute truth teller to who you are mentally. And so I always thought that people who really excelled in that arena could also really, really do well in trading.
Having a short memory is very important. Patrick, I played both free safety and cornerback in college. Despite my best efforts, I did get beat sometimes, and you're the last guy on the field. And if they get past you, it's a touchdown. And that happened. And if I sat there kicking myself and telling myself I was no good, the next time the team came on the field, I'd get beat again. You've got to have that short memory. You just have to flush it away and refocus on what you're trying to accomplish.
So tell me this, since you actually did it, it doesn't mean the feeling isn't there. It just means you have to get rid of it as soon as possible, right?
Comes back to that recency bias episode we did. Am I going to be a worse free safety in the next series because I got beat? If the answer is yes, then that's a mental breakdown. If the answer is no, then I'm doing it right. Because you will get beat. It's a guarantee. Just like in trading, you're going to have a losing streak. That's a guarantee. Did you show up the next game, the next series, and play to the best of your abilities? If the answer is yes, you did it great.
Yeah, and something else I've always thought with athletes too, I was interviewed on a podcast that mostly had to do with people who love to go to the gym. He was just a fan of the channel, so he decided to have me on. And one of the things I said that I think he was really surprised to hear, which I thought was crazy, is that I always thought that your typical gym bro, people that really dedicate themselves to having kind of that 0.1%, type of body, would do absolutely amazing as traders because they understand systems, they understand not deviating from them, and they understand the long game. They all have those things in common. And those are probably the three things that take your average person forever to figure out. So if anybody out there has that gym bro mentality, or anybody out there who is or was a high-level athlete in any regard, or even like me, like I'm just a middle-of-the-road athlete, you probably already have these things in you, and you just need to carry them through.
Absolutely. So in the game, you've just got to be present in the moment. You did all the work in advance. You're in the moment. Make sure you're healthy. Make sure you have good goals. And if things don't go your way, flush it away and just reset. All right, let's talk about after the game. What do athletes do after the game? Well, the very first thing I remember doing the next day after our games was film study. Film study. We all showed up and the coach yelled at us, told us all the things we did wrong. Sometimes we got patted on the back, but mostly it was being yelled at. This is journaling. Patrick, what are your views on journaling?
It's essential. And I actually deviated from this for a while and I stopped and then I brought it back and I noticed the difference. I felt like I was too experienced, I guess, that I didn't need to really do it anymore. But what I didn't realize is that it was a big piece of my success. And that was tough to get over because I thought, after a point you can just kind of let it go. No, you need to have this in front of you all the time because it's really the only way to know for sure if you're messing up or not. And that starts with being honest in the journal on the comments section and then actually taking a look at it and say, oh, I might have actually gotten a little bit worse, a little bit sloppier over time because that's a real thing. That can happen. But you'll never know if you don't do it.
Journaling for me was one of the hardest things because I am not a write it down kind of guy. When I have to give a Valentine's note or a letter to my wife, I will sit on the computer, type it out, print it, fold it up, and put it inside of a Hallmark card because I hate writing things down. So in the beginning, I struggled with journaling because I don't like to do it. I like action. So I really struggled, and I remember another trader said, hey, you just got to do this. You got to make it part of it. And once I started doing it, I all of a sudden started doing what was in the book Peak called purposeful practice. Remember, naive practice, I was just all over the place, making trades, doing this and this. Without a plan and a measure, what could be reviewed? You have to do it this way. You have to journal. I agree with you that journaling is necessary. I don't love it. The great thing is now it's pretty much all automatic. If you know how to just download stuff, all of the good journaling, it costs money. Just go out and pay it. It's part of your expenses of being in this. Pay your $40, $50 a month, whatever it is, because it is so important. When I hear that some traders don't have a journal, the first thing I think is, aren't you curious about your numbers? To me, I love to run my journal because I love to see the numbers. I love stats. So I'm always so curious of like, what were my numbers during that period of time? I just love it. And then all of a sudden, then you can make improvements.
Yeah, and the biggest thing too is remember, all the top athletes out there also do this. They just don't do it themselves. They have people to do this for them. We don't. So we still have to do it just like they do, but we have to actually do it ourselves. We don't get a pass. But everybody has access to those numbers. It's just a matter if they're done automatically or by other people or by yourself. I prefer the by yourself method because you can have that comment section, which I always say is so crucial. If you do it automatically, that's fine. Just transfer those numbers over to a spreadsheet and then leave yourself a comment section, because if you made a mistake of any type, you need to chronicle that. You need to document that, because that's the only way to know if you're getting better or if you're getting worse.
And one of the most valuable things about that is that you can share those numbers with someone. If you have someone in your life that you know that is decent at either looking at numbers or decent at trading, they can actually step in and show you, oh, you're doing these things wrong, or have you thought about doing it differently? That's one of the most valuable things that we see at Maverick, is that whenever we have a trader that says, hey, I'm not getting the results I want, first thing we say is send us your journal. If a trader sends me their journal, I can look at that journal and say, hey, you need to fix these 2 or 3 things and you're going to have a great trading career. Without it, you're probably going to struggle. It's that clear. So it's just like when you went into the film session after the game. During the game, you were trying your hardest. You thought you did everything right. After the game, the coach says, hey, you actually did this wrong. You were lined up in the wrong spot. I didn't see that. I didn't know that. So to be able to have someone to tell you, hey, this is what you're doing wrong, you got to have a journal. Without a journal, there's no one that can help you out.
And I can vouch for this too about Maverick. And if you're a part of Maverick, you already know these guys do not let you lose. They'll do everything they can to keep you in the game. If you lose, it's on you.
We try our best.
So on that note, I think this is a good time to conclude. Thank you all for joining us. We will see you next week.
Goodbye, everybody.
This is the Trading Psychology Podcast. This is VP, creator of No Nonsense Forex and author of the book No Nonsense Forex Trading Psychology. And with me, as always, from Maverick Trading, it's Rob Reinhold.
Hello, it's nice to be here. And I really hope that everyone has been enjoying this Trading Psychology podcast that we put together. This is something that Patrick and I have put a lot of time and effort to in our lives, and it has really paid off for us, and we love sharing it with you.
We saw that love and dedication last episode when we did our book giveaway, and I saw a lot of comments from people I had never seen before. So shout out to all the lurkers. We do appreciate seeing you and hearing what you have to say every once in a while. We have chosen the 5 winners of that book giveaway, and Rob, go ahead and tell us who they are. And I think if for some reason you're not listening to this episode, Rob's going to contact you through the YouTube comments section afterwards. Or actually, no, we're pre-recording this, so by the time you hear this, you should have already gotten something from him. Go ahead and tell us how you chose the winners, Rob, and tell us who won.
Well, I followed a very, very specific scientific method to where I picked the ones that I liked. That was pretty good. Actually, I rewarded people that were early to comment, and I also rewarded people that shared a lot about their stories and about why they want the book. So we're going to be sending the books to basically all over the world. I will have reached out to you by the time you hear this. Check your YouTube DMs and make sure you respond to me so I can get your information to send you the book. If you didn't listen to the last episode, the book is called Peak by Anders Ericsson, and is the secret to become good at everything.
Right on. So moving into this week's episode, this is a topic that you see a lot of places, not just a Trading Psychology podcast. I have learned over time that if I don't have one of these, I am a bit lost. And the more things I have had to do over time, the more important this has been to me. And we're talking about daily routines. So Rob, I have discovered really important reasons to have a daily routine instead of before when I just kind of winged it and I just kind of saw what the day brought to me first and then played off of that. That really didn't work. What are some reasons that you have come up with over time for a daily routine working, and why does it work so well for you?
Well, routines are so important. If you've been listening to this podcast at all, there is one underlying theme: consistency. That's it. Consistency. Everything we're talking about, all these biases, all these things that are going to happen to you, they make you inconsistent. Trading psychology is about being consistent. And there's nothing better to be consistent than to have really well-defined routines that you follow. These will help you with consistency, which is why we do this podcast, because trading psychology tricks you into thinking about being inconsistent and deviating from your systems. Routines are going to help you be a little bit more disciplined.
Good. And I know a lot of you out there have full-time jobs. So part of your day is already spoken for, which actually makes the daily routine a little bit easier because there's just simply less to schedule, I think. Maybe harder to get it in, but as far as mapping it all out, you might have an easier time as somebody like me who does not have a full-time job and needs to find a way to occupy time, or else you guys know me, I can be all over the place. I need that structure and I need that discipline for myself, or else I would get very, very stressed out to the point where I was like, all right, I'm going to need to outsource half of these things I'm doing to somebody who I don't know, probably don't fully trust, doesn't really understand my business the way I do. But I really, at the end of the day, didn't need to do that. All I had to do was have a structure and follow it. And I can do it by myself without getting stressed out and actually start to enjoy most of the things that I found to be really obligatory in the past. Rob and I are both going to go over our daily routines soon. But Rob, you had more on this. So before we do that, why don't you talk a little bit more about the overall importance and how it affects your life and how it affects your average trader's life?
Patrick, when you were talking, you said a couple things like stress and other things in your life. And that's what routines are for. Remember, when we sit down behind the system, we want to be in the right place. Episode number 2 was all about brain chemistry. And we shared with you some studies about hunger, about sleep, about all these things that can cause you to, when you sit down behind your system, you're not fully there. You're not actually healthy enough to make trades. What you just said is there's some times in your life when you sit down and you probably shouldn't be clicking a button because of all the other things happening in your life. Life is stressful. We all have relationships. We all have families. We all have friends. We all have all of these stressors out there in our life. They creep into your trading. And so one of the big importance of a daily routine is to where you can take a little bit of time and make sure that those stressors are not going to affect your trades. The brain chemistry needs to be correct when you sit down, or else you literally cannot use the prefrontal cortex, which is required to make a living in trading.
Very interesting. So there is a scientific component to this. It's not just on an individual basis, huh?
All of episode 2 touched on some of the things that can undermine you. And it's not about you. It's not about your brain. It's about the chemicals swirling in your brain. We have to understand there's life outside of trading, and that can get into your trading and really undermine it. Let's get into daily routine. And I'm going to share with you a little bit about my daily routine. And Patrick will share with you a little bit of his daily routine. It doesn't matter what you do. All that matters is that you do it and you plan it out. Now, the very first thing I think you should really look at every single time you sit down to trade is take a personal evaluation of yourself. Are you in the right place? Are you hungover from the day before? Now, I bring that up because I actually had a comment on one of our videos saying, oh yeah, I used to trade when I was hungover and it never worked out well. Yeah, that's probably a very easy call to make. Are you in the right place? Are you stressed? Are you tired? What are the potential problems that could be getting into you? So take personal inventory and evaluation of where you are. And then I also want you to challenge your biases. We've talked about 2 biases here. We talked about confirmation bias and we talked about recency bias. When you sit behind a system, you are going to be bringing in baggage. We've used that term for all of the podcast. Is that your baggage is stuff that happened to you in the past, in the recent past, in the far away past. If you've taken 3 losses in a row, what baggage are you bringing in? What are your biases? Do you have a bias now that's going to change your decision making? You may come in and sit down and say, boy, I really think Euro is going to take a dive. Okay, why? Why do you have that bias? Did you read an article the other day? Did you read something or hear something? Or you had someone mention something to you? Did that creep into your mind to where you're now not looking at the correct chart? Where the euro is going up on a chart, and all of a sudden you're thinking, oh, I want a short euro because I think it's going down. So take a personal evaluation and challenge your biases. You may come in and sit down and say, hey, I think the markets are going up. Why do you think that? Does the chart match your bias? If the chart does not match your bias, guess what? Your bias is wrong. The market is always right. That's the first thing about routines, is to make sure that you are in the right place. We've talked about a few things. We talked about meditation. For a lot of you, meditation is going to be a great way to start your trading day, whether you start it in the morning, afternoon, at night, just to take a little bit of time and try to flush everything away. I've shared with you that I am terrible at meditation. So for me, I start my trading day in the morning. I always get in the shower. I always get dressed. I always do this routine before. And when I drive into the office, I go through certain things to when I show up behind that system, I am ready to go. I never roll out of bed and just go straight to the computer, ever. I need this process to where I go through these daily routines of checking the futures. I put CNBC on while I'm in the shower. I make sure that when I finally sit down behind that system, I am in the right state of mind to make good trades. So that's really my daily routine. I spent a lot of time trying to, first off, start the morning with a completely blank slate. Now, we've used the term, you don't know shit. Guess what? Every day, you don't know shit. It's wiped clean. Whatever you thought yesterday, you have to throw that away and reevaluate. Where's the market? Where's the trends? What are the indicators? Have a blank slate and then look at the market where it is. Then you're going to be in a much better place to make trades.
Let me jump in here because I think that's really slick, and that does tie into things we've talked about in the past, because I would have never thought to place that on a daily routine. You really do have to wipe that slate clean, because what you don't want to do is end up like 99% of people. If I take it back to crypto, I'm a part of maybe 12, 13 Discord forums, and almost all of them have some kind of investing sub-forum in them, and they're all just complete donkey shows, every single one of them. Because you go in there, people will say, I think this particular cryptocurrency is going to go here, or I think it's going to fall to here. And then I will come in and I will ask them, why do they say that? And they usually don't have an answer. And what I bet happened is, just like you said, they read an article, they saw somebody else say it, maybe it was on Twitter. Sometimes it's on a chart, but yeah, they have this weird confirmation bias. They don't even know where they got it from half the time. They're pretty much ruined because now they're stuck in that one frame of mind. They can't, do what you always say, trade the market in front of you, which is really what you have to do. So yeah, step number one, get that crap out of your head before the game even starts.
Yeah, Maverick, we have that saying, trade the market in front of you, not the market you want it to be.
That's where I got the saying from.
Not the market you think it should be. That's the biggest one. Hey, this market shouldn't be doing this. The euro shouldn't be going up right now. Well, guess what? It is going up. Whether or not you think it should go up doesn't matter. You're wrong. Flush that all away. Whatever you can do in this routine to get rid of all of those biases to where you can now look at all the information and use your prefrontal cortex to actually make logical, rational decisions based on the chart. That's the first thing you need to do every single day, every single week, every single month. That is a huge part of being a trader.
Yeah, because your bias on something might actually be correct, but you just might not have the timeline correct. Like if you're really bearish on the euro, it might absolutely go down. It might go down a lot, but it may have to retrace for a few days first. So that's one of the biggest problems I ran into. Is I was historically correct, but I also trade the daily chart. And so if I'm not trading what's in front of me and I'm trading the future, how far into the future are we talking? I can't answer that. Therefore, my bias is not only pretty useless, but it's now it's working against me. And we can't have things like that.
My worst loss ever came in 1999 when I was absolutely 100% convinced that there was a bubble in the dot-com stocks. So convinced. I knew it. So I went heavily short. I lost 85% of my account. And historically, I was right. The problem was I was 5 months too early. And there's a very famous saying in the market can stay irrational a lot longer than you can stay solvent.
Stay solvent. Yeah. And did you sell?
I was pushed out from margin.
Oh, shit. Okay.
It's a lesson that I had to learn early on, to where I realized I can never put myself in that situation again because it wiped me out. I just start over. But Patrick, I knew I was right. Do you see the irony of that? I knew I was right. That's why I keep saying you don't know shit. Because you might be right, but as you said, you might not have the time frame right. The charts were screaming that the market was still going higher. And I was so convinced, I disregarded the charts and went short. And I paid for it.
Yep. No, I learned this probably more from investing, that I am always too early. Sometimes that's a month too early. Sometimes that's a few years too early. So I really forced myself to take a longer term view on things. It did me really, really well. And so I try to preach that to people on my other podcast, knowing in the back of my head, that's a really tough thing to do because people just don't want to wait that long. But literally, if you want to have long-term success, which is what everybody wants to have, that's the only way to play it. So yeah, it's a bit different than trading, of course, but you have to allow yourself room to be wrong. You can't just say, I know I'm right on this like you did and play it, because even if you don't get the timing right, it just doesn't matter.
Now, we've been spending a lot of time on this one concept of wiping the slate clean, bringing in no baggage. We've been spending that much time because it's so important. Because if you don't do that step, everything after that in routines doesn't matter. Because if you have a bias, do you understand that you've predetermined what your next steps are going to be? Once you decide that euro is going down and you're convinced of it, your next steps are predetermined. You are no longer going to be following any sort of routine because you already predetermined your actions in the future. So once you wipe the slate clean, now you simply go through your checklist. At Maverick, we do a relative strength and weakness scoring system where we go through all the currencies and basically score them from strongest to the weakest. That's my next routine, where I then focus on what are the correct pairs to trade during this time frame that I'm looking at. After that, it's simply looking for a chart, waiting for the trigger, and if you want, you can set alerts. I set a lot of alerts, say, hey, these are the currency pairs I want to trade, and these are the prices I want to trade them at. And I set alerts, and then I don't need to sit there and watch them because screen watching is detrimental to your health. What about you, Patrick?
100%. I remember back in the day when I watched screens for about 6 hours in a row from 12 o'clock midnight to about 6 in the morning after USD news would come out, and then try to go to sleep with just a boatload of anxiety, and that never worked. So just for health and overall wellness, certainly not a good idea. But also, it's way too likely to coerce you to do something you don't want to do, seeing things in real time, because you're also way too zoomed in if you're doing things this way. And it's really hard to avoid any kind of confirmation bias if you're constantly watching price go up or down, especially when it goes up fast or goes down fast. It's going to cause you to make decisions you shouldn't be making. You're right. Having a game plan beforehand and saying, okay, I'm only going to do, if you're intraday, saying I'm going to do X when Y happens is 100 times better.
This can be used on any time frame. It's the idea, the concept of you've wiped your slate clean, you've looked at the charts, you've looked at the data, and you're now going to make the most rational decision you can. You pre-plan your trade, saying when the price gets to X, I'm going to do Y. And when I do Y, then I'm going to put my stop here. I'm going to take profits here. As much as you can pre-plan these things out, then it becomes less likely to be spontaneous, less likely to be influenced by other things. This is why the routine is so important, because you go through all these processes, you predetermine all the things you're going to do based on your blank slate because you're looking at just actual facts and charts. Determine the entry price in advance and then follow your system until the trade is done. That's consistency. That's what we want everyone to be able to do every single time they sit down behind a system on any time frame.
And just a reminder, everybody. This is for intraday traders specifically, to where I know there are a handful of you out there, even though, my channel doesn't preach that. I've had a lot of people come and say, hey, I do everything you say. I just do it on the 4-hour chart, or I do it on the 15-minute chart. And there's some people who say, I do it your way, but I also do intraday. So I know what we're saying right now doesn't apply to everybody, or what Rob is saying in the last 5 minutes or so, but it does apply to a lot of you. And there are certain aspects of this strategy that you can take and really place anywhere. So even if you're just strictly a daily chart trader, even a weekly chart trader, pay attention to these things, because it's like every episode I end up learning something new myself. And I'm like, wow, how can I take that one thing Rob just said and apply it to what I do, regardless of what it is?
Now, I always like to give definitive answers as much as I possibly can. Some topics, you have to be a little vague and open-ended. But this one, I'm going to be very precise. I'm going to share with you exactly my daily routine, exactly what I do. It doesn't mean that's what you have to do, but I want to give you a good idea of what a professional prop trader does on a daily basis. As I said, I start off with shower, getting ready, shave, all that stuff. And that all that time is spent, again, I've got CNBC on in the background. It is white noise. It is completely white noise. But what it does, it gets me thinking about the day, the markets, where we are. Please don't let anything you hear on CNBC creep into your subconscious. It's going to try. It's going to try. And I remember as a young trader, it used to do it all the time, to where I actually started watching CNBC on mute, to where I just saw it and I didn't hear what anyone was saying. That may be something you want to do if you want to try it out. I know, Patrick, you don't really love watching CNBC, which is fine. But I do that just to get in the mindset of, okay, I'm ready to go. I've made sure that I've checked all my biases. If I'm coming into the day thinking, hey, I think this is going to be an up day with risk on assets, why do I think that? Do I think that because of that's where my positions are? Or is that because that's what the chart is saying? So challenge those biases. When I sit down, the first thing I go through is my relative strength and weakness exercise. I look at all the currencies and I score them all. Which one's the strongest, which one is the weakest. And I have targets on all those. And that tells me which pairs are going to be the ones I trade. When I start out the day, I am not looking at all of the pairs. I'm not looking at just euro, dollar, or pound yen. I start with a blank slate, and the market tells me these are the pairs that you should be trading. So maybe one day I wake up, I do my scoring system, and it tells me that euro, Swiss franc are the strongest, and yen and Aussie are the weakest. Now I know these are my pairs I'm looking at. I'm looking at euro Aussie long. I'm looking at Aussie Swiss franc short. I'm looking at euro yen long. I'm looking at Swiss franc yen long. After that, I ignore all the rest of the currency pairs, and these are the only ones I'm interested in. I look at their chart patterns, I look at their trends, I look at their support and resistance points, I snap some Fibonacci lines, and I actually set up, this is where I want to make this trade. This is my perfect trading system right here, to where I think if it gets to this point, I think this is the highest likelihood of me making a profit. One of the things I love to say to all of my traders, imagine you could only put in an order that wouldn't be filled for 30 minutes. Now think about that. If you had to only put in orders, and if you put in an order right now, the earliest it would be triggered is 30 minutes from this moment. Would you trade in a different manner? A lot of you would, because all of a sudden, there's no impulse of what's happening right now. All that impulse of what's happening right now, I'm going to miss it or whatever, it's gone. Now you're thinking, oh, what is my perfect entry point? What is the perfect point I want to enter in? And then you can build your trade around that. And you see how that has almost no emotion attached to it? Again, if you had to decide now, put in an order, and it wouldn't be filled for 30 minutes or an hour. That's how I like to trade, is identify things when there's no money on the line. In episode 2, we actually talked about when a group of people play blackjack. When there was no money on the line, they all used their prefrontal cortex. When money was on the line, they all used their insula. to where fear and greed actually took over. Make all your decisions before money is on the line. I always say this with all our traders. If I could script this trade out, this is what I would like. For example, let's say I've identified euro dollar and I want to buy euro dollar right around 107. And I talk about right now, euro dollar is at 106.50. And if I could script this trade out, the euro dollar would go sideways for 2 more days and then break out of a high base pattern somewhere on Wednesday, right around this time period. You see what I did there? If I could script this out, this is the perfect trade I would like to make this week. And that's literally the trade. You script it out. You script out what you want to do, how you want to trade. You put those alerts out there. When it hits your alert, then you can go in, make the decision, build your trade, make sure everything's good. That is a process to arriving to a trade that was completely used with your prefrontal cortex. And then after that, it's simply following the system of your position management, which there should be no thought involved in that. It's a system. That's it for me, Patrick. What about you?
2 things before I start mine. First of all, when the market is crashing like really bad, there is no other place I would rather watch than CNBC, and watching them panic and get all emotional and try to explain it away. It is must-see TV. So if the market ever really starts to crash, my message to everybody is if you didn't like CNBC in the past, turn it on. It's absolutely fantastic.
You can see when the bottom is close when they start yelling at each other on CNBC. I love it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's they're the biggest reverse indicator out there from a top and a bottom perspective. We have people from all walks of life and all styles of trading who watch this channel. People primarily trade the way I do because they follow my system. But as I said before, we have people from all over the place. You listen to Rob's list and you're about to listen to mine. I wouldn't pay so much attention to the actual steps because it may not necessarily apply to you, but pay attention to just how structured and how precise this is. There's a reason for that. And we may or may not be going over this in a future episode, but I think those are really the important points. Now, for me, for what it's worth, like I said, this is just me. This isn't going to be most people. What Rob just said is not going to be for most people either, but my situation is very different. So I don't run a large business like Rob does. I own businesses, but they're very small and they're very tailored to me. I also don't have a job where I have a wage or a salary, meaning I have absolutely nothing to fall back on. So I need to make sure I maintain the lifestyle I have, and I need to also be growing it at the same time. I struggle mightily to do that unless I have a structure in place. I finally put one in a couple years ago, and this is mine. So if you bear with me for the next few minutes at least, I'll read mine. So I usually get up right about 8 o'clock in the morning. And the very first thing I do is I throw on a podcast and I go for a walk, usually about a half hour. Now, I do have a lot of things right in front of me, not right in front of me, but within walking distance. So my grocery store, butcher shop, drugstore, dry cleaners, things like that. And so if I can run errands during this time, I will. If I don't have anything to do, then I'll just walk for about a half hour. And it really gets me physically and mentally where I need to be. And then as soon as I get back, I'll put my computer on and I'll start tackling high priority things. I separate them to high, medium, and low. I knock out the high priority stuff first. So that's going to be any videos I have to create, edit, upload, podcasts, blogs, obligatory stuff like that. And then any, I own 2 businesses. So any admin stuff I need to do with those businesses, that's going to come at this time too. And only after I'm done with those things do I eat breakfast. That's when breakfast starts. After breakfast, I do things that are more medium priority. So I've become a semi-authority in the macro space and the natural resources space and the crypto space. You don't just get there by listening to a podcast and watching a few videos. It takes deep research. And so that's when I start that. I'll answer emails and I'll do the majority of my social media at this time. That includes moderating YouTube comments, tweeting, Discord, whatever the case is. And then I will either go to the gym or I will go outside and get some sun. I live in a place where the sun shines almost every day. So if I don't have to work out, I'll do one of those 2 things. I find both of those things to be tremendously important for every single aspect of my life. So I make sure I get it in. That's when I get it in, come back, have a quick lunch. And then after lunch is where I dedicate time to more lower priority. But these are the things that I think are the most fun for me. And that's why I save them till later. I get the obligatory stuff out of the way early, and I save the more fun stuff for later. I think this is 100 times better than doing this in reverse, because these are like the new projects I'm working on. I'm working on a couple new things. I'm looking up different metaverse projects too, like really fun, exciting stuff that stimulates me. I don't get stimulated early and then peter out later. I save it for now. And so by the time I'm done with that, 30 minutes of Spanish, and then by the time that's done, it's time to trade. I'll look at my charts, put in my trades. Since I already have my charts open, this would normally be the time where I work on my algorithm and try to improve it and test indicators and things like that. I'm currently going down a rabbit hole with a particular set of indicators from a particular platform. I'm going to kind of not mention that here, Rob. I'll tell you off camera, but that's when I do that. Then it's pretty much getting to be time for dinner. And unless I'm going out with friends or a girl or something like that, I almost always cook dinner. So that takes a while. After that, I usually do stuff around the house. And only after all that's done do I actually relax and either watch some YouTube videos or play a little PlayStation or read a book. And then I take my showers at night. So I take a shower and then pretty much I'm ready for bed at that point. And that is my entire day minus Sunday. Sunday is the day I don't really do anything, but that usually follows Saturday night, which is the one day I go out. So if I am hungover, at least it's on a day where really nothing's going on. This is what I follow, and it takes up all of my day. And it's great because there's no idle downtime. There's always something I could be doing. If I don't have that type of structure in front of me, I told you before, Rob, I tend to wander and drift pretty darn easily. And I don't take drugs for that like I did when I was in high school. So, I need to rely on things like that. And they're so vitally important. People think YouTubers and, people who trade the daily chart don't do much. We work all the time because we pretty much have to. And this is how I go about my day. And like I said before, if I didn't have this, I don't really know where I would be. But thank God I have it. I have whiteboards and calendars everywhere, so I never miss things. And, things like this just really help me keep it together throughout the day and just get a ton of stuff done. And I'm your typical guy. I like building things. I like creating things. I like fostering them and watching them grow. And as much as this seems like a lot, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Patrick, one of the things that I've really hated about getting older, I shouldn't say I hate it, but I remember when I was younger, and older people would always be like, oh, you're young, just wait, you'll mature. I hated that. I hated that so much. I'm like, whatever, old guy. And you know what? Now that I'm the old guy, I hate that they were right. One of the things that you talked about is you talked about what's best for you. One of the greatest things about getting older is that you stop lying to yourself. When I was in my 20s, I was good at everything. I could do everything. Oh, you need me to do drywall? I can do drywall. You want me to do this? I can do that. Guess what? I'm done lying to myself. I suck at drywall. I hate doing drywall. And now I refuse to do drywall. I refuse to paint. My wife finally said to me, you're terrible at painting. I'm like, I know, it's because I hate it. And so you finally get to a point where you learn yourself. And as you've said, Patrick, you find exactly what works for you. For any of you younger traders out there, I hesitate because I remember when I was a younger trader and older traders would say to me, well, oh, just do this. And I'd be like, whatever, old guy. And I hate that they were right. And so I'm asking the younger traders here to maybe just open your mind up a little bit and say, okay, maybe they might be right. They might be a little right. Really think about who you are. What works for me won't work for you. What works for Patrick won't work for me. You really have to build your own trading system. At Maverick, the first thing we have people do is take a personality assessment to figure out a little bit more about who you are so you can build a system around your personality. You have to build this you in order for you to be able to follow it. Because I'll tell you right now, you can't follow what I do. If you have a hard time getting up in the morning, don't trade the US Open on the market because you're going to fail at that. If you're a night owl, use that. You're going to be trading in the Asian and the European session if you live in North and South America. That's just how it works. Work with who you are. Whether you do it in the morning, afternoon, night, whatever steps you take, it's irrelevant what steps you take. What is relevant is, are you showing up in front of that system with a clear mind and your prefrontal cortex? If the answer is yes, you did it. Great job. If the answer is no, you failed at it. That's it. As simple as that.
And one thing I will say too, that I think could very well apply to most people. One of the things I do that I think would really be great for the majority of people is to save my leisure time until the very end. Almost allow that to be your reward for a day well spent and a day well accomplished. Because I used to put that earlier. Sometimes I would start my day with that, and then I would just be an absolute mess. I don't know what it was. Rob, maybe you have a brain chemistry reason for this. But I would start off, okay, I need to warm up my brain. Let's watch some enjoyable YouTube videos, or let's go over Twitter or something like that. Really didn't work at all. Would screw up the entire timing of my day, and I wouldn't get a lot done. When I started saving that stuff for the very end, it made all the difference in the world, and I really enjoyed that extra time a lot more than I did when I was just, half asleep, at 8:30 in the morning.
Well, it absolutely makes sense because that's how our brains work. Our brains work on this reward system, that dopamine hit. And if you can delay that gratification, when you do get the gratification, it's better than if you just got it right away. Delayed gratification actually ends up being a much more positive reinforcement than instant gratification. Makes total sense.
Yeah, and we've gone over delayed gratification quite a bit on the channel. So yeah, traders, regardless if you trade like Rob, if you trade like me, if you're more like Rob or you're more like me, maybe allow that to be an extra piece of alpha you can take away when it comes to your own personal routine. So Rob, I think we have gone over pretty much all the most important points. Do you have anything else to add?
Not really. I just want to reinforce whatever you do, the goal is when you sit down behind the system, you are completely using your prefrontal cortex. Everything is gone. The baggage is gone. The hangover is gone. The whatever it is gone. And you are fully there, fully ready to take data in that is not biased and make a rational decision on your trading. There's no perfect recipe to get there. There's your recipe to get there. It's up to you to figure out what that recipe is, codify it, and follow it, and gain more consistency in your trading.
Well said, Rob. So I want to thank you, all of you, for enjoying the Trading Psychology Podcast, episode 15. I will say episode 16 is going to be a bit of a continuation on what we spoke about today. So if you like this episode, you are sure to like next week's episode. But join us next week anyway, here at the Trading Psychology Podcast. Thanks for joining us, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. Goodbye.
This is the Trading Psychology Podcast. This is VP, creator of No Nonsense Forex and author of the book No Nonsense Forex Trading Psychology. And with me, as he is every week, is Rob Reinhold.
Hello, everybody. This is Rob Reinhold with Maverick Trading and Maverick Currencies. And we also have a book, and I'm going to be telling you about that just in a second.
Yeah, and speaking of book giveaways, it seems like you guys really like those. So like I said, we're going to do another one today. But first of all, we got to kind of get down the way we distribute these things. Now, if you remember last episode, Rob told you that he went into the comment section of episode 14 and congratulated the winners individually under the comment you made. So make sure you're going back and looking at those, because the next step is to actually email Rob with your information. And how many people have actually done that so far, Rob?
Just a few, and we've got a few more. So we just wanted to come on and remind everyone, if you put in the comments that you wanted a book, and you don't have like notifications turned on to when someone replies to your comment, go back in and see if we chose you.
Yeah, because this is how we're going to do it from this point on. So just remember that. And for those of you who participated last week, make sure you take a look at that. But tell us about the book giveaway you have this week, Rob.
Well, back in 2011, one of my traders came to us and said, "Hey, Rob, have you ever thought about writing a book?" And I thought, of course, everyone thinks about writing a book. But I thought, you know what? It was back in 2011 where like self-publishing wasn't really a thing. And I said, it's going to be hard to get published. And in about 2 weeks, he came back and said, "Hey, I've got a book deal with McGraw-Hill. They want to give us an advance and pay us this money to get this book done." So, oh, crap. Now I have to write a book. So In 2011, we wrote the book, Maverick Trading, Secrets of Generational Wealth, and we basically go through our methodology of how we trade. Now, this is going to be a stock and options book. That being said, trading is ubiquitous. You can use it on any asset class, Forex, crypto, bonds, whatever it is. Look, entries are the same. Risk management is the same. Position management is the same for the most part. So if you want to get this book, go ahead and jump on. Again, I give bonus points for timeliness. So if you're one of the first ones to comment, I'll give you the bonus for that. And also, I like to hear your stories. I'd like to hear your stories of your trading adventures, where you've been in the past, where you want to go in the future. The more info you give on yourself, the more likely I am to probably find your story interesting enough. So please jump on. Tell us a little bit about yourself, why you want the book, why you need the book, and we'll get it to you.
Right on. I will say a lot of the way I trade now did come from things I took from books on stocks and commodities trading. So yeah, it's absolutely appropriate. And just to understand, traders, that we don't have a way to really please everybody here. So it's just, it's Rob's giveaway. He's going to do it the way he wants, and that's the rules we have to adhere to. But let's move on.
It is a dictatorship, for sure.
Yes, it is not a democracy. This is an absolute tyranny, Kim Jong-un style. So that's what we're doing.
I wouldn't go that far. Let's back that off a little bit.
I think if we start there and then become gentler, it makes us look better.
That is so true.
So episode 16 is a bit of a playoff of episode 15. We talked about daily routines and how important those are. I think a lot of people didn't even really consider how important they can be until they maybe heard, the two of us lunatics mention ours, and how it's really integral to the way we function. Like we talked about with losing streaks. It doesn't just happen daily or weekly. It can go even beyond that. And so those longer time frames is what we're discussing today. And so we're going to go weekly, monthly, quarterly, and yearly in this episode. So Rob, go ahead and start us off, and I'll jump in where I think it applies.
Last episode, we talked about these routines. I said, look, the reason to do routines, I said it doesn't matter what routine you do. The purpose is to get to the point to where you are trading with your prefrontal cortex. And we talked about how complicated life is and how busy life is, and we have relationships and money and all these things, and they seep into your subconscious. It's very important to go through certain steps to make sure that every time you are putting money on the line, that you are only using your prefrontal cortex, your logic and reason, that all that time that you spent developing your system, we want to make sure that that's only what you're following and you're not letting anything else in there. When we start to talk about longer time frames, all of a sudden, that's not the purpose. That's not the purpose to a weekly review or a monthly review or a yearly review. The purpose of these reviews is to get better. This is where we're going to start on a weekly routine. I like to do this on Sunday night. I've been doing it Sunday night for my entire career. My wife knows that right around 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night, I go into my office and I start to do some work getting ready for the next week. And for years and years at Maverick, we always had our live weekend classes, our trading room and our currency room, where all of our traders joined in with us. And we all talked about getting ready for the week ahead. We actually stopped doing that a year ago, which I'm really sad about. Pull out to all of our traders, and our trader said, hey, Rob, we want a video over the weekend that we can watch whenever we want. I'm a little bit sad about that, but that being said, I still do it every single week on Sunday night. In episode 15, we didn't really talk about journaling. Now look, journaling could be done on a daily basis. And if you want to do journaling on a daily basis, I highly recommend it, because what you really want to include in your journals is how you're feeling at the time. What were some of the mistakes you made? Sometimes that trade you made on Monday is very fuzzy by Friday or Saturday. So we really want you to do journaling on a daily basis. Once you get more experienced, you can do it on a weekly basis. I now do journaling on a weekly basis, to where now I can take a look at my actual trades for that last week.
When I created the podcast episode on the old Forex Q&A podcast about journaling, and then had the corresponding blog with it, I knew it was important, but I didn't really understand how important it was going to end up being until, years later when I got all the feedback on it. the main points I made is I told everybody all the columns they needed to make, but the most important column of all was actually the comments section, which surprised people at first. But this comment section is what you're going to use at the end of the week or the month or whatever you're looking at to determine, how did you really do and what things do you need to change, if any. Remember that as we go along with this, because this episode and journaling go hand in hand.
Patrick, you were so right. Yes, you need to have the date, the time, where you entered, where you exited. Sure, you need that information. But the information you really want, especially in your first couple of years, is the why did you do what you did? Because we are going to start out every week. We want you to look back on your prior trades. We don't care whether or not they made money or lost money. That's irrelevant at this point. We want you to take a look back and say, how did I manage these trades? Did I follow my system to the T without deviation? We talked about reframing success from making money to following your system religiously. Did you do that? If you didn't, let's look into all the reasons why. This is very, very important for that first couple of years of trading. There's no way for you to get better unless you do this. We talked about this in episode 14, Trade Like an Athlete. Athletes have film study. At the end of every week, after every game they play, they have film study. You must do film study.
And this is hard too, because most athletes hate film study because they and sometimes all of their teammates and coaches get to see exactly where they screwed up. So if film study was voluntary, I don't think a lot of them would show up for it. Likewise, some of us don't like to admit we make mistakes, and when we do, we don't like to see them and revisit them, but it doesn't matter. It's the only way you're going to get better here. So you have to have the discipline to actually show up to this and be very open and honest with yourself where you made mistakes. Don't excuse these things away. You wrote those comments down for a reason.
Patrick, in film study in college, after the games, became a little game of all of the players to try to point out all the mistakes that all of our friends made to the coaches. Yep. It was actually so much fun. And you hear them say, "Shut up. No, shut up. Don't point me out." I'm like, "Oh my gosh, look at Higginson. Look what he did." Oh my gosh, so funny.
Yeah, like you can make it fun, but that still doesn't mean you want to be there when it's when the spotlight's on you.
One quick story on this. There was a guy on our team. He was a receiver, and he hated to be hit. There's a reason he was a receiver. He hated contact, and he did everything to avoid contact. They put him on the kickoff team. And in one of the games, he ran outside the sideline and behind the entire team on the opposing side to avoid getting hit. And I pointed that out in film study, and the coaches yelled at him and said, "Higginson, you are off kickoff team." And after the film session, he came to me and said, "Thank you so much."
I'm surprised nobody noticed, unless he did it on the opposing side.
No, it was hilarious.
For those who don't know, if he did want to re-enter the field of play, he would have gotten flagged. So once you step out of bounds, you're done. But it sounds like that's what he wanted. So.
With just the shame of not just stepping out of bounds, but to go behind the entire opposing team just so you didn't get hit. You shouldn't be on kickoff team.
Could you imagine that guy in the military?
No. We want you to have your own film study, where you really take a look back at what you did that last week, what you did right, what you did wrong, and then really you're going to want to plan the week ahead. Now, we're going to do two things when we get into planning the week ahead. We're going to talk about fixing the mistakes you made. I'm not a huge believer in goals, because whenever I hear the word goals, in my mind, I'm thinking of wishes, and wishes don't really make any money. So instead of goals, I like to think of plan for action. What do you think, Patrick?
Totally. I mean, now there's two different kinds of goals, in my opinion. There's constructive and there's destructive. In a later episode, I think you and I are going to get more into the destructive side of things. So for now, what are some of the more constructive goals traders can have, kind of in the scope of what we talk about here?
We've talked about that in prior episodes, where we've talked about reframing what success is. So this is exactly what we're talking about. These goals, we want you to think of a plan of action. So your goals for the week should really be to correct the problems that you had the week before, to make sure that you are not redoing the same mistake over and over and over again. And we were just talking, Patrick, about how sometimes This is very important for the first couple years of a trader's experience, but even for an experienced trader, this is something that should be done. And the problem is, experienced traders, they're sometimes the toughest people to get to.
Yeah, and let me reiterate why this is because during this whole journaling process, and especially in that comments section, you need to be incredibly honest with yourself. You must be your own worst critic, and you can't make excuses as to why things happened. You have to be very upfront about it. Now, with experienced traders, sometimes we don't think we make mistakes, even though we do. Or if we do, we just kind of write it off and we don't think it's ever going to happen again. Experienced people are the worst. I run into a lot of people on social media that want to argue with me and say, I've been doing this for 20, 25 years. Problem is, they're making elementary mistakes. And they've been making elementary mistakes for the past 20, 25 years. So no matter what I tell them, that they're going to sit there and fight me on it. Now, they haven't had really any measure of success in those 20, 25 years, so that should tell them something, but they're so dyed in the wool, can't tell them anything. So don't become one of those people over time who just thinks you're completely infallible and can't learn the same way somebody can learn in their very first month. It's a good point, Rob. It's every bit as important.
Yeah, and we've trained our recruiters to actually look for that type of trader, the trader that's been doing this for a long time, yet continues to make the same mistake. We've instructed them to take a pass on them.
Yeah, it was really interesting. When I was going through the recruitment process myself, I didn't know what you guys were looking for. So I just answered all the questions, just like regular questions. But come to find out later, the type of trader I thought you guys were looking for was totally not what you guys were actually looking for. And I thought that was really interesting. And so this is one of those things that will kind of leak out there for anybody who's been interested in applying to Maverick down the road. This is one of those kind of abstract things that most people don't think they need to have, but you absolutely do.
Yeah, we're looking for people that are willing to change and willing to learn. That's it.
Even no nonsense Forex traders that I've given you a complete blueprint on how to do everything. When it comes to growing from there, that's what we talk about on this podcast, because this is not stuff I went over in the past either. So always keep this stuff in mind.
So we want you to take a look back at last week, review your trades, identify the errors you made, and then your plan of action is to not redo those errors. Okay, so that's pretty self-explanatory. The other thing that I do on a weekly basis is I plan the week ahead. And as I said, I do this on Sunday night, and I really take a look at the week ahead. Now, people are already saying in their minds, hey, Rob, the market's already open Sunday night. I almost never trade Sunday night. Almost never. There's probably 1 week out of the year where I think there's enough volume and volatility to make it worth it. Other than that, I don't start work until Monday morning.
Yeah, that makes good sense for intraday traders, which keep in mind, everybody, Rob trades intraday, VP trades on the daily chart. So when we talk about these things, that's what Rob's talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Now, for no nonsense Forex daily chart traders, planning the week ahead can be important here, much more so than it was years prior, because, and this has been a sore subject with all of us, and that has been all the different news events that creep in to disrupt our trades that weren't there years prior. So when the Fed heads speak, certain inflation numbers, you guys know what these are. Everybody's been asking me to create a new video, an updated video on news events we need to avoid. Problem is, they're always changing. And as soon as I put that video out, 3 weeks later, information is going to need to be changed again. This just is what it is. We finally got our volume back, and that's great. But at the exchange of having to be a little more careful with some of these landmines that come in our way. And so a really good thing you can do in terms of planning your week ahead as a daily chart trader is to mark and highlight what you think those particular news events are going to be, what those speeches are going to be, and then take all the necessary measures and get that ready before the week even starts, so you're not caught off guard. Because these speeches come at different times. These news events can come at different times, and you can easily get caught off guard if you get complacent and think all weeks are the same and just plan your day and your week out like that. No, they're all different now. It's a new world out there. So I really think this does apply to us too. And I have taken these measures myself. And even if I'm wrong about the news event, I need to know that it's coming. I need to be aware.
Absolutely. In the market, there are unknowns. There are things that we just don't know. But there are two types of unknowns. There's known unknowns and there's unknown unknowns. A known unknown is something like the Fed is going to come out on Wednesday and announce their policy. Now look, nobody has any real idea of what's going to happen Wednesday after the Fed comes out. That's an unknown. We have no idea of the direction. We have no idea of the magnitude. We don't know. But what we do know is the exact time it's going to happen. We know that. We can plan for that. If you are in a Aussie trade and the RBA is coming out and announcing rates, you better know that. Now, you don't know what's going to happen to the Aussie, but you know that there's going to be something big. You have to know that. And by taking a look at what's going to happen for the week, you can actually prepare your trades for that, which means if you know that the RBA is coming out Monday night with a statement, don't enter an Aussie trade Monday afternoon. It's just as simple as that. Or else you're going to get blindsided by some big price movements that could potentially be really nasty for you. So I'm with you, Patrick. You have to take a look at the week and plan it out. Now, I'm a little bit different. As you've said, we trade differently. I'm looking at the week, not so much of what I'm going to avoid, but I'm looking at the week as far as when I'm going to play. In the Forex market, the fact that it's open all day long, 5.5 days a week, 24 hours a day, there's lots of times where it's listless, where there's not a lot going on. I call it the chop. I don't want to trade during chop. I only want to trade during times of actual movement with consistent trends that don't reverse and knock you out and fizzle out. I only want to buy a breakout during a time of day where breakouts typically run. I don't want to buy a breakout in the early Asian session when there's no news. I'm not going to touch that breakout. So I will look at the calendar and I'll look at the markets and I will plan out, okay, what times of this week do I think are going to be the best for trends and the best for entering new trades? So I will take a look at the schedule and I will say, oh, there's the RBA on Monday night. I'm going to be active Monday night after the report, looking for a potential trade in the Aussie. So I'm looking at, okay, when can I actually make a trade in a high energy period? So I'll look at the calendar and say, okay, I'm going to be active Monday night, Wednesday morning, Thursday afternoon, and that's it. I've planned out my week and I'm not going to be active unless we get what's called an unknown unknown. These are the things you cannot plan for. These are the things that come out of the blue. Just recently, we had the Bank of Japan come out and intervene in the Forex market.
Oh boy.
We had no idea. There's no way to prepare for those. You just have to be ready for them.
And that's still ongoing, by the way. That story is not over. You're still going to... You used to say it all the time, and you made me say it all the time. You can pretty much sleep through any Japanese news, and we could for about, 7-8 years, but that's just not how it is anymore. Japan matters, and it's weird. I don't even know quite how to handle it yet, but I do know there are a new set of landmines, not as frequent as the ones with the USD, but they're here now. So yeah, I'm glad you brought that up too, because it's just more stuff that we all have to deal with, the intraday traders and the daily traders alike.
Yeah, so every week we want you to review your trades, correct the errors, take a look at the week ahead and kind of plan out, what do I need to know about this week? And then at the end of that week, you're going to do the same thing. Review your trades. What did you do wrong? Make a plan of action for how you're going to fix that mistake. And then you're going to look at the week ahead and make your trades. So that is it. That's the weekly routine. All right, the next one we want to talk about is the monthly routines. Now, this is where we're going to use the term monthly routines. Understand this might be quarterly for some of you based on your trading activity. There's no reason for you, if you only made 2 trades in a month, to stop and take a look at your trading numbers.
Guilty.
When we talk about monthly routines, okay, maybe it is a number of trades. Patrick and I were talking earlier, and in my opinion, I think about 10 trades is the minimum amount of trades for you to stop and take a look at the statistical trading numbers. If you've only made 4 trades and you take a look at your win-loss, profit factor, all these things, that is a very small sample size and it's probably not all that relevant. So maybe at 10 trades, you actually stop and take a look at your numbers. Monthly, quarterly, basically, once you get a large enough sample size, we want you to stop and look at your trading numbers. You've already been looking at all the individual trades. You don't need to look at your individual trades on this monthly or quarterly basis. You want to take a look at your trading numbers. And this is where I love knowing my trading numbers. And it's always about, oh my gosh, my profit factor dipped a little bit this month. What can I do to get that profit factor back up? And so that's what we're going to do the same thing. You're going to take a look at your trading numbers. And you're going to say, okay, based on my trading numbers, what can I do to get these trading numbers to improve over the next month, quarter, or number of trades? What do you think, Patrick?
Yeah, now don't conflate this with what Rob and I were talking about in a past episode about those, 25 trade blocks to where you actually might have a particular goal in mind there, and you want that larger sample size. This is something different.
And then at the end of every year, you're of course going to want to stop and pause and take a look at the year in review and take a look at basically your trading numbers again and say, okay, how did I do this year? Now, you've been working every single week. You've been working on fixing problems, fixing problems, fixing problems. You should, at the end of the year, have fixed a lot of your problems. Probably not all of them, but you should have fixed a lot of them. At the end of the year, take a look at your trading numbers. And this is where you can really take a look at, okay, how well did your system perform? You've had a long enough time and enough trades to really evaluate it. Now, this is where I think you can starting to get into the gears and the nuts and bolts of your system. What do you think, Patrick?
I think so too, but it's going to be dependent on a few things. Now, especially in your very first full trading year, this is going to be good because you get to see in real time, if you're trading real money or for a firm, how does this thing actually perform with you sitting behind it? Is this enough data to say, okay, if I'm underperforming, maybe I need to make changes to the algorithm itself? Well, maybe. But you owe it to your own algorithm to make sure that you were not the reason for a hefty amount of the losses which occurred over the past year. You need to really go back and do that calculus and find out, okay, maybe I'm throwing a random crazy number out there, 35 losing trades in the year. How many of those were my fault? How many losing trades were completely due to the algorithm itself? You need to have the answer to that question first. I cannot give you an actual number. You back tested and forward tested this algorithm for so long to sit there and make adjustments to it after year one, when you were the reason for parts of its demise. Keep very close attention to that. And again, be very honest with yourself because, you owe it to yourself and the algorithm you created to let it perform as optimal as possible. And when you're a discretionary trader and you're behind it, it's never going to be that way. So you have to kind of grade on a curve a little bit here. But yes, this is when I take a look at the overall number, compare it to other years, compare it to the volume, because we're all trend traders here, that I've seen in the past years. And then and only then do I answer the question, are there adjustments that need to be made? I think most of the time the answer is probably no, because like I said, you have 3, 4, 5, 6 years of data on this thing already. 1 year is not a great period of time to answer that question, but this is the moment in time where you do that. I think the end of December, that first week in January, is a perfect time to sit down and analyze this. Like I said, I speak from experience. This is something I look forward to every year. I don't mind sitting down and doing this part because this to me is the part that's really interesting and fascinating to me is, okay, what can I do to change this? Do I need to change this? What can I change in myself to make this better? And that's where I think the real reflection is more so for me, to where things to like the weekly and monthly and quarterly are just a little bit more kind of a routine for me, kind of like wake up, time to make the donuts type thing. The end of the year stuff is the stuff that really fascinates me because this is me taking my life's work and attempting to make it better. So that's just my rant.
It's one of my favorite things to do as a trader. I love to get together and run reports, yearly reports. I love to put together my balance sheet, my net worth sheet. I totally love it because I'm a stats person. I love numbers. And as you are playing this game, and I know I'm calling it a game, but that's literally what I tell myself. As we're playing this game, and I'm not just talking about the game of trading, I'm talking about the game of life. As we're playing this game of money to where we're buying assets here, we're buying real estate, we're saving up our paychecks, we're doing all this. Your end of the year numbers are your stat sheet. The question is your stat sheet getting better? I love to run those numbers and see, did I get better this year? And there's some years where I didn't. And it's like, oh my gosh, what happened? And then you go in and you figure out, okay, what's going on? And then there's some years where you just crush it and everything looks really good. And you go into the year just in a really good spot. I absolutely love to do this just on a personal basis. But I think it's just such a healthy thing for everyone to do, to go in and really get your stats. And I highly recommend every single one of you have a yearly net worth statement, where you list all your assets, you list all your liabilities. Assets minus liabilities equals your net worth or your equity. That number, you should get that growing every single year. Now look, there's going to be some years where it doesn't grow, where it goes down. Who cares? You're going to live a long life. If you can get most of the years to be positive, you're going to do great. This is the way to really track how you're doing as a human being in the world of finance. Put down your net worth on top of your trading. It's a great way to get you motivated for the next year.
Yeah, and I want to take it even beyond that. The end of the year is also a really good time to reflect back on the past year and ask yourself, where else did I improve or where else did I regress? Did I get healthier? Did I strengthen my relationships? Have I grown spiritually? Things like that are really good questions to ask yourself at the end of the year too, because then you can analyze that and say, okay, how can I improve off of that if I need to for the next year? But, as I say all the time on this podcast, Rob, you have to identify these things first before you can fix them. This is stuff I never think about until the end of the year. And then I look back and I say, okay, I said I was going to do this. I wanted this to happen. Did it actually happen? Do you do this too? I would imagine you're the type of person that would.
Absolutely. It has to be identified, and then it also has to be measured. Like, you have to measure it. We talked about this in the book Peak. It has to be measured, because how else could you possibly know if you are getting better? And I love what you said, in your entire life. I am very success oriented. I need to get better every single year. That's just my personality. And look, trust me, I know everyone thinks that's a great thing. It's actually sometimes has some negative consequences to it. But whatever I did the year before, I'm trying to always get better. And it's across the board. I want to be a better father. I want to be a better husband. I want to be better a neighbor, a better friend. That just drives me. And if you're really not measuring it, then how can you know at the end of the year whether you've done it? Finance is easy. It's just the numbers. The numbers don't lie. Your net worth statement doesn't lie. Your trading numbers don't lie. Outside of that, you've got to really put some thought into it.
Yeah, just what you don't want to do is be those people who we always see on Facebook and Twitter saying, 2022, I'm so happy it's over. And then they say the same thing in 2023, 2024, 2025.
Every year.
It's on repeat. Yeah, these people aren't even trying to get better. But these people that are just never, ever going to get better. We are not like that. Rob and I are high achievers. This is the approach we take to everything we do. And hey, guess what? It's worked, so it can work for everybody. But you have to take the right steps. It's not one of those things, if you believe it, you can achieve it. That saying's true, albeit a bit corny, but you actually have to take the steps as well. People forget that second part. So that's what this episode is really all about.
Can you even imagine if every year was the worst year of your life? That's exhausting. That's so exhausting.
I mean, if it actually was, that'd almost be positive to me, because I'm like, okay, I got that year out of the way. But with these other people, yeah, let's be honest.
Yeah, if you've had 10 years in a row where it's always been the worst year and worse than the year before, it might be you.
It's you. Yeah, maybe it's you, Taylor Swift. But we hope you enjoyed this episode, and we hope you found it useful, and more than anything, regardless if you found it useful or not, that you actually implement these steps. That's why we do this. And we want to put, even psychologically, as abstract as it can be sometimes, blueprints like this in place. So please take this seriously and run with it. Tell us what you thought in the comments section. And comment too, if you want that book, let us know. Yeah, this will not be the last time we do a book giveaway for sure. We are more than happy to keep this going every once in a while.
And let's summarize this episode in just some hard lines of code. Weekly routine. You're going to review your past trades, figure out what you did wrong, fix it the next week. Look to the week ahead, plan out your week. Monthly goals, again, once you get enough of a sample size, you're going to look at your trading numbers. Okay, what are these trading numbers? What can I do to improve these trading numbers? At the end of the year, we want you to look at your trading numbers and take a look at your net worth statement, look at your whole life, and then, of course, set some objectives to what you want to accomplish in the next life. If you do this and you get into a habit of doing this, look, no one's a superstar every week. I get it. Sometimes we have bad weeks and sometimes we have bad months. But look, if you lived your entire life doing this every single week, you are going to win. It happens. This is just what happens when you do this. If you don't plan it out, you're just being blown about in the wind. And wherever you end up, you didn't choose it. It just happened to you. Pick your life, decide what you want to do with it, and work at it. It's an awesome way to live your life, and it always works.
Traders, thank you for joining us here on the Trading Psychology Podcast, episode 16. We will see you next week.
Goodbye, everybody.
This is the Trading Psychology Podcast. This is VP, creator of No Nonsense Forex and author of the book No Nonsense Forex Trading Psychology. And with me, as he is every week, is Rob Reinhold.
Well, hello. It's nice to be here again. This is Rob from Maverick Trading and Maverick Currencies. We're a prop firm where we let people trade with our capital and have profit splits with them.
And before we get into episode 17, a little bit of housekeeping we need to go over. So as constant followers of the podcast know, we've had 2 book giveaways already. Having a little bit of problems with this, and it's not really a problem on our end, it's a YouTube problem. For some reason, and I don't know why this is, and I don't know how many people this is affecting, but Rob is not, he used to be able to, but he can no longer comment on my channel. And oddly enough, neither can Dan Stone from Stonehill Forex. So the 2 people I work with to do videos with cannot even post comments on these videos. It's very strange. It really makes me wonder how many of you out there are trying to comment and are unable to. So I have forwarded this to YouTube. I do not expect to hear anything from them anytime soon. But in the meantime, here's what we're going to do. If you're listening to this on a podcast player and you want to know the results of the book giveaway, please go to YouTube. Look at the top comment. I'm going to pin a comment from myself, list the winners of the book giveaway. And from there, what you need to do if you're a winner is email support@maverickTrading.com. And then Rob will send it over to you right away.
Funny thing is, I can actually comment. I can go on and comment to everybody and say, hey, a great job. But then when you go back, my comments are like they never existed.
Yeah, because I hold all comments for review so I can get rid of spam and everything like that because I still get a lot of it. I wonder if that plays a part. I'm not sure, but hopefully I'll get some kind of answer soon enough. So anyway, we are into episode 17. I don't think this is going to be a really long one, but this is more of a VP episode, and it's called Systems Over Goals. And before we get too deep into it, I wanted to find different kinds of goals. We've already done this a little bit, Rob, on the show. There is a very clear difference between good goals and bad goals. I think too often they're painted with the same brush. Can you give me some examples, maybe some examples we've already talked about, of some really good goals traders can have and can shoot for?
Yes, and in the last episode, I believe I said that goals to me, I'm not a big fan of goals. So goals to me are like wishes. And wishes don't make any money. But when you think about that, any goal that is more of a wish, then I think it actually has some negative consequences. Here are some good goals. Number 1, goals must be achievable. They must be measurable. And they must have a time limit. So anything you can do in that area is going to be a good goal. If you've read the book Peak, back in our episode of Trading Like an Athlete, we talked about how to become really good at something. And it was to break down a very complex task into very small pieces and perfect those pieces. That's how your goals should be. They should be small and measurable. So anything like that is going to be very positive.
Would you say that I want to hit a plus 6% return on my trading account this year? Would you consider that to be a good positive goal?
No, I consider that a wish. And wishes don't make any money. We said that last episode, and I'll say it again. That's a wish. I love it. That's great. We can have all sorts of wishes, but that is not going to do a damn thing for you.
Okay, good, because I feel like that's small. It's certainly measurable, but that does fall into the category of goals that I personally hate too. I've even said on my own channel, look, in my head, I do have a certain goal I shoot for every year, but if I don't hit it, I don't hit it. It's a little bit of a benchmark, but I don't strive for it because that's really where people get into trouble. Let's say, for example, that you wanted to make 6% on your account this year. Let's say you started in January and December's rolling around and you're only at 3%. What do you think people are actually going to do in the month of December that they should not be doing, Rob?
Trying to get that last 3%?
By any means necessary. Just pushing, like, oh, maybe if I trade really hard, I can get there. Maybe if I just leverage up a little bit just for the month of December, maybe I can hit that goal. And then what invariably happens? Everything falls apart and you went from 3% all the way down to 0, and there you are.
Patrick, I've got a great idea for your channel. Let's make a trade harder t-shirt. Like, you just have to trade harder. Just think of that. That'd be a cool shirt.
Work hard, trade harder. I love it. Oh, man. And you know what? It would sell, not to people who listen to this channel, but it would sell to the majority of Forex traders out there because this is such a big fallacy. I'm glad we're going over this today because this takes a long time to figure out. It certainly took a long time for me to figure out. I thought all goals were good goals as long as they were positive, but they're not. Let's say I want to join a prop firm in 2 years. Well, for most people, it takes a lot more time than that. Now, you do have to have some experience under your belt. You got to build a system. You got to test a system. You got to trade with the system. It's nonsense. Just get there when you get there is the main thing. And, I understand you need something to shoot for, okay? But shooting for a goal like that is the wrong approach. What I think you really should be shooting for instead is being able to follow a routine, whether it's a daily routine or a trading routine, or in this case, absolutely both. And what you should be really striving for is to do that at maximum efficiency all the time. What do you think of this, Rob?
Anything you can do to break things down into smaller pieces, like we talked about in the Trading Like an Athlete series, is that break it down into something small and manageable that you can measure, then all of a sudden you can actually have success at that. And I'm going to go back to that episode and kind of talk about, let's say someone says, I want to be in the NBA. Okay, that's great. That's a great goal. That's a great thing. But do you realize how many steps are in that person's life to even get to that level? So that's great to have that aspirational goal. But how about just work on your free throws until you hit 9 out of 10 all the time? Just do that. Just start there. All of a sudden, you can progress and measure and feel good about yourself, whereas someone else might be frustrated that they're not in the NBA yet. Break everything down into little pieces, and you're going to be amazed at where you are.
And I'm not going to say that, I want to join the NBA, especially if you're young and you have talent, is a stupid goal. For most people it is, but for some people it's not. However, you're not going to get there unless you follow a very disciplined system in your daily life. I mean, how many times have you seen kids with all the talent in the world show up on a college team, but they're lazy and they never make it to the next level? Or somebody takes a chance on them, they end up going to Europe, they don't make it there either, just because they don't have a routine in place. That's why I think that daily routine episode was so important, because my goal every day at this point, Rob, is to take that daily routine and make sure I hit every single bit of it. That, to me, is a successful day. And if I'm able to string that together all week, then that becomes a successful week. Because if I just do that, I feel like there's no way I can't succeed. I have the ability. I have the drive. I just need the discipline and the actual actionability to go with it. And I think that's what's missing in a lot of people's lives.
Just take a goal like, I want to be able to walk a mile. That's a great goal, but guess what? The only way you get there is by taking a step and another step and another step and focusing on each step. If that's where your focus is, you'll get to the end. If you're just thinking, oh, I can't believe I'm not there yet, then all of a sudden you're going to do all the things in your brain that sabotage your success. But if your focus is on the next step, one step after another, you'll get there. And you'll realize, oh my gosh, I'm already there. I got to my destination. Where someone focused on the destination, oh, it's so much further, I can't even see it anymore. Like, you're going to do all the things that undermine.
That is a perfect way to tie all of this together. Just follow your trading system, follow your daily system. If you can do that, it's so weird. There's really no ends to what you can do. And there is a particular book that I really like. Now, this is not going to be a book giveaway. This is something I think you can get for $7 or $8 on Kindle. This book is so empowering. You guys, I've read so many books in my life. They don't have a lot of effect on me these days. This was different. This book is called Non-Negotiable, 10 Years Incarcerated, something like that, by Wes Watson. I don't know if you know who Wes Watson is, but he's one of those people that if you ever hear him talk, even if it's just for 20, 30 seconds, you will never, ever forget him. It's kind of like David Goggins, but more intense. And he's this way all the time. If you can even imagine something like that. I did so many highlights in this book, and I never do highlights on a Kindle book, maybe once or twice. I was highlighting left and right on this damn thing. The book talks about exactly what we're talking about right here. Screw your goals. It's all about the system itself. You can do anything you want to do. You can become anything you want to be within reason if you just learn to do this, because your competition can't. Either they can't or they don't. So just focus on that itself. I'm going to, if it's okay here, Rob, I'm going to read a couple passages in this book because it was really interesting how this book even began. Wes spent 10 years in California's most violent prison and became a shot caller like pretty quick within the system. He kept it clean and he got out without getting in too much trouble, without falling into depression, without falling into drugs. Following an actual system is what got him there. To make sure I don't get demonetized or have my channel taken down, I'm going to replace the F word with F. Because I will say this, if you're sensitive to curse words, don't buy this book. This book, I will guarantee you, has the highest concentration of mother effer in it that you will ever see. Because that's just how prison guys talk. And still one of those guys deep down. To kind of intro this a little bit, there's kind of like an OG guy in the prison that he's there for life. And he does the same thing every day to the point to where it's almost weird. And this is when Wes found out. And this was the turning point for everything. So the book reads, testament to that, there was a hot-ass day, I remember, clear as F on the yard at Donovan, the level 4 yard. My homeboy Jammer from Dago, which is one of the prison gang name for San Diego, was an old-school cat. Big old handlebar mustache and a cold convict stroll. He had been down forever. He's not getting out. While I'm on the yard, a correctional officer pulls me over and says, "Hey, Watson, check this out." And I go, "Hey, sir, what's up?" He says, "Wait 1 second." He points to the line where the inmates report for kitchen work, and he says, "Your homeboy has walked around that corner at this time every day, at this particular time every day for the last 14 years. Watch this. He's going to be the first guy around that corner." And I wait and I'm like, bullshit. But then, oh, F, here he comes. Practically on the dot, he stepped around that corner. I was struck by Jammer's level of consistency and dedication. The fact that a cop was noticing this and an inmate was just huge to me, and it sparked something in me that I'll never forget. Jammer would work the scullery, washing dishes for 8 to 14 hours. And he'd do that shit with a smile on his face. The extra meal at the end of the day sure as F helped, but he looked forward to it because he saw the work itself as a gift. It brought peace and contentment to his heart. From that moment forward, I knew I would aim to be the most consistent man alive as long as I lived. And then the part I have highlighted down below says, "The man who takes more pride in the steps to attain the result than the result itself cannot be stopped. The work truly instills the work." It's funny, Rob, like I pretty much lived this myself. I didn't realize how profound it was till I had somebody else say it back to me like this. But that really speaks to the process and how the process is so more important than the end goal. Do you have any takes on this at all?
I have a really big take because this is a very big thing in my own personal life, is that I was always ambitious as a kid, and I always knew I wanted to work hard and make a lot of money. I was always just ready to do that. So when I became an adult, I found trading when I was 21 years old. And I had actually a teacher in my 6th grade. I had a teacher that brought in the stock page of the newspaper and showed us how to read it. And I was really interested in that. And so when I finally got some money, that's what I wanted to do. And I was so ambitious and I wanted it so bad. And I wanted to have all these goals. My first goal was I wanted to make 100K by the time I was 25. I wanted to have $1 million in the bank when I was 30, and I wanted to be retired living off of fixed income at 35. Those are my goals. Those goals set me up to actually take longer to get to those goals because I was focusing on all these things. So I pushed really, really hard, and it caused me to actually take some losses that I didn't need to take because I wanted it so bad. I see this whenever we bring in a younger trader at Maverick. I see this so much. And I always tell them, hey, look, it always bugged me when the old guy, whoever it was, told you, oh, don't worry, you're young, it'll happen for you. You just have to be patient. When I was in my 20s and some old guy said that to me, whatever. I'm not going to listen to you. I'm going to get it now. Now that I'm the old guy, I hate that I'm saying it to younger people, but it's true. And so I push and push and push and kept shooting myself in the foot. And then I finally came to the conclusion, okay, I just need to work my whole life. Because that was one of my goals, to not have to work in my life. That's what I thought I wanted. And I realized, no, I'm just going to work my whole life. I'm going to go every single day and put in a full day's worth of work. And I don't care where I go. I'm just going to work. Once I put my head down and started working and just working on the system, working on the steps, again, growing my net worth every single year. I remember one day I looked up and I was there. I was there. And I didn't even really recognize it. And once I was there, I didn't care I was there. I just wanted to keep going. For anyone who's younger out there, and you have that ambition, you have that fire inside you I love that about people. But I want you to understand that those old guys, as annoying as they actually are right. It takes a lifetime. If you're willing to commit for your lifetime, just focus on step after step after step, you will get past where you want to be. I promise you. But if you don't work on those steps, I don't know what's going to happen to you. So just a personal experience of mine and just helping anyone who's younger. Don't push too hard. Enjoy the process.
And it's especially hard for younger people too, because I was that same way. I mean, how great would it be to have a lot of money in your 20s? It would be fantastic, right? Well, it actually might not be because the chances of you losing that money is a lot higher. Two, like you have so much of your life ahead of you after that. It's like, where do you even go after that? You know, the fun part is the building part. It's always been that way. You know, the fun part with my YouTube channel was building it, you know, not maintaining it. That's boring. I hate it. The fun part was building my system and trading. I've said it out loud on this podcast. You know, I don't particularly enjoy trading, even though it's really quick and doesn't take up most of my day. I've just done it so long. All the excitement that used to be there just isn't there anymore. Enjoy the ride. The ride is the best part. Don't be in any hurry to get there because it is the worst thing you can do. And it's going to set you back instead of push you forward. Fall in love with the system. Embrace the process. You know, that's the best thing I can say to anybody. Young, old, makes no difference. Sometimes if you're a little bit older, you rush things too because you feel like your time's up. It's not. You have so much time ahead of you. Follow the system. Fall in love with that. I'm currently in love with that. You heard our daily routines. You know, they seem pretty eccentric to a lot of people. They seem over the top. But you know what? We follow them. I don't know about you, Rob. I feel like I'm in a good place because of it. What about you?
I'm at a fantastic place. I do love my routines, but I love to travel as well. And when I travel is when I let go. I let go and I don't follow any routine. I don't go to the gym. I don't work out. I always say two things. On vacation, two things don't matter: calories and money. And then when you get back home, that's when you get back on the horse and you do all the steps every single day. You show up, you put in a full day's worth of effort, and then you pack it in, you go to sleep, and come back the next day.
Yeah, for sure. For me, on a short-term basis, it's Sundays. I don't do anything on Sundays. Longer term, it is travel. Travel is my time away. But honestly, when the most exciting part sometimes for me is when I land back in wherever city I'm staying, so I can get back on the horse and get back on the system. Sometimes I miss it, because it's just such a part of my day. I've learned to enjoy it and embrace it. And God, it's so much better than trying to hit a goal that could have so many weird variables step in your way on top of it, that's not even your fault. And then you don't hit it. It took me so long to learn this. And so I'm so glad we're able to share it with you now. Really, honestly, please check out that book. It's a pretty quick read. It's very intense, but it is impactful is all. I mean, it is impactful as I've read a book in probably 5-6 years, honestly. Rob, do you have anything else to add before we sign off here?
Yes. One of the things I now tell people is that if you have these aspirational goals, and again, we love those, I guarantee you that the path you thought would take you there doesn't end up being the path that gets you there. I promise you that. And Patrick, as you said, things will come up. Little obstacles will come up and things will change direction and you'll have to be fluid and make some changes. I promise you, you take all the steps, you'll get to the destination. But I also promise you, it will not be in the straight line that you planned out. You just got to put your head down and work. And sometimes you're going to get knocked off course and you're going to have to go around the mountain instead of through the mountain like you thought. Just keep walking. Just keep walking. Just keep putting one foot in front of the other. Eventually you're going to get there. And you're going to look back just like I did. I didn't get to where I wanted to be the way I thought I was going to get there, but I got there all the same. Just keep walking, focus on each step.
And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here at the Trading Psychology Podcast. We will see you next week.
Bye, everybody.
This is the Trading Psychology Podcast. This is VP, creator of No Nonsense Forex and author of the book No Nonsense Forex Trading Psychology. And with me, as always, is Rob Reinhold.
I feel like we start these podcasts out the exact same way. We both say the same thing. So I'm going to say something a little different this time. Hey, everybody. I'm Rob. That's it.
Works for me. And we are in episode 18. You've seen the title already, and you might have recognized this topic from my channel because I have already done an entire video on experience and why it matters, why you are probably not going anywhere of any significance until you actually get some real experience under your belt. If you do everything right, it should just get better and better for you. But Rob has a lot to add here too. So what I would encourage you to do is to listen to this episode. Go back and watch my experience video because this is mostly going to be Rob driven. I'm going to let him kind of add his unique perspective into things, and then I'll just jump in where I can. So Rob, go ahead and take it away.
Well, thanks, Patrick. I'm a big believer in setting expectations that are reasonable. When people have these expectations, then all of a sudden the framework works very well. I wish I had someone sit down for me when I first started and said, hey, Rob, the first 6 of your trading life is going to be like this. By the end of that 6 months, you should know A, B, C, D, E, and F. And then the next 6 months, you should be doing this, and then this, and then this, and then this. That's really what I wanted this episode to be about, is about getting to the point where you actually are an experienced trader. And not just an experienced trader, but a profitable experienced trader, because we've all met experienced traders who aren't profitable. I wanted to take this episode and basically talk about all the steps of getting to the point where you are a old trader. There's a very famous saying in trading that there's old traders and there's bold traders, but there's no such thing as an old, bold trader. And you can tell why, because they just don't end up making it at the end. So I wanted to just spend a little bit of time and give you some expectations of where you should be along your pathway. And for some of you who maybe you started 5 years ago, you may have skipped over some of these steps, and you're going to want to go back and really focus on those to make sure that they are correct. With that being said, I fully understand that every single person is completely different. You all have different amounts of time that you can spend on this. We all have different stresses in our life with jobs and relationships and all this. I get that. So I'm going to be giving kind of just frameworks of like this, what you should do. I will be using the terms like the first 6 months. I don't want anyone on 6 months and 1 day to look at their life and be like, oh my gosh, I'm not where Rob said I should be. I'm a loser. That's not how this works. In our last episode, we talk about focusing on steps, just step after step after step. So let's talk about these expectations of where you should be. The first 6 months of trading is what I call the X's and O's of trading, where you've got to learn the basics. Huge focus here is on technical analysis on the charts. That's going to be the majority of what you do. You're going to be learning some basic risk management and position management. You're going to learn stop orders, what percentage of loss is acceptable, and you're going to be building this trading plan in this system with doing some back testing. All right, now past that, you really can't do much. Remember how we all had to go through math in high school, and they started you off with addition and subtraction. Now, if they started you off in 3rd grade with pre-calculus, you wouldn't have made it. It would have made no sense. You have to build on these things. And yes, I know that we all want to be maybe complex derivative traders that sell a lot of theta, whatever. You may not even know what that means at the moment, but you can't do that until you go through the steps. So the first little bit of time is going to be totally dedicated to mostly technical analysis, some basics. Once you get past that and you've built this system, you've got a trading plan, you've built your system, you've back tested it. Now it's time to go out and do it in real life, where you're going to be demo trading. We have a whole episode on demo trading. We talk about when do you start with live capital. Now, I was a little bit faster than Patrick as far as my advice on going live. My big point was until there's money on the line, you don't really know how you are going to work your system. It's the old Mike Tyson's quote, everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face. So with live money, you get punched in the face. That is just step 2. So you've gone through, you've read a bunch of books, you've gone and watched a whole bunch of videos, you've put together a system you think is going to work, it back tested well, and then you go out in real time and you get punched in the face. Now look, a lot of people, myself included, didn't think I was going to get punched in the face. Patrick, did you think you were going to get punched in the face the first year or two?
Not at all. No, I thought I had the magic indicator, and all I had to do was follow it, and it was going to lead me to riches. That's what I did. I got nothing but punched in the face over and over.
We all do. So we all get punched in the face. Now that's typically within the first year. You've gone through, you learned all the stuff, you built your system, you back tested it, you went out there, you tried it out, and boom, you get punched in the face. Now every single person who trades had the expectation at one point they were never going to get punched in the face. We have a saying at Maverick, traders aren't born, traders are forged. When you forge something, it goes through heat, pressure, it gets hammered over and over and over again until that metal comes out harder than it was before. This is exactly this process. To go into this career with this understanding of the process you have to go to is going to be much healthier than when I started off thinking I was going to never get punched. Just bob and weave, never get punched. Having that expectation really sets you up to be able to handle those punches a lot better. So that after that first year, again, not specifically a year, but that first period of time, once you go out into the market with your system and it punches you in the face a little bit, this is really what the second year is all about. The second year is all about you've learned enough. You don't really need to learn any more as far as the book learning. Now it's all about trader psychology. And this is where this podcast comes in. This is where all the books and all the information out there about trader psychology comes in. Your job is to fix your mistakes. Now look, it doesn't work that you say, I'm going to fix my mistakes, and then they're fixed. This is how it works. And I tell this to all of our traders that I work with. I went from making a mistake a day, and I worked and worked and worked hard on it, to making a mistake a week. Now look, it was the same mistake, but I only made it once a week. And then you work and you work and you work at it, and you'll get to the point where you're only making that same mistake once a month. And then you work and you work, and when you make that mistake, you are just beating yourself up. You can't believe you're still so stupid. And then you'll make that mistake once a quarter, and then once a year. That is the process. So that second year is all about fixing you. That is your focus. That's where you need to focus. You learn the X's and O's. You went out full of confidence. The market punched you a couple times and said, hey, you need work. The The second year is all about fixing you. Look, you're going to be learning about trading. You may be learning some more advanced risk and position management. This is where I know in my FX trading, I really love to do pyramiding. Pyramiding is where I add on to winning positions. Or I take positions with a smaller position than I usually do. I take a third of a position with a much wider stop, and then I leg into it as the trade starts to work my way. And if it doesn't work my way, I just cut, and I've got a third position as a loss. These are the things you can start to learn around that time. And it's really because you're trying to figure out psychologically how you can fix some of your mistakes. Patrick, do you remember this period of time where you got punched in the face and then you really had to do a deep dive into your system and you personally?
I do, and it took me much longer because I had studied one way for a while, and then it just wasn't for me. It was a system that confused me. There were a lot of exceptions that it didn't seem like anybody was really talking about, and it wasn't a system that I could test, which was a big problem for me. I have to do the testing and see, what's optimal or what's close to optimal before I even get started. So my learning curve, and I've said this on my own channel, was a lot longer than most people's are probably going to be, because we're giving you the blueprint. You give your traders the blueprint for the way you guys want to trade. I've done the same on my channel. So this should be really easy. And I like what you said, because I didn't go over this in my own video. But okay, after the first year, where should I be? What should I have accomplished? And not a goal. Remember last episode, we're not talking about, how profitable should you be. That's a goal. We're avoiding that. We're talking about the process itself. Where should I be in this process? What should I have already accomplished, and what is still yet to go? And then in year 2, what should I be focusing on? Because to me, after year 2, let's take it back to No Nonsense Forex, as far as journaling goes, we always said that comments column was the most important, because that's where you write down you making a mistake, and your mistake was the reason that this trade did not go your way. By that year 2, you should be seeing a lot less of those comments on your spreadsheet, and then progressively less and less as you go forward, because it's not the goal you're seeking. It's getting better at the system itself. And I think that's part of what Rob's alluding to as well.
Probably one of the most common people that comes aboard Maverick is the person right there in the second year. And they're at the point where they know enough stuff. They've built their plan system, but the problem is they still blow 1 out of 10 trades. And they can't seem to figure out, how can I not do it? And that's where we come in and we really take over, say, hey, let's really work on some ways psychologically with some systems to get to the point that you can remove that mistake. And Patrick, I remember in a previous episode, you talked about if you could go back in your journal and take out the trades that you were an idiot on, run your numbers. It's amazing.
No, and 1 out of 10 is way too high. You can't be taking an extra 10% of losses on your trades because of you. That completely screws up your bottom line permanently. Yes, no, you're right. That year 2 person is the most dangerous trader out there to themselves, because they feel like they know quite a bit and they got a year's experience under their belt to show for it. But man, they have such a long way to go, and they haven't done any of that stuff yet.
And one of the fallacies that a lot of people have at that point is that they just need to learn more about technical analysis. They just need to find that indicator. They just need to find that oscillator. They just need to find that thing. And they're not even looking in the right place. To me, the second year is all about trading psychology. And actually, I think trading psychology is from the second year all the way to the 5th year. By the 5th year, you really shouldn't be making psychological mistakes, especially not all that often. As you can see, I have nothing here about learning more about charting. I have nothing here about all this other stuff. This is where the game is won and lost, in the trading psychology. So if you are in that first year, dive into the charts, the technicals, read on as much as you can possibly do, play around with different indicators and oscillators. If you're in year 2, I highly recommend that you just focus on eliminating your trading mistakes. And that should be your laser focus there. As you're working on these mistakes, somewhere in year 3 and 4 and 5, this is where I think you can start to really branch out. And this is where it gets really exciting. In one of our episodes, we talked about trading multiple asset classes, trading stocks, bonds, futures, whatever it is, to where you're trading different products and you're trading different time frames. At this point, I've got a ton of accounts, and some of these accounts, my trades last 6 months to a year. Some of these are investments that I never even touch or look at. Everything is going on where I have these trading plans say, okay, this one is for ETFs. This one is for this. That 3rd to 5th year is a great time for you to branch out into other asset classes. What do you think about that, Patrick?
I think it's good. I think you could probably do it a little bit sooner if you wanted to, because I agree with what you're saying. That whole playing around with all the technical analysis tools, the brunt of that needs to happen in those first couple years. So as a lot of you know, I have every Wednesday we profile a brand new indicator that a lot of people haven't seen before. Those videos are mostly for traders in their first couple years. People beyond that should have a pretty good system in place already. And if they want to improve it down the line, they can put those indicators in their back pocket and use it for another day. But that's typically what those are for. So yeah, after that, it's more about the psychology end of it. And if you want to start adding on other pieces, that shouldn't be really difficult. The learning curve should be very, very small there, because you should already by that point know exactly what to do. And so yeah, Rob, I say it all the time on the channel. I'm a huge advocate of, once you get the Forex part down, start trading other markets too. Your career path, you might end up being a great indices trader. You might end up making videos on trading Microsoft, and getting them alone and nothing else, and just getting the most bang for your buck out of that. You don't know where your specialty is going to be, and you're not going to know for a while. At least allow yourself the chance to find out, what you are the best at, because you might not be the best at everything. So that's not a great strategy in the end. So yes, definitely do it. In terms of when, I would probably go a little bit earlier than you, just so you can start putting those systems in place too. Get your experience under your belt there, and then from that point on, you can focus on trading psychology and fixing mistakes with everything you're doing.
Patrick, I think we agree on this. My big concern is that the people that think that they just need that one more indicator, or they just need to learn a little bit more to turn profitable, that is the danger in that place, to where they're not looking at the hard decision, which is trade psychology and figuring out why you're an idiot. They're looking to fix it without actually fixing the root cause. So that's my big concern, that someone in that second year will look at these other things and say, oh, that will fix my trade journal. That will fix my trade numbers, when they really just need to be focused on psychology. I think you should focus on the psychology. Get to the point where you're not making mistakes. And then everything else is fun. You get to learn a whole bunch of cool stuff. It's awesome.
I agree. I think people at this point, maybe they get frustrated because they are not as far as they think they're going to get. Now that goes back to setting, unrealistic goals. That's probably on you. But yeah, it's not, you've already tested your system and you know it does really well. So it's not your system's fault. You're not, like Rob said, you're not just missing that one indicator that's going to change your life. You've already been through all that. You've already tested a bunch and you've come up with the system that serves you the best. Your next 3 to 4 years needs to be on making sure you're adhering to that system as best as you possibly can. Of course, if you want to mess around and try to improve it along the way and do all the back work that you did before, of course, you should do that. I do that. But that should not be the primary focus. That should be completely in the background. Like Rob said, you've already done that work. All right, you've already learned how to trade a system without tripping over yourself and making really stupid mistakes. Now it's time to hone things down and get rid of that 10, maybe higher % of the time where you're taking losses because of something you and your brain did, not your system, yourself. That is really where the game's won. Nobody ever tells you this. That's why so many people end up putting in all this work and end up going nowhere.
In the first of this video, I talked about these time frames being arbitrary. 6 months, 1 year, 2 years. Really, you want to be able to do a checklist of mastery. So let's say that a year and a half into it, you don't have any compulsion at all to ever deviate from your system. You're done. You got it. No, Rob said 5 years. Well, look, if you got it at a year and a half, you got it. It's really to the point where you're proficient at it, to where you're no longer making those mistakes. Now, I'm going to stop right here because I know there's going to be some people listening to this that are past this 5-year period. And they, as of today, have not been able to fix their problems. And all of a sudden, now that is an issue. It's not even about time. You've had plenty of time. You just haven't been able to do it. Now, look, in this podcast, we've given you lots of new things, and hopefully it's helped you. But at some point, it is no longer a good idea. After 5 years, if you haven't been able to be profitable after 5 years, I would highly recommend to not put any more money into this business until you figure it out. And I've known traders who have got to this point and they have hired psychiatrists. They have been very diligent because they wanted it so bad. I think if after 5 years, you're still making the same mistakes you were making the first year or two, I think it's time to quit and really reevaluate. Number one, can you do this? Number two, how are you going to fix this? And number three, what does your future look like?
And traders, that's actually going to be a future episode, when to quit, because there might be a time for that. No matter what you do, sometimes this industry just has a habit of chewing people up and spitting them out. The fail rate is extraordinarily high. All we can really do at the end of the day is put ourselves in the best position to win, and that's what we're focusing on here.
I know everybody wants to be a trader, wants to be successful at this, but in the reality of life, sometimes you're just not a great golf player. But listen, you can be a great tennis player. You can be a great pianist. You can do whatever you want. There are some things out there that you could go try. Trading may not be your thing, but how about real estate investing? How about owning a business and starting a business?
But there might come a time. So just know that 5 years in, if you're not making any mistakes and you're following your system really well, then maybe the best move is to keep going. But you have to be honest with yourself here. And it might take you taking a few very large steps back to your second or third year and starting over. You're really not going to want to do that. You're going to really feel like you sunk a lot of time into this, and nobody wants to go back a few grades in school. But that might be your only move here.
For sure, that may be necessary, and we'll talk about this in a future episode. I don't want to give a big rosy thing that after this magical 5 years, that time period is totally made up. It's illusionary. Whenever it is, you get to the point where you no longer want to screw it up. You have no compulsion to screw it up. You're trading multiple asset classes. You're growing your net worth. One of my favorite things to do every single year is at the end of the year to put down my net worth statement and to see how much I've grown this asset and this asset. I love that. I absolutely love that. From that point on, it's just a matter of growing your net worth. And it becomes much bigger than trading Forex. We all started with one thing. Oh, I'm going to trade Forex. I'm going to trade stocks. I'm going to do this. I'm going to get into real estate. And at a certain point, you're going to have a lot of assets that you've built up. And all of a sudden, it's now just about managing your, I'm going to say, empire. Now, look, we might all have a little smaller empire than others, but this is your empire. And now it's about continually learning about new things in the world of trading. I got into trading in 1996. Let me tell you how different everything is today. Back in 1996, you had to go into an office with the T1 line. You couldn't trade off your phone. You couldn't trade from your house. The markets were completely different. They moved differently. They moved in a much more bottom-down way where individual stocks would move. Today, it's all done by indices and algorithms. They all move together. Everything's interconnected. So you have to continue to stay up to date. Programming just wasn't a thing when I started. Now it's a big thing. I've had to put in some time and effort to stay up to date with these markets. So it's always a process. Last episode, we always talked that every day you get up, put in the work, and that work should be learning new things along the way. What do you think about that, Patrick? How have you seen the markets change since you started?
Jesus, where do I start? My God. There's completely different drivers nowadays, for one. Your volume tends to be there when it's there and then totally not be there when it's not and remain that way for a very long time, which can drive trend traders crazy. But it's good though. You need to have the amount of time under your belt to go through markets like this so you know exactly what to do. And the only constant thing in this world is change. And if you're not able to adapt to that change, then what good are you? And if you haven't seen that change before and you don't know what to do, then how can you really expect to adapt to it the right way? So, the more time you put in this market, the better. I think really the most dangerous thing you could do is jump ahead too quick. I've told this story before. I see people on my comment section say, oh, I've been following your system 8 months and I just went and joined a prop firm. Or, I've been following your channel for 2 years and I just ended up landing this big account and I'm going to trade this guy's money. I'm like, oh, really feel for that guy who just gave you his money. So I'm always cordial about it. I go and I say congratulations because at this point, it's they're just going to have to learn the hard way. You need to have that experience under your belt. Just start looking at experience as a positive thing and not a negative thing. Don't be in such a hurry. I didn't really hit my stride all the way until about really year 7, I think. Now keep in mind, I was building a system from scratch. That did take a lot of time. But looking back, now that time's passed, I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm glad I got to put in 7 years before I really, got to where I wanted to be. Don't let all the imagery of people on YouTube and Twitter and TikTok and stuff like that get to you. Anybody who's successful that quick is going to flame out eventually anyway. That's not us. That's not what we're looking to achieve here. We've told you to embrace a lot of things. Embrace the suckiness, embrace the process, and embrace the fact that this is going to take a long time before you're ever going to be consistently good. But if you're patient and you follow your system and you focus on that, this is going to be your best way to get there.
In the last episode, we talked about enjoying the process. It is so fun to look back. And it's funny, and I know, Patrick, you've said this, I've said this to traders, you're going to look back at where you are today, a couple years later, and laugh at how big of an idiot you are, even though you think you're smart today. And guess what? You are smart today, but you're not going to be as smart as you're going to be in 3 years because that trader is going to be working their butt off every single day to be getting better. You will not believe where you are. And then guess what? You're not there yet because 3 years after that point, that trader's going to look back at where you were at that point and laugh and say, oh my gosh, that was just part of the process. Enjoy the process. Imagine, and I'll give myself as a blueprint to follow. I started doing this when I was 21. I have put in 8 to 10 hours a day. Now look, not every day, but for most days, I put in 8 to 10 hours a day. And I've now been doing this for 27 years. I'm just about to turn 49. It's awesome. It's awesome. I want you to just think back of where you were last year. That's just 1 year. Can you imagine doing this for 26 more and working as hard as you're working now? Just enjoy the process. Every year it gets better. Every year you're a little bit less of an idiot. Every year you got a little bit more money. And eventually you're going to get to the point where you've put in enough work to where your experience just takes over. And it's awesome because it's not just about trading. It takes over every aspect of your life. You just get much more comfortable. You're much less stressed. You're looking at things in a much longer term way. That's the way to really grow wealth. So that's going to be your main focus, is building that net worth every single year. But it starts off with the step you're going to take tomorrow. Focus on that step. The rest will come, I promise.
Yeah, Rob, I could not have summed that up better myself, and I think that's a really good place to leave it. So for VP and for Rob Reinhold, thank you for joining us on the Trading Psychology Podcast, episode 18. We will see you next week.
Step by step by step, everyone. Just take the next step. Focus on that. Make that the best step you've ever taken. I promise you, you do that for 30 years, you're going to be so happy at the end. Goodbye, everybody.
This is the Trading Psychology Podcast, and this is VP, creator of No Nonsense Forex and author of the book No Nonsense Forex Trading Psychology. And with me, as he is every week, is a very well-traveled Rob Reinhold.
Hello, everybody. Nice to be here. Just a little background about myself. I started trading in 1997, and I've been doing this for a long time, and I got to tell you, once you've been doing this for a very long time, It's really nice because you understand all of the ups and downs. They've happened thousands of times in your life. And I wish I could impart that onto you. You just have to keep going to where you get to a point where you understand these markets just move up and down. Nice to be here with you and share my experiences with you.
Likewise, Rob. And for episode 18, a little bit of a different format today, but some housekeeping first that I think is necessary for the channel. First off, like I said before, we're still having issues with people being able to comment on the videos. If you're watching this on YouTube, it's still a problem. Like, we got Dan Stone back able again. We don't know if we have Rob back just yet. He's going to try probably this episode to make some comments and responses. On episode 17, we had some really great long-form comments, very endearing comments that just didn't make it onto the comment section. I saw them and I approved them, but they just didn't make it on there yet. So if this is happening to you, don't feel bad. It is a YouTube thing. They aren't getting back to me fast, which is not uncommon. But understand we are aware of it, and we do appreciate the comments. It just might not show up on the final page. On that note, on the very first book giveaway, we had issues with that too, and some people aren't getting their books. So what I did for the pinned comment last week, a reminder, all the people who won the Maverick Trading book, you are on the pinned comment. What you need to do is email support@maverickTrading.com and claim your book, and Rob will send it right over to you. Also, Apple Podcasts. I am going back and forth with them still, ever since like episode 5. Trying to get on Apple Podcasts, it is never easy. So give us some time on there. We do plan on being there. And with Apple, you get all the other podcast players like Player FM, Overcast, all that kind of stuff too. So we're almost there, and I will certainly announce when we are. Now, Rob, did you have anything to add as far as the comments in the book and all that goes before we get started?
I just wanted to add that I've actually heard from 4 out of the 5 winners of our first book giveaway on Peak, and most of them already have their book.
The format's going to be a little bit different. I'm going to take the first half. Rob's going to take the majority of the second half, and we have some differing ideas here, but that's okay, because there's a certain place in time where this is going to even apply, and by then you can go a couple different directions. I have my way. Maverick Trading has theirs. And there's not always going to be some crossover. So understand, you might hear some things in this episode that would deviate a little bit from the no-nonsense Forex system of trading. But then again, you have options. You can take all of this any direction you want. That's always been the case. So the question at hand is when to risk more money. I have always said that trading with real money, regardless of what direction you plan on going in the future, is essential, because you need to know how it feels to have actual money on the line. But there is probably going to come a point in time where you're trading, the amount of money you're trading just isn't going to be meaningful anymore, and you may need to risk more. Or you are actually trying to do this for a living off of your trading account, and the profits you're making, albeit good profits, aren't enough to live off of, or just aren't very exciting. So there's going to come a time where this comes into play. The way I want to lead this off is understand, this is not something that is going to apply to anybody who has been trading for probably 3 years or less. Harken back to the video we just made on experience. You're not good enough to add more money for a really long time. I think we established that in that episode. Why are you going to add more money if you're not in a place to where you're making almost no mistakes compared to what you were making before? This is really important. One of the worst things you can do, in my opinion, is to add on money when you're still making dumb mistakes. And in your first few years, you're still going to be making dumb mistakes. That's just how it goes. That's why we do this entire podcast, is to help eliminate those mistakes along the way. But you're still going to make them. That's really, point number one, and the main point I wanted to throw at you. I don't have great answers for exactly how to approach this, but I can definitely tell you the when. And the when is going to be after you have gotten enough experience under your belt to where you're playing jazz, and all of this just comes naturally to you, and you're not making those dumb mistakes, and you've been through enough of those externals, crazy markets, dead markets, wild news events, to where even throughout all of those, you're still not making dumb mistakes. Once you're at that point, Now you can start asking other questions. And one of those big questions is, okay, when should I start risking more money? And what is the best way to approach it? And Rob has a series of answers, possible answers for you that he's going to go over now. Rob, go ahead and take it away.
Thanks, Patrick. I'm going to point back to episode 11. In episode 11, we talked about going from demo to live. And Patrick, you are so correct. You need to be live trading for a while because there are so many things that you need to learn. The reason why I actually said to go a little faster from demo to live is because that's the real world of trading. Where you win the game of trading is not really in the charts. It's about managing you and being able to figure out how to win in this game. And without real money on the line, you're just not really learning the world of trading. Once you have been trading live capital, the question is, number one, are you profitable? And that's just where we start. If you are not profitable, there's no reason whatsoever to increase position size. Patrick, do you have anything to add to that? It's pretty straightforward.
No, I think that's obvious. And I think that goes along with the point I made before, to where if you are trading a system that you have thoroughly tested properly and you're trading it the right way, you should be profitable at that point. It'd be really hard not to, I think.
All right, now let's get into real hard specifics because we just used the term profitable. What does that even mean? Does that mean for the week, for the month, for the quarter, for the year? Does that mean over your last 5 trades, your last 12 trades? Okay, does everyone see how all of a sudden we have all these buzzwords like, oh, we want to be a profitable trader? You have to quantify what in the hell that actually means. What does it mean to be quote unquote profitable? This is where you really need to be thoughtful about metrics. Remember in our Trade Like an Athlete episode, we talked about everything needs to be recorded, measured, and evaluated. So let's talk about this term profitable. What in the world does profitable mean? You have to set that up. Now look, we might all have different definitions, but what we want you to do is sit down in the beginning and you determine what profitable is to you. You may say, okay, I need 6 months of profitability and I'm okay with having one losing month in those 6. Now look, you are setting your parameters for what is profitable. Someone else might have something different. Obviously, what you want to do is make it long enough and within enough trades, enough sample size for it to be a realistic judge of your skill. That's very general. I'll give you some hard numbers here in a second, but Patrick, do you have anything to add to this? What are the parameters people should use to determine profitable?
It's such a vague term. Yeah, I never really thought about how to define it myself. So if you have a better answer, yeah, take it away.
I don't know if I have a better answer. I just have an answer.
Well, I had no answer, so any answer is better than mine.
Let me just reinforce what I just said. You need to determine what this is, what profitability is, and you need to determine it in advance. No, you don't get to look back on what you did over the last month and determine, well, I just wanted to look at a month, and conveniently you have a month worth of positive data, and all of a sudden now you're profitable. No, you have to set this in advance. What is profitability, and what does that mean? I know at Maverick, we have some very clear terms of what profitability means. Profitability is simply your account value goes up above what's called a high watermark. If you don't know what a high watermark is, a high watermark, let's say you start with $10,000 of trading capital. The first month you are profitable $500. So now your account's at $10,500. The next month you lose $500. Now you're back down to $10,000. And let's say the next month you make $500 again. Now you could take a look at that and say, oh, that was a profitable month. Not really. You just simply recovered the money you lost in the past month. You actually have to go above 10,500 to be considered profitable because that was your high water mark. So that is the benchmark we set at Maverick is we want to see you with 2 profitable months above a high water mark before you get to trade any more money. Now look, that's what we use. You are free to use whatever else you want. But I think that's a very good way to determine profitability. What do you think, Patrick?
I think that's really good, and this is why I defer to you on things like this, because you guys have a structure that you use that's very important to the overall prosperity of your company. I mean, this is big. How do you determine when to give a trader more money, because that's a big decision, and that decision can go south on you right away. Please, give us any kind of structure you can on this, because this is something that I've never had to have on my own channel, but you absolutely have, to the point to where you guys, this affects your bottom line in a big way. So yeah, please take it away on this.
Okay, well, great. If you want to use that, use that. If you want to change it somehow, change it. You want to set up your own definition of profitable. Now, once you've hit that profitable mark, now we need to talk about when to add money. I always like to refer to position sizing and account size as the volume knob of your trading account. When you turn on music, the music is the music. However, the volume knob just makes it louder or quieter. In trading, your trading numbers are your trading numbers. The amount of money you have on the line is simply the volume knob. If you have bad music, if you have bad trading results and you turn up the volume knob, you're going to get worse results. If you have good trading results and you turn up the volume knob, you're going to get better results. But it doesn't change the music. It doesn't change your trading number. As long as you have your trading numbers and you've met that definition of profitability, then all of a sudden we need to talk about turning up the volume knob. This is something that people don't understand. I would have to say that 70 to 80% of the people we get in at Maverick, and probably most of the people that get into trading at all, are generally left-brainers. They have linear thoughts, they have logical thoughts. It's just what personality type gets attracted to trading. So when you have this mindset that it's very linear, very logical, math is math. Math is very, very simple. It simply, you put in the equation and it equals this. If you have good trading numbers and you add more capital to it, you get more money at the end. What they don't understand is there are psychological traps when you increase your position size. Now, logically, and I know there's a lot of you out there thinking right now, logically, well, Rob, that doesn't make any sense. It's just a zero. Like if you're trading a $1,000 account and then you move up to a $10,000 account, if you're making the same trades with the same 2% of position sizing risk, that should be the same trade. And frankly, it should be the same trade as a $100,000 account and a $1 million account and a $10 million account and a $100 million account. The math is the math, and it shouldn't change anything. And so we as logical thinkers, left-brainers, it's just math. It shouldn't affect you in any way, shape, or form. Here's the problem. It does. And I've seen this firsthand. So I want to actually have a discussion with you about what are some of the pitfalls that are going to happen when you do start to trade more capital. First one I see is,
I just want to agree with this. I mean, yeah, our logical brain says, because we're not, right now we're not actually trading it, it's not in front of us, that a zero is just another zero, because it is. That's 100% true. But it is not going to feel that way when it happens. And like I said, I don't have a structure for this myself. You guys have always taken care of this. It's almost like on your end and I just traded. And I always try to separate myself from it that way. But once I got more money to trade, I remember that first time, everything changed. It should not have changed. It was just another zero, like you said. But it absolutely did. And there's reasons why, and you and I talked before the show about those reasons, so I'll go ahead and hand it back over to you. But everybody listen to this, because I think a lot of these reasons are going to hit hard very personally with some of you who have gone through this already. Believe you me, it does change things, but it shouldn't. So let's get ahead of this now.
let me share a story just so we can really see how this affects people. Years ago, one of our best traders, he was a great trader, very profitable, was just fantastic. Finally went and bought a really big house, moved into this really nice neighborhood, really big house. He had no mortgage before, and now he had a $4,000 mortgage. From that moment on, the trading wasn't nearly as good. I talked with him and we discussed things, and he said, Rob, every trade I make, I now see my mortgage payment. I now see that oh, I can't take this loss. This is half of my mortgage payment. And he wouldn't take his loss because he couldn't lose half a mortgage payment. Do you see how that all of a sudden changes everything in your mind? When you have a small account value and, your losses are $50, you're going to recover from that. That's fine. That's not a big deal. But once you start to get losses that are larger than car payments, larger than house payments, once you take losses that are six-figure losses, promise you it changes. Patrick, do you remember the time you got to the point where a loss equaled a car payment?
Absolutely. Because I probably went from a loss that equaled, a couple candy bars up to a loss that was about half a car payment. So that was probably, at the time, like maybe all of my bills for the month. And I would lose it in a day. And that's a lot to wrap your head around sometimes. And I wasn't dealing with that before. My losses were very easy to manage because they didn't mean anything. But now all of a sudden, in my head at least, they did. You guys are lying to yourself if you think this is not going to affect your trading. So this is exactly why we're trying to get ahead of it.
Everything is relative. I've taken losses that were more than houses. Now, just think about that. I remember talking to a good friend of mine, and I'd actually had a bad week. And he asked me, how much did you lose this week? And I told him, he's like, that's more than I make in a year. Just to give you some perspective of just how to handle that. All of a sudden, can you imagine losing a 1 year of of someone's salary? But it's just math. It's just a zero. There should be no difference whatsoever. But the problem is there is. So, the reason we are doing this episode is we want to make sure that you are doing this correctly so you aren't jumping too far forward. Because if you jump too far forward, you're not ready for it. You need to go from losing a candy bar to losing what you paid for the latest video game, and then to your electric bill, and then to your car payment, and then to half a mortgage payment or half a rent payment. You have to go through all those steps because if you don't, you will have more psychological problems because of it. So let's talk about adding capital. Now I'm going to go back to where we started until you are a profitable trader. And again, you are going to write down and quantify what that means. You aren't going to add any money to your account. In episode 11, we talked about the Yerkes-Dodson law. You have to trade enough money for it to be interesting, but not so much money that is stressful. We talked about you should be able to lose that entire account and still be able to sleep at night. As Patrick said, probably the first 3 years, you should not be looking to add any more additional money to your trading account. But once you get to the point where you are, let's talk about how you're going to add new money into it. I'm going to cover a couple scenarios that people will be in. Some of them won't apply to you. Maybe all of them will apply to you. But let's talk about someone who starts out. You've got a decent sized savings account. Let's say you've got $40,000 saved up. But you're definitely not going to start trading with $40,000. You're going to start off with $2,000. And the rest of the money is going to sit wherever it is you want it to sit. Once you get to the point where you are ready to put more money in, you need to develop a plan for when and how much you're going to put in. So again, at Maverick, we have the rule, 2 consistent, profitable months above a high water mark. At that point, you may say, if I can get to this defined point of profitability, I'm now going to take $8,000 of that money and move it into my trading account. And then, if I have another metric of profitability, I'm going to move another $10,000. The worst thing you can do is move it all in there at once. You want to do it in steps because I promise you, I know you think it's just a zero. The math is the math. It shouldn't matter, but it's going to matter. You need to go from taking $100 losses to $200 losses before you go from a $100 loss to a $1,000 loss. It's wildly different mentally. So build up to it. So if you have personal savings that are sitting there waiting, then this is how you do it. You set up a structure in advance based on metrics that you have provided. Anything you want to add to that, Patrick?
This is the optimal way of doing things, but keep in mind, you might be part of a prop firm that doesn't release their money to you that way. You might go from 2 zeros to 3 zeros to 4 zeros, so you may not get to do things this way. So you have to be ready for any situation that comes your way.
Absolutely. But if you are aware, this whole episode and this whole podcast is just about being self-aware. You are an idiot. I'm an idiot. We're all idiots. We all have these chemicals swirling in our brain, and we think they're conscious thoughts, but they're not. They're chemically induced thoughts from things that happened in our past and things that our DNA says. So to be self-aware that, hey, all of a sudden I have a ton more capital in my account, I need to be very cautious of the psychological problems this might cause. Now just think how different that is than somebody who thinks they are God, who thinks they're great and are in total control of their thoughts. Someone gives them $500,000 and they're ready to trade it all that first day. That person is going to make lots of mistakes because they weren't self-aware enough. So even if you are in that situation, just plan everything out. Be self-aware, plan it out. All right, so let's talk about, again, if you have savings out there, this is how you move it in. Let's also talk about new income. So new income, as you are trading and you're likely, like we talked about in episode 10, building multiple streams of income, you're going to be having periods of time where you have some extra money. How does that go into your account? Same thing. You plan it out. Develop a plan. In the next 3 months, if I am profitable, I'm going to save up $500 each month from my other jobs, my other paycheck, whatever it is. And if I'm profitable by the end of the period, I get to put that money in. If I'm not profitable, I can't put that money in. Do you see how all of a sudden you've got guardrails? Because psychologically, you're going to want to throw it in. Everyone likes more money. Everyone likes to trade more money. You got to do this the right way. What do you think about putting new money in, not from savings, but from income from your work?
I would have really liked to have had that problem. Fortunately, no. Waiting tables is pretty consistently inconsistent and horrible across the board. But I know exactly what you're saying. I think one of the examples we were talking about the other day is if you maybe got an inheritance or something like that, or just a big windfall. You sold a bunch of crypto and now you want to trade with. What do you do now? Because your account just automatically went from something relatively small to maybe quite a bit bigger. I think the best thing you can do is to do what we're talking about on this show. Look, there's going to be about 5, 6, 7 different scenarios out there in terms of more money you're going to be able to trade. Maybe only 1 or 2 are going to apply to you, but the unfortunate fact is you have to be ready for all of them because any of them can happen at any amount of time, and that doesn't excuse you from not being ready. So we're going to do our best here to try to give you a structure, but at the end of the day, you're just going to have to be ready for anything because anything can happen on the good side and on the bad side.
Totally agree. And I want to go back to what we talked about in episode 10, where we talked about multiple streams of income and trading multiple products. At some point, I remember when I finally got my account up above 6 figures and I was very disciplined and I was following all my rules, I realized that there's a lot of cash there doing nothing. Now look, when you have a $5,000 account and you're using, 10, 20% of it, whatever you're using on margin, who really cares about that $2,000 or $3,000 that isn't earning interest or isn't doing anything for you? It's not that big of a deal because the money that will bring you is pennies to dollars. That's it. All of a sudden, when you have a $500,000 account and you're being very disciplined on position sizing and you're only using 2, 3, 4% of the entire account and there's $470,000 sitting there doing nothing, all of a sudden, now you've got to really think about, okay, how do I maximize my earnings on my wealth? We've talked about net worth a lot here. I personally think the optimal Forex trading account is somewhere between $100,000 and $150,000. After that, I think you want to start looking at other places to put capital because you're going to get a better bang for the buck because that cash is just sitting there, not doing much. What do you think about moving excess earnings over to other accounts and other products?
For me, it would have to be excess. While I was trading, I still had businesses, but that money was allocated to those businesses. And I needed it there for, a rainy day or in case things were unprofitable. So I always separated the two. So I can't speak from experience too much there. Up until maybe like right around when the YouTube channel started, the businesses started doing better. Things all kind of got good at the same time for me. And that's when I had to decide, okay, do I also want to start adding more to personal trading? Do I even need to do that? It's all, Rob, it's so individual, man. I can't really say.
Patrick, what you just said is literally perfect. You said, I had to sit down and decide where that capital should go. I decided that this capital needed to stay here because it needed to be for a rainy day. That's exactly the point of this. Plan it all out. Plan everything out. Plan out what is quote unquote profitable to you. What is going to be the action you're going to take upon meeting those metrics? At a certain point, what is going to be the maximum value of your Forex trading account? After that, where is that money going to go? Is it going to go to real estate? One of my favorite things to do is to take my accounts down in value. I love when I have a good run and I take my accounts down in value and I go buy some real estate, or I go buy, 10 gold coins or whatever it is. I get to go do that and reinvest it in other places. The point is, it all has a plan, and that is really the point of this whole episode, is to plan out when you're going to risk more money.
No, I think that's a perfect way to wrap it up, because you guys might have noticed that this episode is a bit vague. Well, because it has to be a bit vague, because everybody's situation is completely different. So what we try to do here is kind of outline a lot of those different situations and what they might be. And the main objective here is exactly what Rob said. Regardless of what it is, just make sure you have a plan for it, and you plan for this in advance, because once it gets there, if you don't have a plan, it's going to hit completely different. And you might make emotional decisions that could end up having a really negative impact on either your trading or your life down the line, because you allocated too much or too little, whatever the case is. While you're of clear head, sound mind, and body right now, it's like I always say, plan to fail, but also plan to succeed. Most people don't do either one, but if they do one of the two, they always plan for failure. What's going to happen if I lose everything? Okay, I do X, Y, and Z. Okay, what's going to happen if you succeed beyond your wildest dreams? What happens if you succeed to where you think you're going to succeed? Then what are you going to do? Most people don't do that, and then they're so caught off guard by the time they get there, they don't know what to do. So yes, figure this part out now. And then when you get there, like I always say with your investments, like if you're going to buy at a certain point, put it down on a spreadsheet, and once it gets there, you're not going to want to, but execute that plan. This is really important, and it's so slept on because nobody thinks this far ahead, but you're going to get there at some point, hopefully. And if you do, you can easily undo 3 years of hard work and success by simply not having a plan for the next 3 to 4 years. And this is exactly what this episode's all about.
Couldn't have said better myself.
And so on that note, thank you everybody for joining us here at episode 19 of the Trading Psychology Podcast. We will see you all next week.
Goodbye, everybody.
This is the Trading Psychology Podcast. This is VP, creator of No Nonsense Forex and author of the book No Nonsense Trading Psychology. And with me, as he is every week, is Rob Reinhold.
Hello, everybody. This is Rob from Maverick Currencies and Maverick Trading. I've been a professional trader for 25 years now, and we're going to talk about something pretty fun this time. Pretty funny, but also pretty serious. So let's jump into it.
Yeah, I don't think it's fun at all, because this has happened to all of us, and it's just a really unfortunate situation, but it needs to be spoken about. It's really kind of, at least show format wise, it's the opposite of what we did last week, where we talked about a very kind of broad, holistic problem with a very broad, holistic approach. Today's going to be different. We are zooming in very, very narrow here to one situation that you would be lying if you said this has not happened to you at some point. You may also be lying if you're going to sit there and say this isn't happening right now at times. And so we need to address it. And there's a couple different kinds. It's called revenge trading. Now, if you need a little bit of definition, that's where Rob's going to come in here. So Rob, why don't you go ahead and set it up, and we'll start drilling down as we go.
Well, let me start off saying that this is only a funny concept when you're speaking about it in the distant past. At the moment, this is infuriating, this is upsetting, And this has a lot of emotions dealt with it. We do need to take it serious. I'm going to be sharing with you a couple of stories. I'm sure Patrick will share a couple of his stories. It's kind of funny to talk about it, but this is a real serious problem. And especially, this is going to be a very serious problem for people with the J personality trait. In one of our first episodes, we gave you a trader personality test to go take. If you haven't taken that, go to traderpersonalitytests.com, take the test, and your last letter, this is built on the Myers-Briggs, your last letter, you're either going to be a P or a J. P is perceptive, meaning that you see shades of gray, nothing is really black and white. J personalities are going to be the worst at revenge trading because the way a J sees the world is they see it in black and white. They see it in good and evil. They see it in right and wrong. And when they get into a trade and they feel like they were right and it goes bad, they feel like they need revenge. They feel like they have been wronged and they need to right the wrong. So if you are a J personality type, you need to listen very carefully to this podcast.
So I am absolutely a J, the truest form of a J, really. One of these two types of trades that we're going to talk about today certainly happened to me. So the way I've been kind of defining it is either when you take a loss, it's either just a standard loss that just happens in the course of trading. You know, we take losses all the time. Or is it that special type of loss? That loss that was supposed to be a win. And you know it was supposed to be a win, but something externally happened and it became a loss. In my case, it was a really bad loss. In the poker world, if there's one thing I had no tolerance for is other people's bad beat stories. Like, I don't care. For the purpose of the show, I'm going to share mine. And it was my very first year with Maverick. It was probably 2 or 3 months in. It was $1 CAD long, and I absolutely nailed it. Like, I hit my first take profit in the very first day, and then it just ran beyond that. And it finally came time to exit the trade, and I did, or so I thought I did. There's something I didn't do within the system, but I didn't have a lot of experience with it, and it was so different from what I was used to using in the past that I didn't confirm something, or it was something out there I didn't do. And the trade stayed open, and then price reversed. And it reversed a lot. And I didn't pick up on it until I curiously looked at my overall balance and I saw it was much lower than it was supposed to be. And I'm like, why the hell is this? So I dug into it and I found out that that trade was still open. Not counting that initial take profit I took, it turned out to be about a 500 pip loss. Not just on a regular account. You know, I finally catch my big break. I finally get on with the prop firm that I wanted. And it's early, and they don't trust me with a lot of money yet. And I take a 500 pip loss, not based on bad trading, but based on a stupid mistake that I made. And I didn't really even, I blamed it on the system. I blamed it on the platform at the time, because I won. I took a huge loss. Now, do you think I just stayed the course and just went brick by brick and tried to get those 500 pips back the slow, proper way? Of course not. I went completely, animal style, and I just got completely outside of myself and started overreaching. And of course, no surprise, it just made the problem worse. It really, really set me behind. It was all due to one trade, the way I approached it, and the actions I took afterwards. That was easily my worst trade ever. And you guys know, those of you who watch No Nonsense Forex, we win by not losing. And so we really pay attention to eliminating losses. But a loss like this is like worth, 5 or 6 or 7 like really bad ones all at one time in one trade. It's a hell of a thing to get over, not just monetarily, but psychologically too. And I did a really, really bad job of that. So again, I'm glad this happened earlier on in my career, but you have to dust yourself off and learn from it. That was the only way to go. And I finally figured that out.
Well, Patrick, every single trader has made some sort of order entry mistake. And I cannot even tell you how many trades I've made. It's got to be in the 30, 40, 50,000 trades I've made over my career. I still mess it up every now and then. I've had it help me sometimes, but as traders, we tend to forget about those times. We chalk those up to luck or skill, and we really like to hold on to the ones that got us as the bad ones. But let's talk about what really happens is that when you take this bad beat, and for those of you that don't know poker, a bad beat is when you played your cards right and someone else played their cards wrong, and you were playing all the correct odds, you had the best hand on the table, and they ended up getting lucky and catching a lucky card in the end and ended up winning. That's called a bad beat. And a bad beat is when you did everything right, but then for some reason you take a loss. Patrick, your trade is the perfect definition of a bad beat. You did everything right. You did everything correct, and you had a bad beat. We do everything we can to eliminate those mistakes, and your channel does a fantastic job in helping people cut down those mistakes. But in poker and in trading, you will get a bad beat. Let me give you another example of a bad beat. You get into a trade, there's a breakout. You get in, you get triggered, you're now long, and Chairman Powell comes out and says something off the cuff. The market tanks, you get stopped out, and then 20 minutes later, it's right back up to where it was and taking off, and you would have made money. That's a bad beat. Any time that you were right, but yet you lost money, this is the dangerous one. And if you are a J personality, watch out, because you feel wronged. You feel personally slighted, and this is where revenge trading really comes in. I want everyone to just make sure they understand. Everyone knows regular losses happen. We have no problem placing trades, getting stopped out for a small loss. It's not a big deal. The ones to be really cautious of are the bad beats, the ones where you should have made money. And the reason why they're dangerous is because this is setting you up for the next trades to be really terrible, or potentially to be really terrible. This is simply part of the recency bias that we talked about in one of our episodes. Whatever happened recently is going to change your behavior in the current. So we have to be very cautious on these bad beats, because this is the ones that end up getting us.
And what usually follows a bad beat, or what can follow, unless you're very experienced, is something called going on tilt. Going on tilt means that all of a sudden you went from doing everything the right way and played within yourself to completely abandoning all that and just getting reckless because you're just so upset you just don't even care anymore. You see this on TV with people who are good enough to be on TV playing poker. They get really mad because either somebody's talking trash to them at the table, or, like Rob just talked about, they experienced a bad beat, or just could be something going on in their life to where they just get impatient and say, okay, there's no reason for me to even play the right way anymore because the world is just against me, and even if I do play well, something like this is going to happen. They just go all in the next hand, or they try to revenge play against that person that just sucked out on them, all these different things. But what we know happens every time somebody goes on tilt is they immediately lose everything. So this is the situation you really want to avoid, because just like in my situation, I only ended up making a bad situation worse. I set my development within the company back just by one thing that happened. Bad beats are going to happen. Don't go on tilt. Do whatever you can to have that short memory that we talk about, and just move on. If I could impart one thing from that experience, and you guys should know this, but when it happens to you, it's going to feel different. Do not allow something like this, even if it was your fault, to allow yourself to go on tilt.
One of my favorite things to do on a poker table, Patrick, and this is kind of a jerk thing to do, but look, it's poker. We're trying to win. I love when someone takes a bad beat and then goes on tilt. All of a sudden I say, I can take that person's money. One of my favorite sayings in poker, when you sit down at a poker table, if you don't know within the first 5 minutes who the sucker is that you're going to take their money, it's you. Identifying people in these moments where they aren't playing well as a poker player is really essential to winning at poker. When I see someone take a bad beat and start to play reckless, I'm like a shark. I am after that person because I know I can get their chips, where maybe 30 minutes ago they were pretty cautious. But now I know they're on tilt, and I can just extract those chips from them if I play correctly. So this is a real thing. It happens in poker, and it absolutely happens in trading. So let's talk about how to stop it. Here's the problem. Remember, revenge trading comes from anger. Anger comes from the feeling that you were wronged. By the time you get to that moment and you are angry, guess what? None of these words that I'm going to say to you are going to make a difference. Look, you've all had friends or family members that once that temper has kicked in, there is no logic anymore and reason. There's nothing you can do to talk them down. Have you seen that before, Patrick?
It's my sister. Now, my sister is not a hot-tempered person, but she has very strong belief systems, especially politically, and they differ from mine. So it's very easy to antagonize her if I wanted to, and she'll get really emotional over certain political things. But now, like I said, it's just better off to avoid it altogether because there's no winning.
Once she gets to a certain point, there is no logic and reason. It's all emotion. When you get to this point, you will not be able to think correctly. You will not be like, oh, I'm on tilt. Oh, I'm revenge trading. No, you literally can't recognize that because you are on tilt. People that are on tilt never see it. I've seen it so many times over the years where I'll call up a trader and be like, hey, dude, you're on tilt. He's like, what are you talking about? I'm doing everything. No, you're not. How do you not get on tilt? When you finally get to the point where you feel wronged, what can you do to change it? And that is the purpose of this podcast episode, is to help anyone out at that moment, because at that moment, you are no longer in control of your actions. So let's talk about things you can do to try to help stop that. Because once you go over to, I'll use the term Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, where once you get to Mr. Hyde, you are no longer in control. Here is one of the first things you can do. After every single loss, take a break. Take a break. Now, what does that mean, take a break? Well, we talked about several things. We talked about shutting your whole entire system down. We talked about going for a walk. We talked about meditation. We talked about a lot of things to when you take a loss, you do a process that gets rid of that trade. In one of our first episodes, I talked about one of my traders who literally writes the trade down on a piece of paper and burns it at the end of the trade. Super dramatic, but that's so they can truly move on and not take that baggage into the next one. If you're trading on a daily chart, then I think you have to do something maybe a little bit bigger because you just want to make sure you don't bring that energy into your next trade. Meditation would be a great thing to do. Really think about, hey, I just took this bad beat. Let me make sure it doesn't seep into my subconscious. So taking a break between trades is going to be essential. I recommend to everyone, once you take a beat, you shut your system down, you turn it off, you don't look at the market for 30 minutes at least. Let your body cool off. Let those chemicals dissipate. Because if you try to make decisions while those chemicals are swirling, there's no way you're going to do it. What do you think about taking a break, Patrick?
I generally hate it, but for this particular situation, I think it's appropriate. Now, when I say I generally hate it, I've said this before. As soon as you take a break, that's when that one amazing win is going to come that wipes out all of those losses. With something like this, it almost doesn't matter what the market does afterwards. If you're still in that on-tilt frame of mind, you're going to mess it up eventually, especially if you revenge trade. These trades should not happen often. These bad beats should be like so memorable you can tell these stories later on down the road like I can. Maybe take the rest of the week off and just kind of let it play out, chill out, jump back in the game on Monday and see how you feel. And if you feel better, go with it. But you have to be honest with yourself here. Do what you have to do to get your mind right, mind centered, and then come back in when it's time.
Amen to that. And you said when it's time. I don't have any sort of time limit. It's just when your mind is ready. Another thing that I would recommend is be very, very cautious of the symbol you took a loss on. Let's say you're trading pound yen. Pound yen, you got short, it spiked up, knocked you out, and then came right back down. I would be very, very hesitant and very paranoid if my next trade was somehow pound yen. Why do I say that? That is a symbol that has a lot of emotions built up in it. If I took a bad beat in pound yen, I took a little bit of time off and I came back and said, hey, you know what? I'm going to look through some charts and, oh, look at this. Kiwi dollar looks good. That is a totally different trade that I started with a blank slate, that I looked at everything objectively, and there was no emotions about that currency pair. If I automatically go right back to pound yen, am I revenge trading? Now, look, I might not be, but there's definitely a good chance that I might be hunting in pound yen because I'm mad at pound yen and I want to get my money back from that symbol. So I prefer that whenever a trader does take a loss, that the next trade they make is in a different symbol. If you think that pound yen is still the best trade, as long as you've gone through all the other trades and rank them objectively, if pound yen turns out to be the best trade, take it. But don't automatically jump back into it.
So for no-nonsense Forex traders, this should happen a lot less because when you trade the daily chart, you have time to not be so reactive. You know, when you're intraday trading and stuff like that and things are happening as fast as they are, you might fall into something like this. Early on in your career when emotions are going to be higher, let's say it's pound yen again. You took a loss there, maybe you took a few losses in a row. Now you're mad at pound yen. Pound yen didn't do anything to you. It's all price action on a chart regardless of which pair you're trading, as long as you stay within the major pairs, right? You shouldn't avoid it for that reason. But if you're still pretty inexperienced and you feel like you might be experiencing that emotion to where you're actually getting mad at a currency pair, well then yeah, go ahead and shut it down for a minute. That's fine. You know, there's 27 other ones or 35 other ones, depending on which style of no-nonsense Forex trading you trade, but it's all an algorithm. You know, you're just looking at the indicators and seeing if they all tell you to go or not. After a while, hopefully this type of revenge trading doesn't happen to where it's currency pair specific, because as you should have learned by now, especially when we talked about, Robin, in previous episodes where you take a string of losses, don't take a string of losses on a certain pair and then just decide that that pair is no longer for you, because that's when the amazing win that wipes out all the losses comes around and you just missed it. You were there for all the bad ones. You were not there for the good one, and that is a recipe for disaster. But Rob is correct here. If you find this happening at all, leave nothing to doubt. Take that pair out for a second, maybe erase it, take it off your chart, but make sure to bring it back when you're over it. And how do you know if you're just a little too emotional for something like this early on? Well, it's what we also talked about before. The journaling. The comments section on the journal, assuming you're being honest with yourself here. How many trades have a comment in the comment section that says, yeah, I screwed up because of this? If you're still having quite a bit of those, well, yeah, then maybe this is a direction you should go. But hopefully over time, this won't happen to you.
And then the last thing I want to talk about is my one-shot rule. Now, I implemented this rule on myself because I was an idiot and I was revenge trading. Now, I love to trade news, and I know that's not something that Patrick and No Nonsense does, but I love to trade news. But when I was a younger trader, I would get into the news long, and then it would go my way, and then it would turn around and stop me out. And then I'd say, oh, I knew it was going to go down. And then I'd jump in and go short, and then reverse and go up and stop me out. And then I would say, oh, I knew it was going up. Why was I such an idiot? I just should have stuck with my first trade, and I bought for a third time, and it turned and went down and stopped me out. I've taken 3 losses before on one news announcement where the currency didn't go anywhere. So I had to implement my one-shot rule. I get one shot. So again, this was news, but you can apply this to everything. Let's say that we have a nice high base that's looking to break out on a daily chart, and it breaks out, and I take a shot. And if that shot doesn't work, I need to basically scrap that whole trade, go back to a blank slate, and look. And if that same trade comes up in the future, I can take it, but as we said before, you got to be very cautious that you aren't revenge trading that symbol. If that symbol truly is the best one, take the trade. No problem. But I've got a one-shot rule where I get one shot. I do not get to jump out and then jump back in. I have to start the entire process over. What do you think, Patrick?
I think this is actually very good for a few reasons. One of the reasons I don't trade news is because I think this is a green light, carte blanche, whether it's a scheduled news event or a black swan. for the market manipulators to come in and just completely screw over the public more than one time in a very short window of time itself. So within about a half hour, 15 minutes even, you can knock out stops and trigger people's trades when they might not have been ideal trades. You can sit there and do this many times within a very short span without anybody questioning you, because it's a news event. Volatility is really high. People are acting irrationally, so nobody ever questions these people, but I guarantee this is what's happening. They have it all set up. They're like, yeah, we're going to take price here, and as soon as people reverse course and they start to panic, we're going to go this way with it, and they are allowed to do this without any kind of regulation because of what's going on. I hate it. It's one of the many reasons I don't trade news. Also, one of the reasons is because when you see people who do this, especially on YouTube, they record every session that they trade when it comes to news, but they almost only release the ones where it works out. And it just gives people the idea that, wow, I should be trading news as well, because look how easy it is to make such a big profit in such a short amount of time. It's super deceptive. I hate it. All of this being said, been with Maverick long enough to know that they are actually good at it. Overall, if you want to record everything they do, they win more than they lose. They have a good system. It's regimented. If you ever do want to trade the news, then these are the people you want to be with. These are the videos you want to be around. If you just add this one-shot theory in, I think it makes it even better. Like I said, you win by not losing. Why compound your losses in such a short amount of time? Talk about a psychological overload. You just took it in the shorts 3 times in 15 minutes. All because of this news event that you had so little control over. That's the worst. You have to be really careful. You have to be very regimented when you do something like this. And to Rob and Darren and Maverick's credit, they have found a way to do that. But outside of them, I hate it for this one reason. But I will say, you guys do have your systems down on this, and you actually found a way to make it work.
Well, scaling in, not to spend the next 30 minutes talking about trading news, but we love to scale into trades, especially around news announcements, because, Patrick, you're exactly right. That first 5 minutes after a news announcement, everyone's going to get screwed. Every single person's going to get screwed. So we like to take small positions, have wide stops, and then as it starts to move your way, take a little bit more to where you finally build up to maybe after 2 to 3 days, you finally built up your full position. Trying to trade a full position right on the news with a tight stop, you may as well flush your money down the toilet. Doesn't make any sense. But that's all I want to cover here for news trading here. We can definitely cover this in a different episode.
I guess to wrap it up on my end, understand that at least within the scope of what we're talking about today, understand something like this, it's one thing, but it can really do a lot of damage. So actually having something in place as a fail-safe, just having any kind of solution is great. If I would have had something like this, I think things would have changed a lot for me back in the day, but I had to learn the hard way and figure it out myself. Be happy that you are trading in this era and you have this information available to you, and that's all I will say about it. So, Rob, go ahead and take us home here on the rest of it.
The biggest thing I want you to understand is that once you go on tilt, you're lost. You have no chance. So the question is, what do you do to not go on tilt? We talked about 3 things. Take breaks between trades, erase symbols. If you had a bad beat on a symbol, go ahead and just take it off for a week or so. You can put it back on later. And then the last one, if you want to use my one-shot rule, do a one-shot rule. You get one shot at a trade, and then after that, you scrap everything and you go back to the very beginning. You have to avoid going on tilt. Once you're on tilt, you do not have the ability, logically, to reel yourself back in because you're out of your mind. The chemicals are swirling. You have no control. So you have to make sure you don't get to that point. And the way you do that is you cut the stimulus off. Cut the stimulus off. Go take a walk. Go shut your system down. Go do something to stop the stimulus. Then your body can get rid of all those chemicals that were built up. And when you come back the next time, those chemicals are gone and you have a rational brain again to make a rational decision. Everything about this episode is how to not get on tilt. So put those rules in for yourself. Hopefully you won't need them, but if you do need them, it'll keep you from getting to that point. That's all I got, Patrick.
If you guys feel like this is helpful to you at all, please give us a like, please subscribe, hit the bell, but at the very least, give us a thumbs up. We really do appreciate it. And comment down below if you have anything to add, and if you're listening to this on YouTube for sure. This has been the conclusion of episode 20 of the Trading Psychology Podcast. I want to thank you for joining us, and we will see you next week.
And what I would like to see in the comments section is stories. I started this episode out with saying it's a funny story. Look, it's not funny at all, but it's funny when it's 5 years old. So if you have a funny revenge trading story, I would love to hear it. These are one of my favorite trading stories of all. So go ahead and put that on the comments. I would love to read it. Thanks, everyone. See you later.
This is the Trading Psychology Podcast. This is VP, creator of No Nonsense Forex and author of the book No Nonsense Forex Trading Psychology. And with me, as he is every week, is Rob Reinhold.
Hey everybody, this is Rob Reinhold with Maverick Currencies and Maverick Trading. We are a prop firm where you trade our capital and you can keep 70 to 80% of the profits you generate.
This week, we are going over something that, again, I don't know how we just keep coming up with these things, this 20 episodes in, but we're on episode 21. We're going to talk about work-life balance because I guarantee you this has affected absolutely every one of you listening to this podcast right now. It's affected me. It's affected Rob. We'll both talk about that. Keep in mind, for those of you who are new, Rob and I trade two very different ways. So this is going to cover pretty much everyone. Rob trades intraday. I trade the daily chart. I didn't always trade the daily chart, but I do now, 15 minutes a day. And it certainly makes my work-life balance easier, but that's not for everybody. And even still, you have to rely on a certain time, and you always have to be there. So that can be a bit stressful in itself. So Rob, go ahead and start us off. I'll kind of jump in where I can.
When you said that we trade differently and we trade different time frames, this is a perfect segue into this episode, work-life balance. I have the ability to trade the intraday chart. I do this full time. I am always behind a system and always talking to my traders. I'm in a situation where my life is conducive to trading intraday setups. Most people do not have a life like mine. And most people, if they try to trade the way I do, they just couldn't do it. And that's literally what this episode is about. Finding that balance in your life. Finding, first off, what is your style? What is your time frame? What are your parameters? All of these things, because it has to fit you specifically. It can't fit me. It can't fit anyone else. It has to fit you. Let's get into this work-life balance discussion. And it's going to go a couple different ways. Your life is going to dictate what type of trading you can do and what type of trading you can't do. And your life is going to change over the period of your life. And there's going to be some times where you are going to have to change your time frames. You're going to have to maybe go out a little further, or maybe you can go a little bit closer. Everything is going to change. And you as a trader and as a human being, you've got to be able to keep up with that.
But Rob, I'm really glad you brought this one point up. There's a saying I see often, especially on Forex YouTube, where people will say, what's the best way to trade? Should it be price action? Should it be indicators? Should it be this tool, that tool, fundamental analysis? What should it be? And their answer is always an answer I really don't like. They say you should trade according to whatever your trading style is, a trading style that fits your personality. I always had a problem with this saying because I'm always like, no, what if a cracked out action junkie and I want to trade the 1 minute chart, Bollinger Band? Is that really what I should be doing? Optimal is optimal. If it's suboptimal, you shouldn't be doing it. But hearing you talk the way you just talked, like, okay, it has to fit into your schedule somehow. Or it has to be a style that you can make fit into your schedule somehow. Or you just flat out shouldn't be doing it. It makes all the sense in the world.
Absolutely. And in my first year, I kind of want to start off where I was my first year. I love trading. I've always loved it. And boy, the first year I couldn't get enough trading. I started trading off of equities in the 90s. And so when the stock market closed at 4 p.m. Eastern time, it really was closed. There was just barely starting up this new thing called after hours trading that you could trade through some of the ECNs, but the liquidity wasn't really there. And so you were pretty much done at 4. And I remember when all my blinky lights went off, all the charts stopped moving, I had this little bit sense of depression. And I couldn't wait until 9:30 the next day. And I would go home and I would sit there and think about it. Now, understand that's great if you are single and you can go home and think about it. I had a wife, I had kids, and all of a sudden I started to prioritize trading over some of the things that gave me a lot of happiness in my life. And one of my favorite things I love to tell people is I hated weekends. For the first year of my trading life, I hated the weekends because nothing was open and I had to go figure out something to do. Looking back on that now, I clearly see signs of addiction, clearly see signs of adrenaline junkie, but that's where I was at the moment. I was so excited and so passionate about it that that's all I wanted to do. And it actually caused issues in my other life, which we're going to talk about in this episode, cause you issues in your trading. Patrick, I want to hear about your first year or two trading.
Pretty similar to yours, I think, because when I first found Forex, and I was surprised how easy I learned it, I was like, okay, this is it. I'm going 100% full forward into this because I also really liked it. You know, we're not going to want to make a career out of something we don't like. That whole new car fall in love phase for me lasted a very long time. Like I've said it before, like I don't love trading anymore, which should not be discouraging to people. Like, you know, talk to me 12 years in, you know, see how you feel. You may still love it, but it's little time it takes up of my day. It's almost like a chore for me now. But back then it was everything. A few years into being into Las Vegas, and when the weekends came, what would I rather do? Go hang out with friends, go to the club, you know, see a bunch of girls, or would I rather trade? If I was being honest with myself, I'd rather trade. And it's what I've been doing all week just because I loved it that much. And I felt like I was building something, you know, you have some really good days, and the euphoria from those days just can't be matched by anything else in real life, especially at that time. You know, it's another world. So yeah, my first couple years, that's how I felt, and it's really all I did. But after a while, I had to get serious because I'm like, okay, I want to leave restaurants. I've been doing this a long time, feel my body start to break down, you know, feel my tolerance level when it comes to guests, coworkers, bosses, just completely, you know, bottom out. I need to make a move here. What am I going to do? After that, things got a little more serious, but that first year when I was just kind of playing around and discovering new things and new currency pairs and new indicators and stuff like that, it was cloud nine, really was.
I think we all fall into that where it just becomes something we're so passionate about. Now I'm going to go back to the Yerkes-Dodson law, where the amount of time and effort you spend on something at some point will have a diminishing effect. One of the reasons why this trade and work and life balance is so important is because everything has consequences. One of my favorite sayings that we use at Maverick is a happy trader is a good trader. What I mean by that is that whenever I have a trader that has been very good, very profitable, and then all of a sudden they go on tilt and they're acting really weird and I'm seeing trades I usually don't see, the very first thing I do, I call them up and they know the call is coming and they want to start talking trading. I said, no. We're not talking trading. What's going on in your personal life? And every single time they're like, oh my gosh, yeah, I'm going through a divorce. I'm going through some health problems right now. We don't even need to have a discussion about trading because their problem isn't trading. Their problem is the other parts of their life are not making it conducive to be successful in trading. And so we have very frank conversations. We talk about, hey, why don't you take a couple months off? Or why don't you get to the point where you've sold your house because it's causing you so much stress? Why don't you start trading after you've actually sold your house? To where a happy trader is a good trader. They're going to be profitable. If you dedicate all your time and effort to trading and you neglect friends, family, exercise, all the things that actually make you happy, it's going to affect your trading negatively.
I could not agree more. Some of my traders have heard this story before. My worst stretch of trading ever is when I tried to shoehorn about 6 hours of trading a day into what was not only a full-time job when I was waiting tables, but the time of day was horrendous and my life was just awful. I mean, so consider this, you know, go to work about 4 o'clock, come home around 11:30, physically, mentally just drained, right? And I was on Pacific Standard Time. So I'm trading intraday at this point. I'm trading the 15-minute half-hour chart. And the London Open's coming up at midnight. I log on and I get ready for that. Eat if I can. Sometimes I don't have time to. Do that all the way up until 6 o'clock. Now, if I was in a trade, I would have to go to bed sometimes with dollar trades open, wondering what they were going to do because the stock market was just opening. We don't know what the repercussions of that news is going to be. You can't go to sleep if you're overly stressed or angry about something. It's really, really hard to do. And I was. And so I don't even know when I would actually fall asleep, maybe 7, 8 o'clock, wake up at 2, 2:30, and then get ready for work again at 4. Like, this was my life for a while. I would have a couple days off, but I would just sleep during most of those days off because I just didn't have time to do anything else. Or I would just catch up on laundry, whatever I had to do. Everything that made life worth living, apart from trading, was just completely taken out of my life. Not to mention that horrendous schedule and that taxing schedule I was putting on my mind and my body. Looking back on it, there was nothing profitable about it at all. People wonder how I came to trade the daily chart over time. It's because of that. I really tried to make it work because I was just told this is how you trade. And it took that for me to finally break that pattern and use something that actually fit into my life, like you just said, Rob.
And here's the ultimate irony behind this whole thing. So you stopped at where you were then on your way to work as a waiter. On those days when you showed up, you probably didn't have the energy required to be happy and to generate a good tip from great service. You probably were dragging a little bit. And so that night, you probably made less in tips than you expected, which then when you sat down to trade, you thought to yourself, oh, I need to trade harder to make up the money I lost in my waiting job. Is that right?
Yeah, it's a hard thing to measure if you're really making less tips, but I'm sure I wasn't providing great service. I think even more so, I was being a burden to the people around me that I worked with, which just makes everything worse because they didn't deserve that. When you start destroying relationships and things like that, it just adds to the stress when you come home, and then lather, rinse, repeat, you got to go right back into trading. So it's just a really ugly, vicious cycle, no matter how you portray it.
And what you just said was exactly where I want to go next. A feedback loop is when you do something, you take some sort of action, and it provides either a positive or negative result, which then changes your future actions going forward. So for example, you go to the gym. You work out really hard. It's difficult. You do that for a week or two, and you look in the mirror and you see results. You say, oh my gosh, look, that's a little bit smaller. That's a little bit bigger. That's amazing. All of a sudden, in your mind, you are now even more likely to go to the gym the next week. It's going to become easier to go to the gym next week. And you're going to build this positive feedback loop. And when you can build positive feedback loops in your life, there's no more struggle. There's no more forcing yourself to do things in discipline because everything is reinforcing itself. It works the other way around with negative feedback loops. Let's use your story where you stay up late, you don't get enough sleep. So when you show up to work, you don't make as much money as you should have. So then you start worrying about money, which makes you do all the things that cause you to lose more money, which causes you to worry about more money. These feedback loops are going to really be a key in your success or your failure, not in just trading, but in life. To really be a good trader, and I know this sounds so strange, and this is so outside of what trading books are going to tell you to do with Fibonacci sequences or charts. I'm telling you, if you want to be a good trader, be a happy person. And I know that sounds super cheesy, and that doesn't fix trading problems, that doesn't erase losses, but I know that positive feedback loops are a huge thing in our lives. And the more you can get your entire life, I'm going to use the term humming, where you're just in the flow, everything gets easier, including trading.
Yeah, and I would say too, simply pointing a finger at you and saying, "Hey, be happier," that's really not great advice because there's all sorts of stuff going on in any person's life. But what we mean by this is if trading is adding to whatever level of misery you're going through right now, well, then obviously it needs to be removed. I didn't remove it from my life because I felt like it was my only way forward. But it was really just making everything worse. And so there was no chance of me ever becoming better until I made some really key changes. And so that's what we're saying here. If it doesn't fit and it's just making what's already a bad situation worse, well, then it's got to go. And come back when things are better. Because you're right, it almost doesn't matter what you do. Like Rob said, every time somebody falls off, they have that one thing in common. Things that are going on in their life just aren't going well. And it's really hard to be good at something that requires this level of discipline and emotional control when other things just aren't going right.
When we really think about trading, it all boils down to money. We all get into this business for money. You make some money, you lose some money, and then over the years, you start to understand this isn't about money. You could have done anything. You could have done real estate. You could have done, well, hopefully you are doing all that stuff. The money isn't going to bring you any sort of happiness. And frankly, there's a lot of people out there that have a lot of money and they're not happy. And there's people that are broke and are plenty happy. I want you to really sit down and think after this episode, what is the money going to do for you? Or what is it doing for you? If you are a profitable trader, been trading for years and the money's coming, what is that allowing you to do? Is that allowing you to travel? Is that allowing you to donate more money to people that are in need? What is it allowing you to do that actually gives you happiness? Because the money, it's nothing. And when you die, you don't get to take it with you, as we've all heard. Think about, I'm doing all of this work for the money, but it's not about the money. What are you really doing it for? And you're going to see you're doing it for all the things that are actually going to bring you happiness in your life. Focus on those things. Focus on growing your wealth. Focus on, again, trading other asset classes, growing your wealth, growing your relationships, growing your involvement in your community, online community, physical community, I don't care. The more you can get this positive feedback loop going in your life, I'm telling you, you are going to be a much better trader. And I know that sounds cheesy, but it's the truth.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because the money is still there and the money does solve a lot of problems. I don't care what anybody says. It does. It doesn't buy happiness. Nonsense. It gets rid of a lot of things that make life not so happy.
Let me jump in here, Patrick, because I love studies. I absolutely love studies, and this is one of my favorite studies ever. And we'll put a link down below the YouTube video with this study. They did a study on compensation at work, and they found that if you made less than about $70,000 a year, then getting a raise was really helpful in raising your happiness level in your life. So anything below about $70,000, more money literally did bring more happiness. And then right about $75,000, you started to see that drop off. And you started to see that when someone was given a raise or given a bonus, it actually had a smaller effect on happiness. And then somewhere around $120,000, there was no effect on happiness. And then once you got further past that, there was actually a negative aspect of getting a bonus at work. And when they really looked into why that was, once people have their basic needs met and they have enough money, it might be a negative because some of the things that those workers said they wanted more autonomy. They wanted more say in the business. They wanted to be able to create new things. That's what they wanted, and that's what was going to provide them more happiness. So you're exactly right. Again, this is where I love these studies. If you don't have enough money, more money does make you happy. But at a certain point, there is no more effect of more money. And actually, at some point, there is a negative effect of more money. I understand if someone is there to where they don't make enough to make ends meet, money solves all the problems. But this is what I wanted to get into in this episode. Think about making money at some point. What's it really going to be about? It's not really going to be about all those Ferraris and Lamborghinis you buy. At some point, it's going to be about something more than that. So I just love those studies. Please read that study.
So I'll agree on the end game. Income-wise, I probably do better now than I ever have done in the past. And I probably spend less money now than I did when I was near broke waiting tables. It's really weird. I don't want anything. And if I make more money, it's almost like a liability now because it's like, okay, what do I do with it? How do I keep it safe? People who listen to my investment podcast know, I constantly, concern myself with things like that. But I will say, though, a lot of people who are starting Forex and want to make a career out of it are going to be in that bottom tier money-wise. So that is a level of stress that's really tough to get over on top of it because at first we do it for the money. We can sit here and tell people not to, but that's exactly why you do it. You want to make more money, you want to get out of the situation you're in, and you want to replace it with trading. That's everybody's dream, whether it's breaking out on your own or joining a prop firm, whatever it is. Unfortunately, that stress is going to be there, but that doesn't make what Rob said incorrect. You still have to be able to separate that out, because I'm telling you, it's just going to add more stress on, especially if you're in that real money phase and you're trading real money and you're still paycheck to paycheck and the money you set aside for trading is now a fraction of what it was before. It's tough, but again, you have to go through all this if you're going to be any good. But what you can do, put the odds in your favor, is exactly what this episode is. Make sure your life is either at par or a little better than par when you're trading, because you're never going to be, it's just like we said with experience, you're never really going to be good. You're never going to be really maxed out on your potential if you have these things still weighing you down. And far be it from me to say to take a break if things aren't going well, because I hate that. But it's true. Everything Rob's been saying about how these externalities just bring you down and affect your trading in ways you can't even really explain, it's true. I've been there. I never want to go back there again. And if I ever was back there again, I absolutely would take a break from a lot of things, get everything together in my life, and then get back on the horse.
The unofficial motto of this Trading Psychology podcast is be self-aware. Patrick, you're right. Everyone is going to start at that beginning. I started out because I just wanted to make money in an easier way than I saw everyone else doing. That's how I got into it, and that's why. But you talked about those stresses. Those stresses will undermine you unless you're self-aware. And that's the whole point of this entire podcast, especially the first couple of episodes we did. We talked about all the programming. We talked about brain chemistry. If you were self-aware, we've given you the blueprint to get rid of that baggage, that garbage. We talked about meditation. We talked about exercise. We've talked about a lot of things that you need to do before you sit down to trade to purge all of that out of your system. But if you don't know what's in your system, then why would you do any steps to get rid of it? So being self-aware, so important in this business. So I just kind of want to go over some actionable things for everyone here from this episode. Understand that trading is part of your life. And it's a big part of your life, and it's an important part of your life. But where does it fit in? You need to sit down and decide, where does trading fit into my life? Where does it fit into my life time-wise? Because we all have limited amounts of time during a day. How does it fit into my life time-wise? So let's give some actionable ways for you to find some balance. First off, this is one of the things you do. We talked about that in episode 10, multiple sources of income. We've talked about exercise. We've talked about all these things that are part of someone's life. Put some rules and some guardrails around things like, this is when I do this. This is when I do this. I remember a moment in my life early on when it was like a Monday night and the RBA was coming out with their interest rate statement. And I was so excited. I had a very good trade setup ready to go off this news. But my daughter had a recital, like a dance recital or something. Now, with news events, you kind of have to be there. A lot of whipsaw, price action, and legging in. And her recital was right during the RBA statement. And I remember debating in my mind, maybe I'll just stay home. Maybe I'll just stay home because we could really use this money if I get this trade right. When I kept thinking about it, I realized, what the hell are you doing, Rob? This isn't important. The RBA, they have 8 meetings every year. Go to the recital. And that was kind of the last time I had to fight that battle of what was going to be more important, trading or my family. And, I'm kind of a little ashamed to even share that story because a good dad wouldn't think that. But that's where I was. Understand everything's got to fit into your life. Prioritize trading. It's very important, but make sure it's not the most important thing because it's a very hollow way to live a life. There's much more full and rich ways to live your life. That's really all I want to say on this episode, Patrick.
Yeah, I'm glad you ended with that point, because it is one of those things, you can get so obsessed in this that you miss the things that are actually really important. Missing an RBA meeting is pretty inconsequential in the big picture. You can also shift time frames to something that fits you a little better. One of the toughest things I did, and this lost me a ton of subscribers. Like, they stay subscribed, but they just stopped watching my videos, is when I said to change to the daily chart, daily time frame, because nobody wanted to do that. But the people who did still messaged me to this day and said, man, if there's one thing you told me that really changed everything, it was that. I didn't want to do it. I felt like the ROI would have been lower there, but it's the total opposite for me. Doesn't fit into your life, then it's just not going to work going forward.
Patrick, I will say that the daily time frame probably fits most people the best. So I wholeheartedly agree with everything you said.
Yeah, it's funny because most people don't do it. Maybe that's the move they need to make, to where intraday is great for people like Rob. That's why we did those tests early on in the podcast series, just to kind of see where you are. Maybe the universe is trying to tell you something here. But either way, everybody, thank you for listening to episode 21. We will be back next week with episode 22, where we will be getting into a series of episodes that have to do strictly with prop firm trading. So if you're interested in prop firm trading, if you're currently doing that now, or even if you're not interested in that really, but you just kind of want to see what that world's all about, stay tuned, and we will be back next week.
Goodbye, everybody.
This is the Trading Psychology Podcast. This is VP, creator of No Nonsense Forex and author of the book No Nonsense Forex Trading Psychology. And with me, as he is every week, it's Rob Reinhold.
Hello, everybody. This is Rob Reinhold with Maverick Currencies and Maverick Trader. I always say that I'm the head trader here. I don't even know what that means. So I've actually had people say, what does that mean? I've said, I don't really have any official title other than I like to talk trading to every single one of our traders as much as I possibly can. So that is the title of head trader, I guess.
Well, whatever you call it, we are into episode 22. And I said it towards the end of episode 21. We're getting into the prop firm series of podcast episodes. I might have jumped the gun a little bit because I did see the title of this episode on the spreadsheet. And I was like, oh, okay, it's prop firm time. Here we go. But as you guys know, there are many different ways to go pro. But regardless, there is a certain set of criteria you must make sure you have met before you go pro. And so this is going to be a very Rob-heavy episode because I've told you guys in the past, I went pro too early. I really could have used another year or two of seasoning under my belt before I did it. I don't know if I've ever told you guys this before, or you, Rob, but I can't remember the name. I don't know if you even know it was a prop firm or what it was. It was kind of like a prop firm. It was very kind of mishmash thrown together. But I did that in 2012, and I completely bombed out. I went too early because, like I've said so many times on this podcast, I didn't have anything like this to guide me on where to go. So I had to pioneer everything and do everything the hard way and make all the mistakes. We don't want that for you. That's the whole reason why we're doing this. Rob, if you would, go ahead and just kind of take it from here. I'll jump in where it's necessary, but given my experience here, I don't think it's going to be real necessary. You have all the experience here. You've seen it all in front of you. You've seen all different types of people come in of different experience levels. Tell us, start to finish, what you have noticed a perfect set of starting requirements would be for anybody who's trying to go pro in really any direction.
Here's the problem with that. It's not going to be a simple answer because there are many different ways to go pro. There's even many different ways to go pro in the prop trading industry. So in this episode, I kind of want to cover exactly kind of what these avenues are and how they work because a lot of people, they don't really know what this term going pro even means. So I'm going to break it down to something very simple. When you are a professional trader, it means that somebody else is paying you to manage money. Let me say that again. A professional trader is when someone else is paying you to manage money. Now prop trading is an industry where this prop trading firm will pay you money to manage their money and make a profit. But let's talk about some of the other ways that someone could become a professional trader. There are hedge funds. There are trading desks. There are other ways that some people can get into the business of trading. I also know a lot of professional traders that manage money for their family, for their friends, for people that trust them. They get paid for their services for managing somebody else's money. As you can see, there are a lot of different variations of going pro. So I kind of wanted to start off with some levels. And in each level, I'm going to say, okay, if this is the way you want to go pro, then this is where you should be before you even think about it. And then we'll cover the next way to go pro, and then we'll cover what do you need to do to get to that point.
But real quick, before you do that, Rob, I just want to hear your definition of this because I was telling people in the past on my channel that going pro also officially, if you're a professional, that means you just get paid for doing something. So if you have, or if you feel like you have enough money to trade for a living, just your own money, nobody else's, your own, and you want to break out and, quote, go pro that way, do you consider that as well, or is that a completely different classification?
No, I would consider that pro as well. And the first thing that popped into my mind, let's take the example of a professional gambler. What does that mean, a professional gambler? Anyone can walk into a casino, play some Texas Hold'em, play some blackjack, whatever it is. Anyone can play the games. So what does it mean to be a professional gambler? This is the definition I like to use. If you literally put on your tax return, what is your job? And you put in professional gambler, and that is the majority of your income for the year, you're a professional gambler. I know that's not a very rigid definition, but that's always the definition I use. A professional trader is someone who, when they pay their taxes every year, it's listed right there. This is the majority of my income, or a big chunk of my income, right here in Schedule C, Schedule D, wherever it is that you put it. That to me is what a professional trader is on their own.
Okay, good to know. And for what it's worth, some professional gamblers don't pay taxes at all because they keep it under the radar. But that's a totally different story. Don't do that.
Well, we are going to talk about paying much less taxes as a professional trader on this episode. You don't need to hide it. You just need to do it the right way. So we'll cover that in this episode for sure.
Good deal. So let's hear what you got.
Let's talk about the first way someone can go pro. Now, I'm going to use the term something like a junior analyst or a trader's assistant. Let's say that there is someone you know, a firm, or a home office. Let me explain quickly what a home office is. A home office is a company that has been hired to run a high net worth individual's investments, meaning someone that has hundreds of millions of dollars. They don't run their money. They hire what's called a home office. And this home office does everything for them. Pays all their taxes, does all their bills, pays all their landscaping, everything. They take care of everything, including their investments. That is a legitimate way to get into the business of a professional trader. In this situation, when someone is willing to bring you aboard and they're absolutely willing to train you, I don't think you need to wait until certain metrics are met to where you say, hey, I need to have a 4-year track record of profitability with all these numbers. I think that is a great opportunity to go pro. And I wouldn't want anyone to listen to this podcast and turn that offer down because they said, oh, Rob said that I needed to have all these metrics. If you are stepping into a situation where you are going to get training, serious training and help to get into the business of being a professional money manager, absolutely take it. Absolutely take it and let them march you through that progress. And I think that's a great opportunity. That's the easy one to cover right there.
Do you want to share how you find opportunities like that? Because that sounds great.
You really pretty much have to know people. You have to know people that are in the business that are looking for someone. So I wish there was job postings out there for junior traders at a home office. You know, there might be a few, and you can absolutely go look for them. But you pretty much need to know people. This is where it's very exclusive, meaning if you know a lot of high net worth individuals, you're much more likely to know people that run their money. Sadly, I'm not in that group of people. In case any of you get lucky out there, absolutely take that opportunity. It's a fantastic opportunity.
And I wouldn't even say get lucky in this situation, because this is a question I get asked a lot. How do I trade other people's money? Where do I find these opportunities? I'm like, you have to go to those opportunities. Rob's exactly right. You have to go where those people are. Even if it's something you can't quite afford, you have to find your way into those circles. And it's going to be a little hard. It's going to be uncomfortable. You're going to feel like a fish out of water because you don't make the money they do. But this is how you get those opportunities. Rob nailed it. It's like, I know a guy who knows a guy. And that's usually how these meetings happen. Either that, or get some kind of prominence on a public, not like Discord, like on a public social media board, making really good calls and, explaining your theories and things like that. This is how you get clients like this. Now, if you weren't already born into it, or you didn't already go to a great, Ivy League college where you have this big network, this is how you get it done.
Yeah, I think that is a great point to make. Let's go on to the next one where you are expected to step into the job making money immediately. Okay, So that is some prop firms. Some prop firms are going to expect you to start making money immediately. Some trading firms on Wall Street or in Chicago are going to expect you to hit the ground running, not need training, and be able to make it immediately. If that is the type of pro you're looking for, then I think the first thing you need to do is set up some metrics that you have to be able to meet. I also want to cover in this group that if you have friends or family members that approach you and say, hey, would you be willing to help me with my investments, with my capital? I'm also putting that group here because, again, you need to have hit the ground running. You cannot use other people's money to learn all the mistakes you should have been making on your own money. I'm going to say that again, and I'm going to say it even more sternly than I said it before. Don't you dare lose someone else's money learning the lessons that you should have learned on your money. Patrick, do you want to be any more clear on that one, or think I got it?
No, and this kind of ties into the experience episode. You're not any good for a while. You're not going to be. It's just what it is. Even if you think you're good right now, even if you're pulling in really good results, even if you've been doing that for a few months and you feel like you're just unstoppable, you still don't know shit. You have to, don't even think about doing any of this for other people who are trusting you with very large sums of money until you have put that time in and you have cut your mistakes down to almost zero. Because let me tell you, the psychological jump that's about to happen to you is going to be incredible. Probably going to make more mistakes as a result. So you better not already be making pre-existing mistakes going into this, or else it's going to be a really, really rough time. There's certain types of rich people out there that get really, really upset if you lose their money and may take some kind of action against you. And you never know who these people are till it's too late. So make sure psychologically and experience-wise you are 100% ready to go, and your mistakes are about as down to a minimum as they can possibly be, especially with this case. These guys aren't going to be as gentle as some prop firms are. Remember that.
And Patrick, you said something in there that is so true, and that's exactly where I wanted to go in this episode. You said that you better have gotten rid of all of your own mistakes and psychological problems, because when you trade other people's money, there's a whole new round of psychological problems that you're going to face. Absolutely 100% true. And the first time that I actually traded for one of my friends or family members, I learned that firsthand. I was way more stressed. I was way more worried. I made way more mistakes because of it. It was a completely different world. So, before we jump into that, let's talk about where you need to be. If you are in a situation where you're going to go pro, where you need to hit the ground running. If it's a prop firm that says, here's some capital, here's your trial, you better sink or swim, here's a place you need to be at. Number one, Patrick, you nailed it. Lack of errors. You need to have completely eliminated the errors. You need to have a good track record through all types of market conditions. And you need to be able to produce a return that you can actually show people that is fully audited, meaning all your actual statements line up with that. I'm going to put a window of time out here. I think the earliest someone could do that is 3 to 5 years. And we talked about this in the Experience Matters. 3 to 5 years is where you're finally starting to make a whole lot less mistakes and getting to be able to drill down your system really well. I think that's about the earliest someone could go pro.
I think that's the perfect time frame, really. Unfortunately, that's not what people do, but that's exactly the way you need to do it. And 3 to 5 years, again, for some people is going to be different than others. It comes down to where you're at that 3 to 5 year mark. And you will know that through your journaling if you do it right. You guys understand how these episodes build on each other? And do you understand why we did certain episodes first? Because it all leads to things like this. That's how you're going to know. Because it's not just as easy as all of a sudden you have more money in your account now and you're trading it, and at the end of the month or whatever, you share the profits, however that works. There's going to be a lot more coming your way. You don't know how this person whose money you are trading is going to react to your success or lack thereof. What are they going to say to you if you have a losing month? What are they going to say to you if you're doing really well, but they want you to do even better? They're like, oh, you got a 12% ROI for the year. That's really good. I was really, kind of hoping you'd give me 20 this year. How do you respond to that? You can't explain to them that, it's some of this stuff's out of your hands. So you got to be ready for everything, man. This is, honestly, Rob, this is not something I am built for. And I know that. But I still get emails asking people if I would trade their money for them. And I tell them no. I don't care how much you're about to give me. I don't care what number you're going to throw at me. I don't care if it's millions of dollars. I don't want to do it. I'm not going to do it because I don't want that level of stress in my life. So you have to understand, not only is it going to be a new jump psychologically, not only are there going to be variables introduced that you're not ready for, the stress level is going to be absolutely incredible. Now, the upside here, I think, can be really, really great too. Don't get me wrong. But you just have to make sure you're the type of person who is built for this as well. I will tell you right now, I'm not one of those people.
And as we said in this entire podcast, it all comes down to individuals' personalities and who they are. And some of you might be looking at this saying, I don't even want to do that. So don't. Just don't ever do it. But if you do want to take this opportunity, again, I want to just stress, if you're going to be trading for friends or family members specifically, then you have to keep this really serious, because I started out managing friends and family's money because they saw the changes in my life. They saw that I was doing well, and they just naturally approached me. And I thought to myself, wow, what a wonderful opportunity to help, to be able to take all the time and effort that I've put into this business and help out, a brother, or help out a friend, or help out a relative. Like, what a great opportunity. And when I took on that opportunity, I took it on with really, really good goals and altruism. Now, of course, we'll talk about getting paid for your services. You definitely need to get paid. But I really encountered everything Patrick said. It was a lot more stress. And after about 4 to 5 years of doing it, I told everyone that I couldn't do it anymore. And I walked away from it because it was a little bit too much. It just was a little bit too much for me, and I didn't want to have that much stress in my life. So this is completely up to you, but if you're going to do it, let's make sure you do it the right way. When you go pro, you need to think, I'm a pro. Now, what does that mean? Well, pros, guess what? They get paid for their work. They get paid well for their work. Pros are structured as businesses. And pros use things like contracts. So let's talk about those 3 things. So again, number 1, you must be paid for your services. Now, that is most likely going to be spelled out in a contract. That absolutely 100% must be spelled out in a contract. Even if you are entering into this agreement with your best friend that you've had for your whole entire life, you better sit down and discuss every single thing that could possibly happen. Put it down in a contract. Put down what you're going to get paid, how you're going to get paid, and when you're going to get paid. Everything needs to be in this contract, because I tell you, I got into this thinking, I can help these people that I absolutely love. And when I got into it, I realized, oh my gosh, we didn't really talk about any of these things. And there were different expectations and there were different thoughts about things. From that point on, I said, okay, everything needs to be spelled out. So, contracts. Write up a contract before you do anything. Number 2, you can never touch the money. Again, this is how the prop trading industry works. This is the way the hedge fund trading industry works. This is how a home office works. And this is how trading for your friends and family should work. Never, ever, ever accept the money into your hands, into your bank account or trading account. Everything needs to stay in their own names. The reason I'm giving this advice, because it will look very bad for you if that money was to actually disappear somewhere. If they keep it in their accounts. So if they want you to trade for them, you have them open up their account at the brokerage you want, and they just have to give you limited trading authority. If you need help with that, Google it, call up FXCM or whoever you're going to go with. They'll walk you through it. Do not ever let the money hit your pocket. It must stay in their names. That is just how you do it. And next, you need to incorporate your business. When I say the term incorporate, it means you actually form a legal entity where it's not you doing the business, it is a legal entity, a corporation, an LLC, a partnership that is actually doing the business. And you are going to sign all of your contracts in the name of that entity. Now, here's the great thing about doing this as a pro. The government gives corporations and LLCs lots and lots of tax advantages. And this is just what I was talking about earlier, Patrick, when you talked about professional gamblers hiding their profits. You don't need to hide because you are able to get a ton of deductions because you are in the business as a professional trader. There's a lot of things that you are going to need to expense out throughout the year that will greatly reduce your taxes. I'm going to have Patrick put a link in this video on YouTube to our Trading as a Corporation video. It's about 35 minutes. It goes through some of the ways to get started, some of the entities, some of the terms. This is something I think everyone should do at the very first step, even before they start trading. This is really beneficial, and I'll explain to you why in the video. Let's go through those three things again. As a pro, you need to get paid. Put it down in a contract, how you're going to get paid, what you're going to trade, what you're not going to trade. Everything that you can think of that could possibly go wrong needs to go into that contract. You should get incorporated to where you're not doing it as you're doing it as a legal entity to where you can get a lot of tax benefits and write everything off. And frankly, you should already be doing all of your own personal trading inside of a corporation or LLC anyway. That's my opinion. Go watch the video and you will see why.
Good. Yeah, I'm very happy to include that down below in the description because that was always, to me, just because I'm a weirdo, that was the highlight of my year was how to set up as a corporation. Because at first, I didn't even know you could do that. I didn't even know you could connect the two. I thought they were completely separate things. But not only can you can enjoy all the tax advantages that come with it. So yeah, so that's great. You're right. To sum it all up here, Rob, there's numerous ways to go pro. I hope we've given you a rough overview of what to expect for each one. The things you are definitely going to need regardless of which option you choose. Because this is a lot of people's dream. It's a lot of people's dream to trade other people's money. It's a lot of people's dream to open a family office. A lot of people's dream to go pro as a prop trader. I don't know which way you want to go, or even if you want to go any of these ways, but please make sure don't get all the way to your dream and then do it wrong or do it too early, because that dream can be dashed in a heartbeat. So these are just the really important pitfalls that we don't want you to fall into because they are there. We have all been through them, and we want you to learn from our mistakes at the end of the day. That's really all it comes down to.
And let me just go over once again before we let you go, really the two categories you're going to be in. Number one, you can go pro and you're going to get training, help, assistance, mentorship, all that stuff that's wrapped up into it. You don't need to wait. Jump aboard, jump in, get as much experience as you possibly can. That's just a fantastic opportunity. If you're in a situation number two, where you are expected to be able to generate profits immediately, then you need to make sure that you are making no more errors, that you can make a return over a long period of time in multiple market conditions. You need to have everything down. You need to be incorporated. You need to have everything buttoned down as a professional to make sure you're doing it the right way. Do not learn on other people's money. I promise you it'll only bring you pain. Learn on your own money, make your own mistakes. Get to where you aren't making any mistakes on your money, and then I'm telling you, you're going to have new things to learn, trading other people's money. But look, you've already gone through the process to figure out your own mistakes. You can go through it again when you get to that point.
And on that note, traders, we thank you once again for listening to episode 22 of the Trading Psychology Podcast. We will see you next week.
Goodbye, everybody.
This is the Trading Psychology Podcast. This is VP, creator of No Nonsense Forex and author of the book No Nonsense Forex Trading Psychology. And with me, as he is every week, is Rob Reinhold.
Hey, everybody, this is Rob Reinhold. And since you're always talking about your book, and I'm all jealous, and I'm like, hey, actually, we wrote a book too. So check out our book, Maverick Trading.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I'm moving on to episode 23 this week. I said before, we are in the prop firm series officially now. And whether a prop firm is in your future or not, I still think there's going to be a whole lot of takeaways all of you are going to be able to glean from this. This is a really interesting episode because this has probably happened to some of you, or this is one of your biggest fears. We are going to break it down. Now, that fear is what happens if you fail your first prop firm challenge. There's going to be some kind of challenge you have to pass. Some of them are more difficult than others. Some of them take longer than others. Sometimes there's a lot more things involved. There's a lot more sunk cost up front. But there's always the chance that you are going to fail. And that's going to be devastating, though. That's going to be a psychological hit because this has probably been your dream for a long time. You've probably had a certain prop firm in your sights for a long time, and you get all these expectations and excitement about, how great it might be to work for them. And then you fail. So now what? I think it's really good to get ahead of this now. Now, I hope my traders have a little bit less of a fail rate than others, but it's still very, very possible. But I'm going to tell you right now, it's not the end of the world, Rob. I just want to kind of start this off with this one thing, and then we can kind of drill down deeper into the reasons. But I've said it before. It's not 8 Mile. It's not Eminem's movie. You don't just get one shot. There's a lot of different prop firms out there. You might be able to come back and apply for this other prop firm again later on. It's not over. Don't let it be such a gut punch that you just want to quit or you just don't know what to do next. You will get many, many opportunities down the road if that's what you want to do. If you fail your first one, it's not great, but it's not the end of the world either. I just wanted to kind of leave you with that because I've had people who have come to me and said they have failed. And now they just don't know what to do. And I'm like, well, what do you think you do? Get back out there. Try again. Go over your mistakes and find out what those were, which is what we are going to primarily focus on this episode.
Absolutely correct. And if you go back to our last episode when we talked about going pro, we talked about there's many ways to go pro. Now, prop is one of them, but we talked about, working for a firm. We talked about managing other people's money. There's other ways to go pro, and we talked about how there is going to be psychological problems that you have never dealt with before that are going to come up when you start to trade with someone else's capital. It just happens. As we talked in the last episode, there's multitudes of ways to go pro. Some of the prop firms out there are going to be more of a partnership where you join the firm, they take you under their wing, they give you a bunch of training and coaching and mentoring, and it's more of a partnership. Then there's some prop firms out there that are basically, let's see if you can trade right here, right now. And we talked about that last episode. Okay, can you sink or swim? If you can swim, we'll give you some more money. If you sink, you're done. So that's what these challenges are about. And they are this binary nature that puts a lot of pressure on people. I mean, just think of the difference from, going and working for a firm that takes you under their wing as a junior trader, and they're willing to work you up the ladder over 4 to 5 years, versus the challenge of you get one shot, just like Eminem said, don't blow it. That one shot idea, this binary success or fail, puts a lot of pressure on you. And sometimes that pressure is going to undermine a lot of the things you've been working so hard for. Let's talk about if you go into a challenge where you're given an account. Now, some prop firms, you're given a demo account and you prove yourself on a demo account. Some prop firms, they give you a demo account, but if you make money, they pay you real money out. And then some other prop firms are going to give you real money where you have real money results. Whatever it is, you've got this binary result. And if you fail it, we need to talk about how to come back from it. I'm going to be referencing a lot of the things we talked about in our Trade Like an Athlete reference. Because just think about this as a game. You went out and you played the game. You tried as hard as you could, you did all the practice beforehand, and at the end of the game, you lost. You lost. It happens. We talked about in that episode, film study. Film study. The next morning after football, I remember we all had to be there early for film study, where the coaches absolutely tore us apart, pointed out all the things we did wrong, and then that week, we had to work on making those things right. If you happen to fail a prop firm challenge, the next step is film study. I highly recommend to go back to episode 14 after this episode and listen to our Trade Like an Athlete podcast. But really focus here on the film study part. So film study is where you break down everything you did good, everything you did bad, and you figure it out. So let's talk about the first thing you need to look at. You need to look at your system. After you've lost that most recent game, is you're getting ready for the next game. So you need to know what mistakes you made. So you have to look at your system first. Did your system work? Patrick, what advice do you have for people when they go back and they look back at their systems? Evaluating the system, not the trader, we're evaluating the system.
After a loss like this, that can be really hard to do because one, you're so down, you don't even really think to do this part. But two, then when you actually do it, what if you did do everything right and your system in this very small window of time overall failed you? That's a possibility. This is a real challenge for people, I think, because when it was showtime, the system they worked so hard curating and abiding by just didn't do it for them. Well, in this case, you just have to understand that prop firms don't have all the time in the world to let this thing correct itself over time. During times like this, you might end up casting doubt on your own system. So my question is this: what kind of goals did your prop firm expect you to hit? Because as we know, as trend traders, if you have a trend trading system and you just happen to debut into a prop firm during 6 months of primarily a dead market, and your prop firm says you have to hit these profit targets, no matter what happens, you're probably not going to hit them. So just take everything into consideration. I don't think any really good algorithm with good money management attached to it should collapse in a 3 to 6, 12-month period. It shouldn't be built for that. So look at other things that may have led to this. Sometimes you're just a victim of bad timing. That's all it was. When I joined in 2014, it was right during the summer of 2014, and the market completely fell apart. And all this excitement I had got me off to a really, really slow start, and then that messed with me. And then once it finally got good again, like we mentioned on this podcast, I ran into that really big mistake where I took that huge loss. And those two things combined, in my mind, just set me so far behind I couldn't even recover. Now, I eventually did, but it took me a very long time. So you just have to understand, sometimes it's circumstantial. If it is, that's another reason you shouldn't get all down on yourself about it. You just have to keep going. There's a lot of reasons why this might have happened. Some of it could be you. Some of it just could have been the timing. But the important thing is to be very honest with yourself and decide which one it was first.
Patrick, the one thing I wanted to point out is, and we're going to cover this, the rules of the prop firm. So in your situation with Maverick, you were able to work yourself out of your deficit and come back up and do well. That isn't always an option at all prop firms. Some prop firms, you will be terminated and you will not have a chance to come back. So we're definitely going to be talking about understanding the rules of your prop firm, because that is going to dictate how your system is going to work in the framework. So we're going to cover that here at the end. Your system should have been back tested for so long and demo traded and even forward tested for so long that it is down to a science. If you deviated from that system, then you're the problem. Did you mess it up? And this is where the Trading Psychology podcast comes in, is that did you mess it up? Did you follow your system? And if you didn't, what caused you to deviate from that system? In the last episode, we talked about when you're trading someone else's money, and all of a sudden it's not about you have all the time in the world to let a trade develop or you have all the time in the world to sit on your hands, but you feel this pressure of this binary success or fail, and it has to be done in 1 month of time. All of a sudden, that may not work within your system. You may have deviated from your system, which caused you to break your rules, which caused the system to fail. So this, again, there's so many new things that come into trading when you're trading other people's money with other people's expectations. You really have to look at your own performance and say, hey, did I deviate from my system because of the pressure that the constraints of the challenge put me under? If so, you got to figure that out.
While we're on the subject, do you see a lot of people who do really well on the simulator or the prerequisite type of stuff and then fall apart later? I always wonder, because I found both of those times to be equally stressful. A, have you even seen this happen? And B, if you have, what do you think the main culprit is?
Everyone does good in demo. Everyone does good on simulator. And we've talked about this in the podcast. And I remember you being very surprised when we talked about when to go from demo to live. I said 2 months. And you were very surprised at that. And you said, hey, I think that's a little fast. And with a caveat, I said, look, no, you need to start trading real money because you need to start dealing with the psychological aspect of it, because that is 90% of trading. Everyone gets into this game thinking it's 100% charts and that they don't need to know anything about trading psychology. It's almost all trading psychology. It's not hard to learn the X's and O's of trading. What's hard is that psychological aspect. So most people get through simulator, most people get through demo, and then they hit that first account, and they usually do pretty good that first account because it's fairly small, the stakes aren't very big. But as they start to ratchet up, and we talked about this in the episode of when to risk more money, the stakes get higher and the psychological problems start to get bigger.
Well, that's interesting because I always felt like with regular demo trading, there's really nothing on the line. But with that simulator, there's a lot on the line. Like to me, like this is my future on the line. So there was a lot of stress there, but I still did well. And then once I crossed over, it was just a whole different psychological hit altogether. But that does make sense. Yeah, do you guys still do the simulator?
Yeah, we still do the simulator. People have unlimited time to go through unlimited amounts of trades. The simulator is not a barrier in any way for us. It's basically to get you ready so when you do hit the ground running, you don't have to deal with the system. You've got it down. You now just have to deal with the psychology part of the business. But in some firms, that simulator, you're right, it is do or die. So first we have, is there a problem with your system? Second, we have, is there a problem with you? Did you screw it up? Number 3 is something that is unique to every single firm, is that every single firm is going to have different rules. And this is where you, if you get into prop trading, you have to know what this company is looking for. Now, if this company says you have 1 month to produce 20% return, is your system geared for that? Look, if you have a very slow moving system that's geared to try to make 1% a month, and you join a prop firm that has that expectation, you can fail while succeeding. Does that make sense? You succeeded. You followed your system. You followed your plan, but you actually failed because you didn't meet these expectations. You really need to understand what the rules of the framework are, because I've seen people that did everything right. They traded perfectly. They followed their system, but they just didn't meet the rules of the system. Or maybe the rules of the system were so constraining that it didn't allow them to follow their system fully because of the constraints of the rules. So we really have to take a look in film study at 3 things: system, yourself, and the rules of the challenge.
And while you're on that subject, let me just add in one thing. I have never heard of a firm that is that YOLO to where they want you to make 20% in a month. I don't know if that was just an example.
That was a wild example of something that's absolutely crazy. So, yeah.
Okay, I've seen firms in the past that have had things that have been close. So if anybody's listening to this on YouTube, you don't have to mention their name. Probably better that you don't, but put down below if you've ever seen a firm or something like it that had requirements that were just out of this world, crazy, impossible, because that might give us a little bit of fodder for that future episode we're talking about. Let us know. I know you guys have seen some things, so tell us down below. So we'll break it down for us a little more here. You talked about that film study. And that film study is, you're not going to have somebody there to do it for you. You're going to have to do this yourself. So what are the things in particular? And I know we've gone over a lot of these things, but in a moment like this, what are some of those things that people need to really focus in on after they might have failed that first challenge?
Let's go over how to do film study for yourself. As Patrick said, it's going to be you, but this is where I highly, highly, highly recommend, if you have anybody in your life, get some help. Again, film study is really helpful because you have people there that know the business. You have a coach who's been playing football for, he played football for 10 years and then coached it for 20 years. They can look at your footwork and tell you what you did wrong, even though you don't know what you did wrong. When you get into stepping back, doing film study, there's a lot you can do on your own, but I really, really recommend find somebody. There is lots of communities out there for free that will help you out. You can hire a trading coach. I've known a lot of traders that had their system down, but they kept deviating from the rules, so they hired a psychiatrist. And they would go to the psychiatrist 3 days a week. The psychiatrist had no idea about trading, but it was all about why they did what they did, and they just went over their journal. And it was very, very helpful for them. So at some point, look, you can do a lot of your film study on your own, but I highly recommend to get somebody who you're accountable for. And that's what this is about, accountability. You need someone who can help you figure out the problems, help you fix the problems. And if you don't go hire a psychiatrist or you don't know a trading coach or anything like that, get a friend. Get a friend. I have traders who will sit down with their spouse at the end of every week and go over their trades, and their spouse will be like, hey, idiot, you know better than this. They don't know anything about trading, but they know what they told them last week, and they know that they didn't do it this week. Have somebody that will help you follow the rules, follow the system, figure out what's going wrong. It will definitely help.
Yeah, and this may seem a little bit much, like to actually hire a coach or hire a psychiatrist for something like this, but I don't think it is. Look, this is your dream. This is something you really want to do with your life. And you've probably been thinking about this for a long time. So it's probably worth it. Do whatever you have to do here. You can listen to every Trading Psychology podcast episode 3 times, but that doesn't always mean you're going to recognize the problem and be able to fix it. All right, that's not a given. So you might need somebody else there. I fully sign off on what Rob said. It may just be a matter of having a second person there to either A, hold you accountable, or B, be that person who sees things that you can't, regardless of how much work you've done on yourself.
And to understand how big of a deal it is, you are literally going pro. Now, I know in your mind you think, oh, I'm just doing a challenge. I'm just doing this challenge or this. No, listen, you are literally in the process of going pro. If you were a basketball player, a golfer, and you were right at that amateur golfer stage and you said, you know what, I really want to go pro, what would you do to get yourself over that hump? If you're trying to go pro, you have to treat this the same way. There's a lot of people out there that are amateurs that can make some trades here or there, but going pro is different. You have to treat it like you are literally going pro, and people going pro, they get coaches, they get help, they follow systems, they follow rules, they do all the things, and they understand this takes some time to get over that hump. I want everyone to just put that in your mind. You are going pro. Do what it takes to get there. A lot of people want to go pro, but only few people do what it takes to actually go pro.
100%. I even think a tennis player is a better example than anything, because basketball is a team sport. And then if you're watching golf, you're watching like maybe, 19, 20 golfers at a time. Tennis, it's all you. Not only that, there's somebody out there trying to go against you. So they're watching. Every move is just like so scrutinized. I can only imagine the pressure these people have. But I do know that every single one of them, if they don't already have one on retainer, has access to a sports psychologist. It's essential. Like I said, this is your big break. Why would you do anything else except completely throw the kitchen sink at it? Rob's exactly right. Do whatever you need to do, because this is, it was for me. I said, look, I'm not waiting tables anymore. This is what I am going to do going forward. Life took me in other directions after the fact. I said, I'm going to do whatever I have to do to get here. And if I would have had this advice back then, I would have probably taken action myself. And probably, my learning curve wouldn't have been as steep.
And every single person that you will meet in your life who is successful at this point in their life, if you sit down and talk with them, they will tell you about their failures. Failures are only a failure if you quit. Failures have been some of the most valuable lessons I've ever learned. When I blew up my account in 1999 shorting .com stocks because I was sure that the market was way overvalued and the .coms were going to crash, I look back on that and it was painful. It was sad. It brought me to tears. I value that so much. And I said, oh my gosh, I had to go through that. So if you do fail your first challenge, big effing deal. Learn from it. Learn from it, figure it out. And we just walked through how to learn from it. Number 1, look at your system. Did your system fail because it was in a bad period? Did your system fail because the rules of the challenge framework didn't allow it to succeed? Did it fail because you messed it up? Did you push too hard? Were you too nervous? What was it that caused it to fail? Figure it out. Get some help if you need it. Go back to the drawing board. Work on those problems just like we talked about in the book Peak. Take every single little aspect that you failed at and work on it over and over and over and over and over and over again until you're an absolute expert at it. Then, when you come back the second time, you're going to be meaner, you're going to be stronger, and as we always say at Maverick, you are forged. You are now harder. And now you can actually trade harder, like we've been joking.
100%, except for the trading harder part. 110%. I mean, I think I've talked about this before. I fetishize failure at this point. Now, the older and more experienced I've gotten, I fail a lot less. But when I do, I get excited because I'm a long-term thinker, for one, and I just got a really nice scar on my body that my competition doesn't have yet. Every time I fail, I get stronger because that's one big mistake I am never, ever going to make again. So I get really excited when stuff like this happens. So maybe in a really kind of strange, perverse way, you can get excited too over something like this. I hope, dear trader, that through this episode, we have not only helped you kind of cope and deal with that first failure you're going to have, but also what to do to bring yourself back. Because like I said, I didn't have anything like this, and it was really tough. Remember this episode always, should something like this happen, and go over the playbook we've given you. I really do hope it helps.
Amen. And I'm 48 years old, and I've been saying this for about the last 10 years. I love to fail. Oh my gosh, I love to fail. It's awesome. I hated it when I was younger, but now it's like, oh, great. I got that one out of the way. And once you just start knocking them down and you just start failing a lot less, it's great. It's fantastic.
It is. I think as we get older and more experienced, kind of that insecurity fades away a little bit. And so back when we failed, we would see it as such a knock on us and our reputation. Oh, what are people gonna think if they see us fail at something? Now you're right. Where we are in our careers and our lives right now, it's completely different. And I wish this mentality on everybody because it really is great. I love it.
I tell my kids all the time from when they're little, go out there and fail. I tell them, go out there and fail because you're trying and you're going to learn so much.
Yeah, if you are a Forex trader and you're not used to failing all the time, like weekly, monthly, with all the losses we take, I don't know what you're doing here. I think just trading alone conditions us to get used to losing and taking hits all the time. So you should already be halfway there. But I'm telling you, once you get all the way there, it really is a nice thing. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for listening to episode 23 of the Trading Psychology Podcast. We will both see you next week.
Bye, everybody.
This is the Trading Psychology Podcast. This is VP, creator of No Nonsense Forex and author of the book No Nonsense Forex Trading Psychology. And with me, as he is every week, is Rob Reinhold.
Hello, everybody. This is Rob again. And for those of you that don't know me, I've been trading stock and options for 25 years. I've been trading Forex for 16 years. And I pretty much trade anything now. Anything with a symbol. Look, it's all supply and demand. It goes up and down. I'll trade it.
And we are currently in episode 24. We are deeply in the prop firm section of our episodes. And if you remember episode 23, we talked about what happens when you don't pass your prop firm challenge. And, it's a bit negative. We're going to put a positive one kind of sandwiched in the middle here. And we're going to talk about what happens after you succeed your prop firm challenge. You finally go pro. Okay, what now? There is a transition to be made, and we're going to talk about that all throughout this episode. And, like I said, we're fortunate enough to have somebody who is probably the number one expert on the entire planet in terms of a sample size here, and that's going to be Rob. So, Rob, why don't you go ahead and take it away, and I'll jump in where I need to.
Well, thanks, Patrick. One of the things you said in the episodes I really loved, and you said plan to fail, but also plan to succeed. And so that's really what this episode is about. Last time we talked about if you join a prop firm and they have you a challenge for you to pass and you don't pass it, what do you do next? Well, this one is, let's plan to succeed. What do you actually do after you get past that first stage? Where do you go? How do you manage yourself after that? Now, before we jump into this episode, one of the things I've noticed popping up on my social media and other things is that there are these companies out there that say, listen, we will pass the challenge for you. We'll do it. We'll do it for you. Okay, There's an old adage about how dogs like to chase cars. We've all seen that before. Car goes by, dog chases it. Well, the adage is, what happens when the dog catches the car? Nothing good. Nothing good happens. And that's exactly what I think about this situation. Now look, I've got nothing bad to say about these companies because the only reason the companies are there is that there is a demand for it. If there weren't traders that wanted to take shortcuts and wanted to not put in all the work and effort it takes, look, that's capitalism. If there's a demand out there, the supply will meet it. So I've got no problem with these companies. I guess what I have a problem with is the traders. Okay, you're the dog chasing the car. What are you going to do when you catch the car? Nothing good happens. I want to really address just the traders on this side of this business opportunity is that you need to actually put in the work and effort. And if you're trying to shortcut this, you're going to shortcut this and this and this. And I'll tell you what, you will never succeed long-term in life if you take shortcuts.
Yeah, I can verify this too because I've been approached by one of these companies. They do exist. I had no idea they existed until they came to me for an affiliate deal, and they said, hey, you do a lot of work, with Forex and with prop firms. We think this would be a perfect partnership. And I'm like, you guys have to be out of your goddamn minds if you think I'm going to accept anything like this. If you've noticed on the show, we compare humans to dogs a lot. I actually don't think that's a bad thing at all. I think, simple cause and effect, and learning those things is really important. And nowhere is that more prevalent than with dog training. With something like this, yeah, okay, let's say you use one of those companies and then you get onto a prop firm. You haven't won anything. You don't get a signing bonus. You can't cash any money out because you haven't made any gains. And you're going to get exposed. Like, it's such a stupid idea on so many levels. I just had to chime in on that. I was blown away when I first even heard these companies existed. And then I had to find a way to respond to this guy and just tell him, this is the opposite of everything we stand for because there's just no future in that.
Yeah, totally agree. But look, I'm a capitalist. I'm not going to badmouth anyone because the only reason they're around is because there is a demand for it. So I'm talking directly to the traders. This is not in your long-term best interest. It's just not. I wanted to put that to rest. Okay, so we're all going to actually do the work. We put in the time. We built our system. Let's go through what we talked about last week. So we talked about, okay, if you were to fail your prop firm challenge, you needed to look at three things. You needed to look at first, your system. Did your system perform correctly? You go through it, you analyze it, you see, okay, what was going wrong with your system? Number two, you analyzed you. Were you the problem? Were you the reason your system failed? Your trading psychology. Were you impatient? Were you scared to take action? What was it that caused you to undermine your own system that you worked so hard at? And then the third thing that we talked about, and not a lot of people think about this when they join into a prop firm, is that every prop firm is going to have rules. They're going to have rules around drawdowns. They're going to have rules around frequency. Some of them are going to have rules around you can't trade around news reports. These are potential reasons while your system could fail, even if you did it all correctly. You didn't make any mental mistakes. Your system did what it wanted to, but the confines of the challenge said, hey, you can't do this, 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 and this, and your system was back-tested to include those things. We really wanted to focus on that, the rules of the challenge, because we've covered your system. Patrick, you've gone over this hundreds of times in videos. Trading psychology, we're still making these videos, and we're going to help you with every single possible thing you could run into. This one is the new one, the rules of the challenge. You have to understand what the rules of the challenge are. Last week we talked about, okay, if you failed, you got to take a look at those things. Guess what? If you succeed, you got to take a look at the same things, because what's going to happen is you are going to be moved to the next level. You are now going to be given more responsibility. You're going to be given more capital. Some of the handcuffs might come off. You might be able to trade more products. I know at Maverick, when we start people out, we say, okay, you can trade these products, and then at a certain level, okay, now you can trade futures. Now you can trade spot gold and silver. Now you can trade this and this and this. So all of a sudden, you can see that the rules are going to change a little bit based on your performance. And as you get better, you have to be changing along with those, or else you're going to fall behind.
So just give us a little bit of clarification here, Rob, if you don't mind, because when you went over those things, it sounded like a checklist that I would have to go over if I failed my prop firm test. But I passed, so why do I need to go back and do all of these things and worry about how it adhere to the rules of the challenge? I passed the darn thing. What do I have to worry about?
I love that question. So thank you. The rules will change. So let's say that you started out with a $10,000 account. You grew it, you met the requirements from your prop firm, and they've now bumped you up to $20,000. That's what we do at Maverick. We go from $10,000 up to $20,000. Okay, at that point, you can't just trade $20,000 because all of a sudden you're trading more capital. Is your drawdown going to be too big if you just take 4 losses in a row now? You're trading bigger size. They have parameters on you still. You may need to adjust some of your position sizes. You may need to adjust things. If you can now trade news announcements, how does that change what you're going to do? If you can now hold overnight, I know a lot of firms says no overnights. All of a sudden, that changes what you can do, and you have to look at, again, your system. You have to take a look at you to really understand how that's going to work. Just for example, let's say that you are now allowed to trade news events. Should you? Well, look at your system. Does your system succeed in news event trading? And number 2, can you handle it psychologically? And if the answer is no, then don't. If the answer is yes, and actually that's where you got a lot of your alpha from in your back testing, then absolutely, this is what you've been waiting for. You've been waiting for the ability to take on some strategies and some systems that will actually improve your alpha. So yes, it absolutely changes everything when you get bumped up. Some of the things that change at Maverick: when you get up to a certain level, you can trade different products. One of the things we always like to see is once we've seen a trader do really well in something like Forex, all of a sudden we say, hey, we've got an entire other division that trades stock and options. Would you like to have some capital over there? You've proven yourself over here. What about over here? Some people say, yeah, that'd be awesome. Or some people say, no, this is really my niche. This is where I want to stay. So many things change. And again, this is all going to be based on the prop firm you go with, based on their rules, but you really just have to understand how they're structured and then be willing to change and grow as you progress down their path.
And this is something I'm glad we're bringing up now because we haven't brought it up in previous episodes. If you're simply just getting more money to trade with, well, percentages are percentages. That's an easy transition. The tough part is, like we spoke about in previous episodes, oh, now I just lost a trade that is equivalent to what I paid for my electric bill, or even up to like a car payment. You're going to start seeing things like that in those early stages of, your firm giving you more money. But if they're allowing you now to trade other instruments, that can be very exciting. But you don't just say woohoo and just go immediately start trading them, especially if you don't have a sample size behind it. So, avoid that trap. A lot of the things we do here on the channel, we trade all those instruments, but we haven't brought them into real time. We haven't put them out on display in the big show. Make this transition very, very slowly. It's cool that you guys allow people to do that because as we show on our videos, there's so much potential upside to these markets, sometimes far greater than what you would normally see in Forex trading. So why wouldn't you take advantage of that? But just understand, it's not just, snap your fingers, click a button, and all of a sudden, you're trading all these things now. Do it slowly. Don't get this far and then screw it up on crypto because you're making a mistake that you didn't realize you were making up until this point. It's a very careful process, I think. My point is just don't go head first into these things just because the opportunity is now there.
That is great advice. And if you're with a prop firm that would just allows you to go trade a product that's different than what you're trading, follow Patrick's advice. That's exactly what you want to do. Keep it slow. What we do at Maverick is if someone says, yes, I do want to trade the micro futures contract, great. We need you to turn in an addition to your trading plan that shows how you're going to trade the micros and your position sizing and all your rules. Basically, everything you did to get to this point. You've got to back test it, future test it, demo trade it, all that stuff. Show us that you've done the work. Absolutely. Then go trade it. It's a great opportunity. But as Patrick said, don't just jump into it. make sure you've done all the things that cause you to be successful in the first level. Just simply do those again with the next level if you can trade new products. As I've said, every prop firm is different. They all have different rules. Just learn what they are. Traders are in this business to make a profit, and prop firms are in this business to make a profit. Understand that yes, there's relationships that are built, there's friendships, there's loyalties, there's allegiances. I love all that stuff. But this is a business first and foremost. You must do what's best for you, because I promise you, the prop firm is going to do what's best for them. In the end, this business is about dollars and cents. So you might join a certain prop firm, you might have success there, and you might find that over the years, it no longer gives you the ability to do what you want. Let me just take an example. Let's say that you joined a Forex prop firm. You really liked them, great people, great support. You met their challenges, and everything they said they were going to do, they lived up to. You produced a good return for them. But now you wanted to maybe add on different products, or you wanted to try different strategies. And their rules just didn't allow that. Go ahead and shop around. This business is mercenary. I'm literally on the other side of this equation telling you to shop around. Because look, like I said, the prop firms are going to do what's in their best interest. The trader, you should do what's in your best interest. And a lot of times, our interests are mutually beneficial and we can stay together. And we have traders that have been with Maverick for 20 years. But if anyone in Maverick ever gets to the point and says, hey, I can't do what I want to do, I will tell them, hey, why don't you go look other places? Here's a few to go take a look into. Don't get locked into one. And I know coming from me, that sounds weird, but look, it should fit you perfectly. And understand that who you are as a trader today is not going to be who you are as a trader in 3 years. So yes, you're going to play the long game. And if the firm works for you at the moment, that's great. But understand, things change and prop firms will change. Some prop firms will pivot and maybe they will reduce what you're allowed to do. Just make sure you find the right firm for where you are at the moment. And then it's going to be the same thing. Learn the new rules for their prop trading. Make sure it all fits within your system. And then go produce returns.
Yeah, it's not like a prop firm is going to make you sign a non-compete clause. It doesn't have to be the only one you join. You can join others as well. A lot of people do. So just remember that too. This isn't, like we said last week, this isn't your one shot. And you don't have to do everything this way all the time. You do have options out there too.
And that actually segues nicely into the last point I wanted to make in this episode, is about diversification. I just met with one of my traders this morning. They've been doing it for quite a few number of years, done really well. We're now getting into the discussions of wealth management. And I said, look, we all started out looking at the standard pie chart of asset allocation where you would go to a financial planner. They'd say, well, you're 22 years old. You need 60% in stocks and 20% international, blah, blah, blah. I think a lot of us looked at that and said, look, we're not doing that cookie cutter BS. We're going to forge our own way and make our own way in this world. At a certain point, you go back to the stupid pie chart. The pie chart is the pie chart, and you want to diversify your holdings. So let's say you started with a certain prop company. You did really well there, and they're great. They're fantastic. They've worked with you in everything you could possibly do. Go join another one. Go take a look elsewhere. What you want to do to build wealth is have multiple streams of income working to bring in new money that you can then invest in multiple asset classes that grow over time. That is what you want to do. And this last one I kind of want to share with you. It always blows me away that I have to bring this up to people. Every so often I'll have somebody that does really well at Maverick and says, oh, I'm going to leave all my earnings in with you guys because I want more buying power. And I always say, why? Why don't you take that money out, put it in your own account, and keep 100% of the profits? You should keep the minimum to make sure that you can work with you in your system, and you should put the rest somewhere else. So look, this is a business. Take that money and get it working elsewhere. I know people that are members of 3 or 4 prop firms, and it's because each one has certain rules that fit what they want to do with that allocation of money. So again, you're going to be growing with these firms. Sometimes you're going to grow out of these firms. Sometimes you're going to need a bigger firm that will offer you more. It's okay. Enjoy the process, enjoy the success, enjoy the ride. You're always going to be learning, always going to be growing. And prop firms are going to be part of that growth.
Yeah, let me add to that. I would say personally, and tell me if you agree with this or not, Rob, that it may not be a great idea to join another firm right away. Whatever your first one is, I would say give it about a year, maybe even a year and a half. At that point, you know that you are built for this life. You are a good prop firm trader because not only have you passed the test, but you've endured, and you've endured new money coming your way. You've endured different types of markets while you're actually a pro, which is something that's actually important. And at this point, you can say, okay, I am actually good at this. I am actually made for this. And now I know that unless the rules are like crazy restrictive or something like that, that no matter where I go, I have a good chance of succeeding. And I know that because I allowed myself to spend a good amount of time here and kind of learn all the ins and outs and kind of grow my fangs and understand that, yes, I can do this because I have done it. That's an amazing amount of confidence, really important confidence and security I think you can carry forward into pretty much everything else. But I would still give yourself a good 12 to 18 months minimum in your original firm before you start branching out.
I think that's great advice. And if you remember in an earlier episode, I said my quote of trading is trading. And that's exactly what you were just saying, is that in the end, when you sit down, you know that you're going to bang out a profit. Every single time I sit down on a trading simulator, I bang out a profit. I know I'm going to. Every single time I sit down on a poker simulator, I know I'm going to bang out a profit. Now look, I'm not great at chess, but I'm good enough to know that if I'm at a beginner level chess simulator, I'm going to bang out a win. That's where you have to get. So you just know that you're going to be able to bang out a win because you've done it and you can repeat it over and over again. Trading is trading. In the end, it's a symbol, it's a market price, and that market price moves up and down based on supply and demand. Period. Once you master that, you can take this skill anywhere. It's awesome. And as Patrick said, once you get it down once or twice, the world is your oyster. You can do anything you want at that point.
And so on that note, traders, since passing a prop firm challenge is the theme of this episode, I have a request. If you would, once you do pass your prop firm challenge, or for some of you out there, if this has already happened, please go to the contact form at nononsenseforex.com and fill it out. I understand some people just simply don't want to do that, and that's totally fine. But if you want to, or you're just ambivalent either way, that really helps create validity to the site. That is kind of secretly how I flex on my haters who say that this system doesn't work. I'm like, well, it doesn't matter if it works for you. It works for a lot of other people here. So there's all the proof you need right there. How many other channels are turning out this many pros? I probably, between the people who have told me via social media or on the YouTube comments that they're all happy because they just passed their prop firm challenge, I would say we're probably looking at 300, 400 in that range, which is really, really great for a market with this level of fail rate to it. But I only have about maybe 60 or 65 on the site. So if you want to add to that, I would really appreciate, go to the contact form, nononsenseforex.com, and let us know.
Well, Patrick, I will be your first testimonial then, because we have single-handedly benefited from what you've done. We've seen many no-nonsense forex traders over the year, and they are ready to go. We love it. So I'll be your first testimonial right here.
And I really appreciate you saying that, Rob, because I do hear it a lot from my affiliates from the broker side, because they love having my traders because they stick around. They don't flame out like most traders do. Coming from you, knowing that once people actually get to the big leagues, that they're ready to go and they actually have sustainability, that means a lot as well. So yeah, you don't have to go to the contact form yourself, Rob. Just saying that alone is great. But that's really all I have to say on that matter, regardless of whether you want to tell the world about it or not. We wish you all the best in your journey. We hope you make it big, whichever direction you decide to go. And stick around with us. We have so much more coming down the road, but we appreciate you joining us for episode 24. We will see you next week.
Bye, everybody.
This is the Trading Psychology Podcast. This is VP, creator of No Nonsense Forex, and author of the book No Nonsense Forex Trading Psychology. And with me, as he is every week, is Rob Reinhold.
Hello, everybody. This is Rob with Maverick Trading and Maverick Currencies. We are a U.S.-based prop firm. We've been in business since 1997.
For episode 25, this was always going to be a scheduled episode. But on the heels of some of the comments I saw in last week's episode on passing your prop firm exam, I thought there was a little more urgency for an episode just like this. And this episode is the types of prop firms you are going to want to avoid. Now, on the surface, it might seem a bit obvious, but there's a lot of stuff that you just don't know going in. So we want to give you kind of a blueprint of what we think, at least, you should be looking for in terms of pros and cons, but especially cons. Before you take that plunge, we want to lay everything out. Let me talk to somebody who's deep into the industry, who's seen everything, and who's very familiar with a lot of different types of firms, and be able to give you information you're not going to find anywhere else. So, Rob, I'm going to hand it over to you for a little bit. Do me a favor, and let's go into some of the different types of prop firms, some of the different levels, because a lot of people aren't even aware of that. And then we'll talk about Maverick a little bit so we can give people kind of something to base off of. And then we'll continue from there.
Thanks, Patrick. And I really love this opportunity because the prop firm industry has some very good history behind it. And I really feel that if you understand the history behind it, you are much better going to be able to navigate today's prop firm industry. It has definitely changed over the years. So I kind of want to walk you through the history of prop trading, how it has changed, how it has evolved, and kind of where we are today. Because when you understand that, you're going to have a much better idea of what kind of firm is going to be the best for you if you choose to go the prop trading route. So let's start off with the Wall Street prop trading firms. This was traditionally what prop trading was. Prop trading is when a company uses its own money to place bets in the market. That's really just what proprietary trading means. One of the things that really changed in the industry was after the financial crash of 2008 and 2009. The Dodd-Frank Act made it to where banks, which usually had proprietary trading divisions inside their bank, they could no longer do that. Now think about that. Banks had a completely separate trading division where traders on their floor made bets. Now look, they weren't trading for clients. They were literally trading for the firm. So again, Morgan Stanley had a proprietary trading desk where they were risking Morgan Stanley's own money trying to make bets based on where the market was going. The problem was in 2008, many of the bets they were making were basically risking the entire bank, all of the customer deposits, everything. So that's why we got legislation about it. That is what proprietary trading is and how it started. And so on Wall Street, you have many proprietary trading firms that are parts of banks. You had many proprietary trading firms that were private companies, where basically they hired traders to come and trade for them. These firms still exist, and they are only going to be pretty much in New York and Chicago. That's where they all are. Now, to work for one of these firms, you really need an Ivy League education. You're going to need to be top of the class and great in mathematics and great in everything. And there's going to be rigorous testing to even get into an interview. Now, that is a big barrier of entry for pretty much 99.9% of us. These firms still exist. If you want to go online, you do research for them, you can find all the names. They're very, very prestigious. They're very great. If you do get hired on by them, you typically get paid a wage. You will be a junior trader who is positioned underneath the senior trader, where you're basically going to be doing a lot of the work for the senior trader. You're going to be making some recommendations. They're going to have you write a lot of reports. You're basically there to help the senior trader out make these proprietary bets. Do not expect to make any trades of your own for at least 3 to 5 years. That is proprietary trading on Wall Street. It used to be you could go to one of these private firms, or you could go to a bank and work on their proprietary trading desk. Now those proprietary trading desks are no longer part of banks. Dodd-Frank basically killed all those. Since that is such a difficult way to get into the business, some companies in the 90s came about and said, hey, look, we're going to open it up to more people. Now, back then, you still had to travel. Depending on how old you are, you'll remember that in the mid-90s, you didn't have internet at home. You didn't have a cell phone with internet. You literally had to go into an office. Now, that's where I started. In 1997, I walked into the Maverick Trading office. And there, I had a computer, they had a T1 line, and I was able to trade. This is how the industry started, where all of these little smaller firms started opening up around the United States. Vegas, New York, San Francisco, LA. These firms you could go into, and these firms would hire you on with no salary, and you would trade the firm's capital and keep a percentage of the profits. That's really how the public prop trading industry was born, was these little offices opening up around the country. After the internet was more widely available, all of a sudden, the ability to do it online really changed the whole game, to where you no longer had to live in a city where you had to go into the office. You could now do this from anywhere. And a lot of things changed right around that time. One of the big things that changed was commissions. The speed of a trade, the ease of a trade made it to where commissions went lower and lower. The early public prop firms, they made most of their money from commissions, from basically marking up tickets. And when all those commissions and spreads went lower, that got very difficult for them to make money. So there was a big sea change right around 2008, 2009, where the number one revenue for them was no longer commissions and markups. It had to be on their traders. And there was a lot of firms that failed around that time because they hadn't done a good job educating and preparing their traders and supporting them. There was a lot of companies that did go out of business during that time. Nowadays, most prop firms don't make a ton of money on markups and commissions. Look, some still do that. We don't at Maverick, but some still do. Even if they do, it is fractions of pennies. It is not really going to make that big of a deal. Everyone now, their traders have to be profitable for them to be profitable. So there's a lot of emphasis on creating good traders, retaining good traders.
Well, that was pretty awesome, Rob. I didn't actually expect to have that much of a history lesson behind it. I didn't even know there was that much history behind those firms. I know those Wall Street firms existed, but they were so out of my realm when I was first starting out. I didn't even give them a second thought. I was like, well, there's got to be another way, because there's no way I'm going to relocate myself to Wall Street and compete, with Ivy League people. And I failed out of a redneck school. I don't have anything to bring to offer to these guys, really. Good to know that part. And I didn't even know the Dodd-Frank Act played that big of a part. I am somebody who also hates the Dodd-Frank Act for many reasons, in particular, not being able to trade spot gold, for example. But I didn't know it had that far-reaching effects. So, okay. Well, on that note, I do know that there's overall levels to this whole thing. Wall Street, your Chicago, LA type firms, those have always been at least known to be kind of top of the line. I'm curious see how they perform compared to other ones. But there's more than just two levels to this, right? It's almost like I always thought it was kind of that and everything else, but that's not really the case, is it?
You're exactly right. There are going to be levels to a prop firm. And I'm going to use an analogy of automobile manufacturers. So let's take these Wall Street Chicago firms, very exclusive to get into, and frankly, 99.9% of the people will be rejected immediately if you apply to them. This is like someone says, I really want to work for a car company, and I want to work for Lamborghini. I want to work for Bugatti. Okay, you have to have certain things to get into the door at Lamborghini or Bugatti, other very high-end manufacturers, and it's just not going to be available for some. So you can still get a job in the car industry. It might just have to be at something like a Mercedes or a BMW. We're very prestigious still, but the door is a little bit more open for you there. Now, those kind of firms, they're going to have higher requirements to get in. They're not going to take everybody. There's going to be interview processes. There's typically a little bit higher upfront fees. These are going to be firms that you have to really do a lot of work to get into. Now, look, you may not be able to get into the Mercedes, the BMWs. You might have to go down to the Toyotas, the Kias. That's fine. There's entry-level prop firms, and they are absolutely fine. You really need to decide what is it that you're looking for if you wanted to get a job in the automotive industry. Where's your ultimate goal? Where do you want to be? Do you want to work for Bugatti at one point? Or are you saying, you know what, I'm pretty happy where I am? And this is what we really wanted to get into in this episode, is which one is right for you. When we talk about avoiding certain firms, I'm going to have some common ground rules for just common sense stuff or what firms to avoid. But outside of that, it's going to be what is best for you. What is it that you're looking for?
So before we do that, if you don't mind, give us some type of baseline we can work off of. Tell us, and believe me, this you guys know by now, this is not one big advertisement for Maverick, because we know Maverick's not for everybody. If you don't mind, tell us where you think you are in the automobile rankings, and so we just have something to work from. You know, it's like, okay, Maverick is an Audi, and this is what you can expect here. And I think that'll help people going forward in terms of, you know, like kind of what to look for in other firms.
Great question. So at Maverick Trading, for you to come aboard the firm, we have you do a lot of work before you come aboard the firm. First thing, we have an interview process you go through. We have a lot of it online, but in the end, you meet with your recruiter several times. You go over a lot of things. They go over a lot of your trading history. They want to know about you as a person. And then we ultimately make a decision of whether or not we want to bring you aboard. We discuss all of the requirements up front, all the things you're expected to do, all the costs up front. And part of those costs are going to be you're going to have someone with you through the entire process. You're going to have coaches. You're going to have risk managers. You're going to have people that are reaching out to you on a very regular basis throughout your trading process. So as you can see, we're a firm that's going to invest a lot into our traders to try to help them to be as profitable as possible. Now, the entry-level firms, they're going to be a little bit different, where they're not going to be giving you private coaching. They're not going to be looking over your trading plan and system and helping you do back testing. That's just not what they're there for, not how they're set up.
Okay, good. So real quick then, what make and model of car would you say you guys are in the overall hierarchy of things?
I hate to answer this question because it's so lame. It's like, hey, how attractive do you think you are? That I either have to like lowball it so I don't sound like a jerk, or I come off like, oh, we're the best in the world. Look, I'll put us at a good solid Audi or Mercedes. Okay, we're in that area.
Okay, good to know. And one of the things too, there is an upfront cost here. Fully understand that an upfront cost like that, even though you're getting a lot for it, is not for everybody. So a lot of people are at least going to start and maybe stay at what you call some of those entry-level firms. So a lot of what we're about to talk about is things you need to avoid with these entry-level firms, because some of them are great, totally legit in every way. Others are, let's just say, skewed more heavy towards the firm itself and not so much you. And I think understanding the warning signs there will help you determine kind of where on the spectrum they fall. Let's go ahead and move into, I kind of wrote these down myself, Rob, so I'm going to list them to you, kind of give my opinion on it, and then I want you to give a more professional, qualified opinion on them. In terms of things to avoid, now keep in mind, I don't know a lot about a bunch of different firms like you do, Rob, because I did a little fly-by-night firm early on. I can't remember the darn name, and once I joined you guys, I just didn't feel the need to go anywhere else, really. So I don't know if this list is going to be very complete, but we'll at least go over mine. And if you have anything to add that I didn't say, feel free to. But one of the ones I've noticed on some of these, and the only reason I even know about them is because people point them out, and then I go look. One of the red flags that I've seen is that some of these firms, when I go there and I look at their requirements, they just don't seem to have a lot of them. You know, they're just not transparent with what they want to do. They mention all the benefits of being a prop firm trader, but they don't tell you what you need to do, and then they have a sign-up form. You know, does that seem kind of backwards to you?
I don't want to say it's backwards, but I'm going to come on and be very, very vocal on this. It's about transparency. Every single business out there has costs, overhead, and rules. And look, it's up to you as a potential customer or potential client or potential trader to find out what those are. The firm should make it available to you to when you join, you know everything you can about the firm. It's their responsibility to make sure you know what you're getting into. And I think one of the red flags would be if they don't do that. It doesn't necessarily mean they're hiding anything or they're evil, but they really should make that very clear up front. And that's what we try to do at Maverick. That's why we have people meet with an actual recruiter, and that they'll spend an hour or two with them to make sure that they understand everything that they are committing to. So transparency is the number one advice I want to give everyone, to make sure you know what you're getting into.
All right, my next one, and you're not going to find out which firms these are unless you do some research on your own and you go to social media, in particular places like Reddit, maybe Trustpilot, someplace like that. There's been a lot of firms in the past, especially ones that just kind of pop up and are new, that don't actually pay their traders. This is an actual complaint I've seen. Have you seen this at all, Rob? Can you give us any more light?
You know what? I've seen it in the past, but I want to say that it's so much better than it used. But I want to say I have not seen it recently. It seems like all of the companies that are around nowadays are actually really good at paying out to their traders. Now, look, I could give you a list of firms that I know personally that hadn't paid out, but guess what? They all went out of business somewhere around 2008, 2009. I have no knowledge of any firm today that has not paid out traders.
Okay. Good to know. At least the landscape's cleared up. The ones I have in mind that I always saw complaints about, this was kind of back in the major Reddit days. So yeah, this is 2015, 2016, right around there where I remember seeing this. I just never forgot it because I'm like, wow, what a great business model. You know, collect all the fees, don't pay anybody, and then declare bankruptcy. Must be nice. All right, so on to my next one. I think this is probably the biggest one that I think affects the most people. And I always felt like no-nonsense traders, just through our money management and our realistic expectations, we should know better here. But that's not what I see when people come to me via email and YouTube comments and places like that. And that is tests that are completely unrealistic. So like, 15% in a month, for example, I think is one of the ones I've seen in the past. Like, if you really ratchet up leverage wise, you could do that, and if conditions are friendly, you could pass a test like that. But what if that's the standard going forward? You'll never be able to keep that up. And then that's another win for the firm because they just swallowed up, your entry money. So I would think it would have to be some type of testing that's actually conducive to the way you actually trade and doesn't take you too far out of your comfort zone and actually stays within the grounds of reality. It's like when I see these tests, I'm like, who are these tests even for? Who benefits from this? It almost seems like these firms are looking for people that are going to end up flaming out over time. And then they just lather, rinse, repeat, and just keep collecting money. And they say, hey, we had these standards out there. These are our standards. You agreed to it, and you didn't fulfill. So sorry. See you later. And then they just keep doing this over and over again. It's almost scammy to me. But I want to get your thoughts on this. It's such a bait for newer traders that just don't understand what we know.
No, but I will agree 100% with you. It is there to catch the newbie that doesn't know better.
Scam or no scam, to me, a huge red flag that everybody should be looking for. And another one, I've heard a lot of these firms they're so cut and dry, they're so black and white, that once you get there, you're just kind of on your own. They don't want to spend the money or time in having people there to support you along the way. And I know you guys probably do this better than anybody. So kind of speak to what you think the importance of having that support system there is and why you guys have dedicated so many resources to it.
Well, I'm going to use the old adage, you get what you pay for. So the entry-level firms, they're very transparent, and you should know going into it that if you're getting in the door for a couple $100, you don't have the ability to sit down with a professional trader who's successful for hours and hours and hours during the month. That's just not going to happen. So you really have to have good expectations of what you're going to get. If it only costs you a little bit to get in the door, then expect that you're not going to get a lot of support. Now look, maybe there's some firms out there that do it really great. That's fantastic. But there will definitely be a positive correlation between entry fees and support. Maverick has always been about supporting his traders in every single way we possibly can. You want to meet with a trader, we'll set it up. It's just on demand for every single person. We understand that a lot of people need that personal touch to get over the hump to profitability, which really pays off for us.
Yeah, and unless you've been doing this at a very successful rate for, 5-10 years, everybody's going to need some support at some point. So I think that applies to almost everybody. So the last one I had in terms of red flags. But the last really red flag I had is I've seen some firms out there that don't have any entry requirements, don't really have any test to pass. Like if you have the fee, they will literally take anybody. And to me, I'm like, how is this sustainable? Aren't you trying to be a successful prop firm that wins? Maybe they have a training program inside. I don't really understand the appeal to a place like this, nor do I understand what they're shooting for. What do you think they're trying to do, Rob?
Look, I think this is across the entire financial industry. I mean, just think about it. You can open up an account at E-Trade and know nothing and bomb your account. E-Trade doesn't care. The whole entire system is kind of built up to where you can go out there with no experience, hire a firm, whether it's E-Trade, or you could even go to Merrill Lynch, and you're still not going to get any good support. It's kind of endemic in the entire industry. Finding these places that actually have that kind of personal touch is a really big deal. So in the end, the whole financial industry, they will take anybody that has money. That is just what is going to happen, and it's endemic across the board. This one, I don't think is a huge red flag. I think that if it fits you, they're transparent, you understand everything up front, and you understand, okay, this is the best for me, maybe that is the only door you can get in.
But yeah, that's a good place to start. Now, in next week's episode, we talked about red flags. This episode, it was super negative. Try not to do that too often. We just like we did before, when you fail your prop firm test, when you succeed on your prop firm test. We're going to play both sides here. We went over red flags this week. We're going to go over green flags next week. So now you will have a complete blueprint on things to look for and things to avoid when choosing your own personal prop firm. In the meantime, if you're listening to this on YouTube, go down to the description and without naming actual firms, notice how we did not do that throughout the entire episode. Let me know some of the crazy things you have seen, whether it's been something we've mentioned today or something we haven't mentioned that turned out to be a huge red flag for you. Again, please try to avoid the name of the actual firm. But I'd like to know, because like I said, I'm just one person who came up with these. So I'm sure there's a lot more out there, and I'm sure those other red flags would help people down the road. But next week, we're going to go over green flags, things that you actually want to see from your prop firm, and then you should have everything you need. Thank you for joining us throughout episode 25. Get ready for episode 26, and we will see you next week.
Goodbye, everybody.
This is the Trading Psychology Podcast. This is VP, creator of No Nonsense Forex and author of the book No Nonsense Forex Trading Psychology. And with me, as he is every week, it's Rob Reinhold.
Hey, everybody. This is Rob from Maverick Trading and Maverick Currencies. We are a U.S.-based prop firm. We've been in business for about 25 years now.
A few housekeeping notes before we start. Actually, a few announcements, really, I should say. First of all, those of you who join us on the YouTubes, unfortunately, are going to have to end the video clips you see throughout and make this just really a kind of a static podcast with the image you're looking at right now running throughout. We will have pictures this episode, but after that, it will cease. And the reasoning is it's just, it's a lot of work.
Would recommend just put on something like Wolf of Wall Street on mute while you're listening to the podcast, and look, it will be about the same thing. Actually, it will not be the same thing. If you've seen that movie, it will absolutely not be the same thing. I cancel what I said.
Yeah, I have energy, but I don't have that much energy myself.
The debauchery, there is a lot less debauchery on this podcast than in that movie.
As far as they know, as far as the viewer knows. But yes, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of bandwidth. And with summer coming up, and both of us traveling a bit, it's just going to be really hard to do. So yeah, maybe just open up another tab and put this on in the background. But yeah, it's from now on. Unfortunately, I know you guys like those. It's just you find these things out along the way. You know, we're 26 episodes in, and it's just too much of a time commitment. On the good side, though, I think we have cracked the code in terms of getting this thing on Apple Podcast. So you guys tell me. Let me know if by now you can get this on Apple Podcasts and pretty much every minor podcast player like Pocket Cast, Podcast Addict, Overcast, things like that. They take their feed from Apple Podcasts, so we should see it on there as well, but I'm not going to know. Let us know down below in the comment section if you are on YouTube, if you are able to at least see it pop up on one of those players, and that will tell me, if I have to do any more work on that end. But yeah, so bad news, good news, but we do move on into a continuation of last week's episode. We talked about red flags, things you should look out for when joining a prop firm, because there really are a lot of them out there, and you don't need to choose one that restricts you in any way. But so many people do. I would get so many emails, so many questions that says, hey, my prop firm is making me do this. That's not the way we trade. What should I do? And my answer is usually just find another prop firm. So if you are going to find another prop firm, or if you're looking for your first one, we have a list of green flags, things that you should look for on the positive side. Some of these are maybe the opposite of what you heard last week, but I think they bear talking about, and we're going to talk about them this week.
I think last week was a very good episode to kind of let everyone know, okay, this is the industry, this is how it works, this is how it's grown, this is how it's changed, and these are the things you want to be a little cautious about. This one is going to be about, okay, this is what you need to look for you. And number one is how long they've been around. Now look, just because something's been around for a while doesn't mean it's great. And just because something's new doesn't mean it's terrible. However, in this world of the internet, one of the very positive things now is you can go in and see other people's experiences. Use what's out there to really make your decision about who you want to go with. Now, of course, you're looking for a firm that's trustworthy. You're looking for a firm that pays out their traders. And you're looking for a firm that does all the other things you're looking for. We've all been around the internet for long enough now to know that Whatever you look at, there's going to be some terrible reviews. I remember I was looking at a vacation rental, a beautiful vacation rental on the beach. This thing was just awesome, immaculate. I read the 1-star review. It rained the entire time. That was the review on the vacation rental. So look, we all know there's going to be positives and negatives, but I think this really gives you a good opportunity to find a lot of information out. A new firm is just not going to have that much information for you to find, and you may be going in there and you might be the first 1-star review. You don't want to be the first 1-star review. There's lots of information out there. I highly suggest that you use it.
So yeah, the green flag number one is a firm that's at least been around long enough to where people can give you an honest review on it. Now, it's unfair to firms that are fairly new, but this is a big decision for you, so you definitely want somebody who's been around long enough to be established and have people who have positive or negative things to say about it. Plus, as any business owner knows, you make a lot of mistakes in those first few years. Do you want to be a byproduct of those mistakes? I doubt it. So a firm that has been around a while is our number one green flag.
Our next green flag is once you find one that you are comfortable with, look into the requirements as far as testing goes, look into the requirements of the challenge if they have one. Again, every firm is made differently. Some firms will have a challenge that you have to pass, meaning you have to trade on a demo, you have to trade a little bit of capital to make sure that you can show that you can be profitable. Some firms are going to have some tests and some things that you have to pass. Now, you want to make sure that you understand what these are, and you want to make sure that these are reasonable tests or reasonable challenges. Patrick, what does that mean to you, a reasonable test or a reasonable challenge?
Well, not to take it back to a red flag, but I can tell you what unreasonable would be. People should do this early. That's why we're doing this episode, because I'll get somebody who's already in the middle of testing and email me, and they'll say, hey, I'm trying to trade with the daily chart, but they won't let me hold positions overnight. What am I supposed to do? I'm like, you're supposed to do the work ahead of time and understand that this testing might not be suited to the way you trade. So it's just doing a little bit of work up front, really. Is the test passable, for one? We talked last week how sometimes they just give you impossible tests and just collect your fees and laugh all the way to the bank. But also, is it conducive to the way you trade? Like we spoke about last week, there are enough options out there to where if you find a few